590. The spring breeze called for a spring rain. Under the eaves, Qin Pingon, who was sitting on a chair and reading a scholar's notebook, stood up and reached out to catch the rain. Before returning to Ning Mansion from the city, Qin Qing asked if he should leave a natal lamp. In this way, if he died in the southern battlefield in the next battle, although it would hurt his foundation of Taoism, at least he would have half a life. The first step of the soul tablet inscription method was more torturous. Ordinary cultivators couldn't bear this pain. The gods of mountains and rivers in the world punished the ghosts and spirits in their territory and lit the water and mountain lanterns with the soul as the wick. It was powerful for a long time. It was only a short period of pain, which was far inferior to the soul tablet inscription method. The second step was to light the lamp in one's own hall of ancestral masters. After the first step, the biggest disadvantage of the natal lamp was that it cost money. The wick was made with the secret skill of immortals. It burned immortal money every day. Therefore, the natal lantern was something that could only be lit by the most important direct disciples of the ancestral hall in the vast world. Knowing the natal lantern was the first hurdle, and the forging of the natal lantern was the second hurdle. After that, the immortal coins consumed were often an important expense for the ancestral hall. Because once the lamp was lit, it couldn't be broken. If the lamp was extinguished, it would hurt the original soul of the cultivator. It was common for the cultivator's realm to drop. The third step was to rely on the natal lamp to reconstruct the soul yin spirit and yang spirit real body. And it might not succeed. Even if it succeeded, the achievement of Taoism in the future would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the creation of the natal lamp was really a last resort. It was a helpless measure for the cultivators of the sects on the mountain to deal with the what if. But no matter what, the soldiers of better than 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 better. However, for such cultivators, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of their previous lives were often incomplete. How much they could replace depended on fate. Therefore, whether they could enlighten their acupores or not depended on fate. After enlightening their acupores, it was hard to say what would happen to their current body and past lives. Qin Pingon came back to his senses and collected his thoughts. He turned around and saw Fatty Yen and his group. It was rare that Stackzhong was also there. The wine shop was afraid of rainy days, so they could only close for the day. However, the tables and chairs were not moved away and were placed outside the shop. According to the method that Qin Pingon had taught her, every time it rained or snowed, the shop would not do business. However, every table would be placed with a jar of the cheapest bamboo sea paradise wine and a few wine bowls. This jar of wine was free of charge. Anyone who saw it was free to drink, but each person could only drink 1 bowl at most. Ning Yao was still cultivating at Dragon Beheading Cliff. After returning to Ning Mansion from the street last time, Grandma Bai and Nalan Yeshing found that their miss was a little different. She treated cultivation seriously. Fatty Yen had come to discuss the matter of Qin Pingon and Stack Bamboo joining the silk and satin shop together. Qin Sanchio and Dong Huafu were purely there to join in the fun. Everyone walked under the eaves with umbrellas in hand, closed their umbrellas and leaned against the wall. Qin Pingon walked into the side room with a book in one hand and a chair in the other. Fatty Yen looked at the overly clean room and lamented, "Why does my good brother, the son-in-law of the Ning family, live in such a shabby place?" Qin Sanchio took out a tea set from his fengtsuan object. It was said that it was used by a great dynasty in the central divine continent. Qin Sanchio began to brew tea. He wanted to ask Qin Pingon to drink with him, but did he dare? Did he still want to come to Ning Mansion in the future? While Qin Sanchio was brewing tea, he smiled and said, "Thank you for fan dash." Qin Pingon waved his hand. The scholar's handbook on the table, A Conversation Under the Shade of the Flowering Tree, was a rare book that Qin Sanchio had helped him buy from the Mirage House. There were also many other history books. He must have spent quite a lot of money to buy them. However, talking about money with Qin Sanchio, this kind of rich young master, was a slap in the face. As for Dong Haitan, who was also born in a first-class wealthy family, he could forget about it. This guy's ability to save money was even better than Qin Pingon's. Since young, it was said that he had never spent money on a single piece of snow. Qin Pingon wanted to find someone to help him bet when Dong Huafu would take the initiative to spend money. Then he and Dong Huafu would cooperate and secretly make a lot of money. Qin Pingon felt that he could make a profit, so he told Dong Huafu about it. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, I don't spend money anyway. What's the point of earning money? My family is not short of money. Qin Pingon was deflated. That seemed to be the case. Xianxia laughed the happiest. However, he didn't laugh for long before he heard Qin Pingon say, You don't need to spend money. I made a deal with the banker. We can bet that you will spend money within 10 days, spend money within a month, and continue to not spend money within a month. As for how much money you will spend, we can also bet on whether you will spend money on one or several snowflakes. Then we can have him deliberately leak the news that I, Qin Pingon, have placed a heavy bet on you spending money in the near future. However, I won't say whether it will be within 10 days or within a month. In fact, I bet that you won't spend money within a month. You see, you didn't spend any money. You can still drink and earn money. Xianxia felt that this second-in-command was even more ruthless than Alliance when it came to being a banker. Xianxia wanted to drink some wine. Yanzhu was eager to give it a try. Then I also want to earn some money by betting that Dong Haitan won't spend money. Qin Pingon squinted his eyes and said, Of course you were helping the banker who was hired with a lot of money to stabilize the gambling situation. When some crafty gamblers were hesitating, you fatty yen, accidentally, asked the servant to deliver the money. You didn't expect to give yourself away and let the news spread like wildfire. They knew that you, great young Master Yen, had secretly spent a large sum of money to bet on Dong Haitan within 10 days. This confirmed the rumor that I had bet on Dong Haitan spending money. Otherwise, this group of wily old gamblers most likely wouldn't have taken the bait. Young Master Yen, no matter how much money you had spent, didn't it just circle around my pocket and return to your pocket? After this, you can split the money with me and Dong Haitan. Yanzhu clapped his fist and said, Wonderful. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other. Xianxia wanted to join in. It wasn't much, just a few pieces of snow. This kind of money that went against his conscience was enough to earn a little. If he earned too much, Xianxia would feel guilty. Unexpectedly, Xianxia shook his head and said, Don't try to drag me into this. My conscience hurts. Xianxia hesitated. Qin Pingon said with a look of disdain, You can't use this trick in the first place. If you use it too much, it will make people suspicious. Xianxia cupped his fists and shook them. Thank you. Dong Huafu said straightforwardly, I want 50%. You two can split the remaining 50. Qin Pingon said earnestly, Haitan, I heard that everyone in the city knows that Ning Yao could beat 100 Qin Pingans with one hand. I don't think it's a big deal, but look at that fan dash. Not only did he scold me in my territory, he even threw a bowl at me. Do you think I hold a grudge? I don't hold a grudge at all. Now we've become good friends who can forget all grudges with a smile. Dong Huafu's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. I just said that you'll take 50%. I'll split it with Fatty Yen. After that, they began to talk about proper business. Qin Pingon and Xianxia planned to join in on the silk shop under Yanzhu's name. Both of them would only take 10% each. Qin Pingon brought them to the opposite room and pushed open the door. The table was piled high with seals of various sizes, no less than 100 square meters. Then there was also a manual of seals that Qin Pingon had compiled himself, named the 100 Sword Immortals Manual Seal. Qin Pingon smiled and said, The seals have all been carved. They are all auspicious and auspicious characters. Women give to women, women give to men, and men give to women. They're all excellent. As for the shop, they will only buy silk and fabric. They won't give it to us. They will only give us a seal if they pay a deposit in advance, starting from a small sum of money. Whoever pays first will get to choose the seal first. It's just that the side note hasn't been engraved yet. If you want to engrave more characters, especially if you want my, Qin Pingan's signature, you'll have to pay more. In addition to the shop's 10%, I'll have to take an extra cut. If a woman pays the shop in the future when she buys clothes and fabric, the shop will also give her a slight discount. If a woman directly takes out a grain of money and throws it at our great Master Yan's face, there's no harm in giving her a big discount. Yanzhu picked up a seal. The seal script was, the most lovesick room. He hesitated and said, Although we have some women from big clans who can be considered to be versed in literature and ink, their knowledge is actually very ordinary. Would they like these? Moreover, aren't the materials of these seals a bit too ordinary? Qin Pingon said, If the materials of the seals were too good, why would they be used as a prize in the silk shop? It's meaningless to make a profit at a loss. These are actually just handheld items that can be enjoyed. Moreover, in this world, there's actually no one who doesn't like good words and good characters. It's just that I haven't had many opportunities to see them before. Xianxia flipped through the seals. Finally, he saw a small seal with the words, "The heart is attached to a beautiful woman, thinking of her." He threw a grain of money to Xianxia and said with a smile, "Just treat it as putting a grain of money in your shop, so this seal belongs to me." Xianxia knew that Xianxia was more knowledgeable about this kind of thing than him, but he was still not too sure. He said, "Qin Pingon, about joining the shop, there's no problem. You and Xianxia each get 10%. However, I'm worried that these seals will only be liked by Xianxia. On our side, there are too few people like Xianxia who like to read and flip through books. What if when the time comes we can't give them away and we can't sell them? I don't care, the shop's business is just average, but if you lose face, don't blame my shop's feng shui for not being good. Is there really a woman who is willing to be a sucker for something like this?" Qin Pingon picked up a booklet from somewhere else and handed it to Xianxia. He smiled and said, "Take it and read it a few times. Just copy it. Anyway, the shop's business is not bad." Dong Huafu suddenly said, "I want this seal." Qin Pingon glanced at the seal he had engraved. With a single glance, he knew that the inscription was, "Traveling the mountains, regretting not being able to travel far, my sword hangs a rainbow." Xianxia smiled and said, "You're paying just like that? How can I be the banker then?" Dong Huafu said, "Originally it was 4-1. Now I'll take 30% and you take 20%. Xianxia said without hesitation, "Deal." Xianxia was also flipping through the seals. There was that clear light. There was also youthful old dreams, harmonious wind and sweet rain. I will bow my head to the sword immortal for life. Behind me to the north, beautiful eyes look forward to it. Deer cry, birds chirp in flight, reluctant to part. This is the longest sword chi in the world. I don't dare to climb the city wall with my sword, lest I drive back the 3 moons. When Xianxia flipped through the last seal, Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned red. He said to Qin Pingon in a trembling voice, "If I want this seal, how should I settle the bill?" Xianxia was surprised. Dong Huafu was also stunned. Xianxia looked a little sad. Xianxia's father, after losing his arms, had never gone to the city wall except for that time when he carried the seriously injured Fatty Yen away. Qin Pingon gently took the seal from Xianxia and handed it to Xianxia. When doing business, it's important to clearly settle the bill between brothers. I'll give you this seal. It's not a business deal, so there's no need to talk about money. When Ning Yao arrived, she happened to see Fatty Yen and the others leaving with umbrellas. Ning Yao walked into the courtyard with Qin Pingon and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Pingon gave her a general explanation. Ning Yao went to the room where the seals were placed and sat down. She picked up a seal and asked, "You've been busy with this for the past few days? It's not just to earn money, right?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Indeed, it's not to earn money." Ning Yao said, "Just now, Grandma Bai said that the heavenly treasures needed to refine the 4th natal item have almost been collected secretly. Don't worry, Grandpa Nalen will personally check the items outside of the Ning residence's treasury. No one will tamper with them." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Indeed, we should work harder. Being surrounded by a bunch of Golden Core seniors every day makes me tremble in fear. I don't even dare to speak loudly." Qin Pingon had broken through the bottleneck of the Willow Tendon realm at the Lion Peak of the North Continent. Now he was in the Bonqi realm, one of the 4 realms of cultivators. Confucian cultivators had a unique advantage in this realm, and their qi cultivation techniques were the most outstanding. As for the 5th realm of qi refinement warriors, the hut-building realm, where one's body is the furnace, the qi refinement warriors of Buddhism and Taoism had a greater advantage. The reason why the 3 sects were superior to the rest of the 100 schools of thought was that the advantages of these 2 realms were very obvious. Although the lower 5 realms of cultivators were low, they were known as the 5 realms of mountaineering. They were the foundation of the Great Tao. Whether one could enter the cave-dwelling realm of the lower 5 realms was as important as whether a pure martial artist could break through the 3rd realm. Ning Yao leaned on the table and looked at the seals one by one. She said slowly, "When the door of the residence is opened, the apertures open and take in qi. The human body is a small world and the sea of qi takes in all rivers. This is the cave-dwelling realm. From this moment onwards, Cultivators can truly refine the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in an orderly manner. The 356 apertures in the human body are like 365 natural grotto heavens and blessed lands, waiting for cultivators to ascend the mountain and cultivate. Like our Great Wall of Sword Qi, whether we can nurture an innate sword embryo is the dividing line between geniuses and ordinary people. Similarly, in the wilderness, whether the demons can transform into human form early on and cultivate qi with human form is also very important. In the cave-dwelling realm, male cultivators can enter the sea-viewing realm after opening 9 apertures. It's more difficult for female cultivators as they need to open 15 apertures. Therefore, there are far more female cultivators in the cave-dwelling realm than men. However, female cultivators in the sea-viewing realm are usually stronger than men. You're a bit special. You already have 3 natal apertures and 3 more have been soaked in sword qi for many years. In addition to the 18 stops of sword qi and the 1st and 15th apertures guarding 2 of them, you have 5.5 apertures. When you refine the other 2 natal items and gather the 5 elements, you'll have 7.5 cave dwellings. As long as you enter the cave-dwelling realm, you might be able to break through quickly and enter the sea-viewing realm. The cave-dwelling realm is originally to open the door and welcome guests from all directions. Ordinary cultivators in this realm will be very torturous because they can't bear the torment of the tide-like spiritual qi. They will be regarded as the disaster of a flood, and their soul and body will be unstable. On the road of cultivation they will often have to take 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward. It's difficult to move forward. You're the least afraid of this. The sea-viewing realm won't be a big obstacle for you. You're a pure martial artist at the same time and you're also in the golden body realm. The flow of your true qi is extremely rapid. Cultivators should accumulate spiritual qi bit by bit to open and expand their path. It won't be a problem for you. Only in the Dragon Gate realm will you have some trouble. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's been hard on you." She must have asked these trivial things from Nail and Yeshing at the last minute. Because Ning Yao's own cultivation didn't need to know these things. Ning Yao picked up a seal, held it in her hand and said casually, "You should know these better than me. Then pretend I didn't say anything." Qin Pingon put his hands on the table and rested his chin on his arms, looking at the seals. The rain outside the house didn't stop. In the past month it had rained a lot. Even the rain didn't know that spring was coming. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked out of the window. In his hometown his first disciple Pei Qian once sat on the steps of a mountain. Pei Qian watched the wind blow through the pine and cypress trees, and the shadows of the trees swayed. Time passed slowly. She secretly told her master that as long as she looked carefully, everything in the world, whether it was flowing water or walking people, would be very slow. She had to be anxious for them. Pei Qian would often lean against the railing on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building with nuanshu and millet, watching the rain or snow fall. He would look at the icicles hanging under the eaves and smash them into pieces with his walking stick. He would then ask his friends about his swordsmanship. Occasionally, when Meili was bullied badly, she would be angry with Pei Qian. She would yell and tell Pei Qian that she would never play with her again. Jing Dafeng, who was at the foot of the mountain, could probably hear her. Then Nuanshu would be the peacemaker and Pei Qian would give Meili a way out. Soon they would be talking and laughing. However, when Qin Pingon was on Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian definitely didn't dare to use the bedsheet as a cloak and run around with Meili. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if one looked carefully, they would also be lively and cute. For example, when Qin Pingon went to the top of the city wall to practice his swordsmanship, he would purposely drive the talisman boat a little further away. He could also see a row of children leaning on the city wall with their butts sticking out. They were pointing at the wilderness in the south and telling all kinds of stories. They were also busy arranging seats for the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Just the 3 old sword immortals, Dong Senging, Qin Shi and Qi Tingji, would be enough for the children to argue until their faces turned red. If all the sword immortals in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were included, then there would be even more arguments. It was said that Guizhujiu also practiced a lot of martial arts at home. She would blow on her palm and control her spirit energy. She would shout, "Look at my raging flame palm. Haha." She would practice a set of martial arts from the family gate all the way to the back garden. When she reached the garden, she would have to gather her spirit energy in her dantian and stand on one leg. She would use her whirlwind kick and spin 18 times, not one more or one less. The poor precious flowers that sword immortal Wuxia had painstakingly cultivated suffered a lot from her fists and kicks. In the end, the entire Guo residence was in chaos. They were worried that this lass might have gone berserk. Perhaps sword immortal Wuxia was already regretting grounding his daughter at home. Nowadays, when Qin Pingon went to the corner of the street near the wine shop, Zhang Jiazhen would occasionally come by. She was the first child to hold a clay jar and wanted to learn her martial arts. She was the first child to sit beside the wooden stool. Therefore, she had heard more stories about mountains and rivers than her peers. It was said that because of these stories that no one had heard before, she became quite close with a pretty lass in the alley next door. One time when they played house, he was no longer just a sedan bearer or a coachman. He and the lass finally became husband and wife. Later on, when she squatted beside Qin Pingon and ate melon seeds together, the child laughed foolishly for a long time. The house was silent. Silence was better than any sound. After that, Qin Pingon went to the top of the city wall again. He was still unable to walk within 30 steps of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, the junior brother was still the junior brother, and the senior brother was still the senior brother. After he finished practicing, he asked Zhou if the poor fellow who was applying medicinal plasters with bottles and jars had any words for Mr. Zhou knew better during the last 2 sword practice sessions. Qin Pingon said seriously, "How is that possible?" Zhou asked, "How's the business of the wine shop?" Qin Pingon said, "Very good." Zhou turned his head. Qin Pingon immediately made up for it. "But I'll have to trouble senior brother to add flowers to the brocade." Zhou didn't give up and started to change the topic. "Have you read the Heaven's Questions and Heaven's Questions that I told you before?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I've read them all." Zhou said, "You will be the Heaven's Questions and answer 173 questions." Qin Pingon was caught off guard. Zhou said indifferently, "You may begin. If you don't know anything, skip it." Qin Pingon forced himself to solve the questions one by one. He barely answered half of the questions. Zhou said, "The answers are not important." Before Mr. became a saint, the most famous debate was only about 2 things. The first was how to study. It was to study one thing at a time and accumulate merit over time. The most important thing was to establish oneself first and not blindly immerse oneself in the cause of division. In fact, looking back, is the result important? The 2 sages were still arguing. If it was really either one or the other, how could the 2 sages become sages? At that time, Mr. told us that when it comes to studying, both secrecy and simplicity are acceptable. The young and the old are 2 different realms. The young need to think more and seek secrecy. The old return to simplicity and seek simplicity. As for whether we need to establish great ambitions first, it's not that important. Even if we establish it early, we may not be able to establish it. Of course, it's better than nothing. If we don't have it, we don't have to worry. Studying is the most worthless thing in the world. It's like a street full of rich families with countless flower beds. There are people cultivating them but no one guarding them. The door is wide open and the garden is full of flowers. You can pick and return with a full load. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Mr. is knowledgeable and senior brother is knowledgeable." Zhou couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "You have never stayed with Mr. for a long time. Where did you learn these words?" Qin Pingon was a little aggrieved. "From the books. Especially Mr.'s works, I have already memorized them." Zhou said with a straight face, "Very good." In the small mustard world of the martial arts practice field, Qin Pingon and Nailan Yexing were learning swords. Although it was called learning swords, it was actually tempering the body. It was a method that Qin Pingon figured out himself. At first he wanted to ask his senior brother to help him with the sword, but for some reason the senior brother only said that Nailan Yexing could do such a small thing. As a result, even a sword immortal like Nailan Yexing was a little hesitant. He finally understood why the great sword immortals were unwilling to use their swords. Because according to Qin Pingon, even if the person he first met was a sword immortal, Qin Pingon himself was also a martial artist of the golden body realm. It was still a little dangerous and there would be accidents. If he was not careful, Qin Pingon would have to lie in bed for a month or so. This was much more miserable than regrowing flesh and bones after the event. Qin Pingon hoped that Nailan Yexing would use his sword one by one from top to bottom, in accordance with the method of 24 solar terms, and help temper the big and small apertures of the human body and dragon on the spine. The beginning of the cervical vertebra, the great vertebra, the Tao path, the body pillar, the divine path, the beer, the yang, the center, the hanging pivot, the life gate, the waist. These key apertures especially needed to be used to temper this path and pass with sword qi and sword intent. Because Qin Pingon also had to cooperate with a pure fire dragon of true qi, it was impossible for him to stand still. That would be a deadly practice. In addition, the amount of spiritual energy remaining in each qi residence was different, so it was more of a test of Nalan Yexing's precision. Ning Yao was sitting in the pavilion of the dragon beheading platform. Today Dong Bubu and Dong Huafu came to the Ning mansion as guests. She said that she wanted to ask for a seal from Qin Pingon. Fatty Yan's shop was too black-hearted, so she might as well buy it from Qin Pingon directly. Qin Pingon and Nalan Yexing did not deliberately hide anything from Dong Bubu when they practiced sword. Last year there were 4 consecutive battles on the street. Therefore the big clans including the Dong family knew about Qin Pingon's general details. Dong Bubu leaned lazily on the railing and asked, "Ning Yao, don't you feel sorry for him practicing like this?" Ning Yao did not speak. This time, Nalan Yexing was extremely careful, so the result was not great. Qin Pingon didn't want any immediate benefits. He left the martial arts practice field with Nalan Yexing and then walked up the dragon beheading cliff alone. Dong Bubu said that she and a few good friends all wanted a seal for their own use. They couldn't think of a seal, so they gave it to Qin Pingon to decide. Dong Bubu also brought 3 pieces of jade that were enough to carve seals. She said that one seal was a small sum of money. The extra material outside the seal was engraved as Qin Pingon's salary. Qin Pingon was not stupid. Was money so easy to earn? So he immediately looked at Ning Yao. Ning Yao nodded and agreed. This scene made Dong Bubu very jealous. She clicked her tongue and didn't say anything. Dong Bubu also told an interesting story that was a little related to the Ning mansion. Recently, a group of cultivators from a big dynasty in the central continent came to the inverted hanging mountain. They were escorted by a sword immortal who had been here to kill demons before. A nascent soul qi cultivator was in charge of the specific affairs. They led 7 or 8 young geniuses from different sects and immortal mansions to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to practice swordsmanship. They would stay there for about 3 to 5 years. It was said that the youngest one was only 12 years old and the oldest one was only in his early 30s. When they arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, they directly lived in the Plum Blossom Garden, one of the 4 private mansions that was as famous as the Yuanrua mansion. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and Dong Bubu were the younger generation. There were actually only 3 big mountains. Ning Yao, Dong Heitan and Qin Pingon were part of the group. Then there was Qi Shou's group, followed by Peng Yuanji and Gao Yeho's group. Compared to the first 2, they were more scattered and not as united. These young sword cultivators were mostly from the streets. But as long as there was a call and they were willing to gather together, be it in numbers or battle strength, they were not to be underestimated. As long as the young people of the world came here to train, first Chao Ci then Qin Pingon, they would have to pass the 3 tests. This was the old rule. But there were some unwritten rules about who would be in charge of guarding these 3 tests. For example, Qi Shou and his friends were in charge of entertaining the prodigies from the central continent. Ning Yao, on the other hand, didn't like this. Occasionally, Xianxia would show his face and join in the fun. But in more than a decade, Xianxia had only fought twice. Ning Yao, on the other hand, had never participated in these small fights. But previously, Qi Shou's group had been beaten black and blue by Qin Pingon. Even Peng Yuanji had not escaped. So logically speaking, someone from Ning Yao's side had to be involved in these 3 tests. 4 groups of outsiders who came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train. Each side would send out 3 people. Of course, if one side could take down all 3, it would be exciting. From a spectator to a spectator, Qin Pingon found it interesting. He asked if the battle could be held on the main street and take care of his wine shop's business. Dong Bubu smiled and said, "The location has always been arbitrary. There are no rules. Usually it is up to the last person guarding the test. If you are willing to fight, don't mention the main street, you can even place it on the wine table of the folding mountain shop." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "If I am injured, the money I earn from the wine won't even be enough to pay for my medicine. Our wine shop is famous for its low prices. It's hard-earned money." Dong Bubu smiled playfully. This guy was just like the rumors. He was really thick-skinned. Dong Huafu said, "Fan Dach seems to be preparing for the first battle." Xianxia will probably accompany him. The third person might be Gao Yi or Sima Weiran. It's hard to say for now. Qin Pingon asked, what are the cultivation levels of the other party's sword cultivator geniuses? As for Sima Weiran, Qin Pingon knew that she was also a golden core sword cultivator. However, compared to Pang Yuanji and Gao Yi, she was slightly inferior. However, she had been in seclusion for the past few years. What was interesting was that she had two preachers. One was a hidden official who patrolled the Sword Immortal Bamboo Monastery. The other had an even greater background. He was an old sword immortal who was in charge of guarding the prison. There were rumors that this reclusive old man was of the demon race. It was unknown if Sima Weiran, who had come out of seclusion, would be able to catch up with Gao Yi. Dong Huafu was stunned. Is there a need to know? Dong Bubu echoed, there's no need to know. Qin Pingon looked at Ning Yao. She seemed to have the same attitude. He said helplessly, pretend I didn't say anything. The group of sword cultivators from the central divine continent walked through the inverted mountain gate and stayed in Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence. Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's family was similar to the Yen family. They had frequent business dealings with Hao Ran world, so they had many friends. However, Sun Jiyuan was having a headache. This was because this group of guests had announced on the first day they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi that they would send out 3 people to pass the 3 stages. They would be at the Sea Viewing Realm, the Dragon Gate Realm, and the Golden Core Realm. If they lost one battle, they would lose. On this day, Qin Pingon was drinking at the shop. Ning Yao was still cultivating. As for Yen Zhuo, Xianxia, and Fan Dash, the second manager had a rare opportunity to sit at the table and drink. The shop's business was good, and there were more than 10 sword cultivators squatting by the roadside to drink. All of them were cursing, saying that this bunch of foreign brats were really shameless, 2F** king arrogant, shameless, and petty. For some reason, when they said these words, the drunkards spat and were filled with righteous indignation. However, they all looked at the second manager in green robes with a white jade hairpin. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Head manager, it's time to raise the price of our shop's Bamboo Sea Paradise wine. There was silence all around. Then there were cries. Tai Zhang received a look from the second manager. He shook his head and said, No. What's the point of raising the price? What's the point of raising the price? A customer shouted directly, based on the fair words of the head manager, another jug of wine. Very quickly there were people shouting to buy more wine. Tai Zhang smiled and said, Take it yourselves. Yen Zhuo glanced at the guy who was the first to raise the price. He then looked at Qin Pingon and asked telepathically, Shills? Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He answered, Do you think I can't deal with this bunch of bastards? Shills are everywhere. It's impossible to guard against them. Then Qin Pingon said to Fan Dash, This group of foreign sword cultivators is not arrogant, nor is it that they do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They are just scheming against you. They have taken advantage of you from the start and gained momentum for nothing. If they're all golden core cultivators, they'll lose without a doubt. Therefore, their true confidence lies in the first round of the Sea Viewing Realm. Among those sword cultivators of the Central Plains, there's bound to be an extremely outstanding genius. Not only is he most likely to win, he might even win cleanly. The chances of winning the second round aren't small either. Even if they lose, it won't be too bad. Anyway, if they lose, there won't be a third round. As for the third round, they don't plan to win at all. Even if they can win, they won't. Of course, they really can't win. Fan Dash, you're in the Dragon Gate realm, so I advise you not to fight. But if you can afford to lose, then it's fine. Fan Dash said decisively, I can't afford to lose. Qin Pingon gave him a thumbs up. Admirable. As expected of Qin Sanchio's friend. Qin Sanchio said helplessly, What does it have to do with me? Then on the other side of the street, several young people came. There were also young boys and girls. They went straight to the wine shop to buy wine. However, one of them bought a pot of Azure Immortal Mountain wine that cost 5 snowflakes. As he walked, he opened the mud seal and took a sniff. However, in the vast heaven of the Central Plains, he said with a smile, It seems that when I return to the vast heaven, I'll have to pay a visit to the Bamboo Sea Grotto heaven. I heard that someone is using the name of Madam Mountain Deity to sell wine to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Yen Zhuo looked at Qin Pingon and asked, Can you bear it? Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. Yes. A tall young man turned his head to look at the wine table in the shop and smiled. What can I do even if I can't bear it? In an instant, this tall and sturdy young man with a sword on his back was grabbed by the head by a green-robed man and lifted up high. That person had one hand behind his back. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "What did you say? Speak louder." 591. There were a total of 5 people in this group of foreign sword cultivators from the central divine continent. Other than the wine-carrying youth who was still very calm, the other 3 retreated slightly, ready to summon their flying swords at any time. One of them was in his early 20s and had a wooden expression. Regardless of whether it was retreating or drawing spiritual chi, he was half a step slower than his companions. There was also a young lady who was slim and elegant. She wore a colorful collar and a gauze skirt decorated with hundreds of flowers. It was the jade carefree style that the female cultivators of the central divine continent liked. She was the first to reach out and press on the long sword at her waist. As for the last person, it was naturally the sword-carrying youth that Qin Pingon had lifted into the air. After being restrained by Qin Pingon and suppressed by his fist intent, the latter could not draw spiritual chi from a few of his key acupuncture points. He tried to break through the door but was repelled time and time again until he could not move. After a few rounds, his face turned red and turned purple like a dead fish hanging on the wall. The shame in his heart was probably no less than the killing intent in his heart. Qin Pingon asked, "He is not willing to say. Are you going to say it for him?" The wine-carrying youth smiled brightly. "What did he say just now? I did not hear it clearly." Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Are the secondary saints all so deaf?" The young lady said angrily, "Qin Pingon, let go of Jiangguanqing for me. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a little famous here at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. You want to kill someone just because of a disagreement. The disciples of the literary sage's lineage are all good-tempered. First it was Cui Dong who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. Then it was Zhou who destroyed so many Xiantian sword embryos in the central divine continent. That martial uncle of mine. And you, Qin Pingon. As a disciple of the Confucian school, the literary sage's disciple, you are actually doing a lowly job here and selling wine personally. What a disgrace." At the mention of martial uncle, the young lady gritted her teeth and tears welled up in her eyes. However, when she mentioned Qin Pingon again, she immediately returned to normal and was especially angry. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear. On the contrary, he didn't really care about people criticizing him in front of his face and scolding him. Besides, he was not scolding Mr. He was just scolding Mr.'s junior brothers and his senior brothers. He was the youngest in Mr.'s line. Did he need his junior brother to speak up for his senior brothers? Speaking up for Imperial Tutor Cui Dong? Or are you fighting for justice for your senior brother? Do you need it? Qin Pingon felt that there was no need for that. One continent was equivalent to one country. He wanted to stop the demons from heading north and prevent them from taking over the territories of the Tongye, Baoping and North Continent in one go. One wanted to become the best swordsman in the world outside of the vast world. Both of them were very busy. As for Qin Pingon, he was also busy. Practicing martial arts, swordsmanship, cultivating chi, studying and about to refine his 4th natal item. On top of that, he was earning money to carve seals. How could he not be busy? However, the most important thing was that this little girl's words, regardless of whether they were reasonable or not, and whether they were reasonable or not in the end, they did not have any malicious intentions. In that case, Qin Pingon could understand and accept it. "Zhu Mei, how can you speak to Mr. Qin like that?" The young man lectured the young girl and then continued to talk to Qin Pingon with a smile. "Mr. Qin, you are of high seniority, so this junior will listen to your teachings. No matter what Mr. Qin says, this junior will correct it if it's wrong and encourage it if it's wrong. Also, Mr. Chen's Jiangguanqing is the direct disciple of Sword Immortal Wuxia. Sword Immortal Wuxia is one of the 10 disciples in my hometown. It will be very troublesome. Of course, Mr. Chen's senior brother, Great Sword Immortal Zhou, is someone I have admired for a long time. Now that Great Sword Immortal Zhou is practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there is no need to worry too much. However, the sword immortals in the world are one family. It will not be nice to hurt the harmony." Qin Pingon asked, "You are a sea-viewing realm sword immortal? You are the candidate for the first battle?" The young man did not answer the question. Instead he asked with a smile, "Mr. Qin, you are from the Baoping continent. Don't tell me you are helping the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi to guard the pass? The young sword immortal and Qin Pingon. One used the vast world's elegant language while the other used the Great Wall of Sword Qi's dialect. The young man lowered his head to take a look. Qin Pingon gave the tall young man a light push and sent him flying 100 feet away. He complained, "You are so tall that I have to stand on tiptoe for half a day." Then Qin Pingon looked at the interesting young man who was holding the wine. "You are so young but you have such a high cultivation level. You are wandering around here and saying such nonsense. Aren't you afraid of scaring us cowards with low cultivation levels to death?" Xianxia used the dialect of his hometown to explain the contents of their conversation to the surrounding customers. Whistles rang out from the wine shop. The drunkards and bachelors who were squatting down to drink were very cooperative with the second manager. In the past they had only thought that the second manager was a miser. They did not expect him to be so handsome when compared to these little bastards from the central divine continent. In the past they had really wronged the second manager. In the future when they came here to drink, should they bring fewer dishes and pickles? Moreover, it was not easy to take advantage of the second manager by eating pickles and pickles. After that, they felt that it was not very appropriate. If they ate too much, it was easy to drink too much. Qin Pingon turned to look at the wine shop and asked with a smile, "Why don't I guard the first round as a Realm 4 cultivator? If you all bet that I will lose, I will be the banker." The customers raised their middle fingers and scolded him with laughter. They were not polite at all. There were even people who directly cheered for the foreign sword cultivators. They said that their second manager did not have any ability other than selling wine and writing couplets. If they really fought, he would be defeated in 2 or 3 punches. What was there to be afraid of? As a foreign sword cultivator, he should show some heroic spirit. That Qin Pingon came from a small place like the Aquarius continent. Rin Yi Puyu Chisho Pangyuanji. These 4 fellows had teamed up to be the banker and purposely lost to that bastard Qin Pingon. As long as they were not idiots, they should not believe them. The young girl called Zhu Mei laughed coldly. "So you are not only a wine seller but also a gambler. Old Mr. Wenxing must have been blind to find a closed-door disciple like you." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Drinking wine, gambling, killing demons, these are not worth mentioning. In the eyes of the cultivators of the central divine continent, they are very insignificant." When he said this, Xianxia's side cheered loudly, slamming the table and knocking on the chopsticks. Jume was choked. And there was some fear in the depths of her heart. It was as though she had been placed in a strange little world. Because although Qin Pingon was a little far from the big and small sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this little disciple of the Wenxing who did not live up to his name seemed to be resonating with the sword cultivators behind him. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Do you know why my words are unreasonable? It's just that drinking and gambling shouldn't be done by scholars in this vast world. Just because I purposely brought up the matter of killing demons, you're speechless. Because you're still a sword cultivator of the Central Plains with a bit of conscience. You sincerely believe that killing demons is a magnificent feat, that is why you feel guilty and guilty. Actually, there is no need for that. In order to be reasonable in this world, there must be a sequence. You have to speak one way or the other. Whether it is big or small, right or wrong, they cannot be covered or offset. For example, if you first admit that killing demons is extremely right. That is right. 10,000 years later, you come to me and say that drunkards and gamblers are extremely wrong. Do you think I will admit it? How about it? Does the lineage of the Wenxing have a good temper and are willing to be reasonable?" The young girl widened her eyes, her mind a mess. Why did this green-robed drunkard in front of her say such ridiculous words that seemed to make some sense? But she could not help but feel a burst of anger. In the end, Qin Pingon said to the wine-carrying youth who was no longer smiling, "Don't worry, I will not guard this first stage as a 4th realm Qi refinement warrior. Why? It is not that I don't want to teach you how to be a person and how to speak properly. It is because I respect all of you. As a Central Plains sword cultivator, you are willing to make a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the very least, you are willing to see the barren world with your own eyes. It is official business for cultivators from other places to pass the 3 stages. Between you and me, it is a personal grudge. We will talk about it in the future." Qin Pingon walked back to the wine shop. A man who was eating pickled vegetables with his chopsticks shouted, "Second manager, you are so impressive. Treat us to some wine to celebrate." Qin Pingon chuckled and said, "I beg all of you sword immortals to be more shameless. Quickly rein in your sword auras. Especially you Yi Chunjin. Every time you drink a pot of wine, you will eat 3 plates of my pickled vegetables. Do you really think I don't know? I have tolerated you for a long time. That man picked up the remaining plate of pickled vegetables on the ground with 2 fingers. Return it to you. Qin Pingon was speechless. That man was smug. Damn it, when I am shameless even I am afraid. Why would I be afraid of you, second manager? Besides, didn't you learn it from second manager? Qin Pingon coughed and did not take a seat. He clapped his hands and said loudly, our shop is a small business. I originally planned to give you a free bowl of Yangchun noodles for every pot of wine you buy in addition to the pickled vegetables. This is me puffing myself up at my own cost. But now it seems that I should forget about it. In any case, Yangchun noodles are not considered a delicacy. The soup is bland and only the noodles are chewy. There are a few pieces of chopped green onions and a small plate of pickled vegetables. Yi Chuanjin immediately looked at the drunkards around him with eyes as sharp as flying swords. This was because everyone knew that it was impossible to reason with second manager. Yi Chuanjin gritted his teeth. Second manager, give me a pot of good wine. 5 pieces of snow cost money. Today I accidentally ate a little too much pickled vegetables. It is a little salty. Drink some good wine to suppress it. All right. Old brother Yi, please wait. That fellow went to the shop to get the good wine. He did not forget to turn around and smile. There will be Yangchun noodles in 2 days. Jiang Guanqing had already been helped up. He used his sword qi to shatter the fist intent aura and his complexion improved. Zhu Mei asked softly, Yan LV, are you all right? Yan LV, who was carrying the wine, shook his head and smiled. What can happen to me? If the other party took the opportunity to guard the pass, then I would be in trouble. I would be scolded to death by Junbai. Zhu Mei grumbled softly, you are really too much. You allowed Jiang Guanqing to come here and cause trouble. Junbai warned us not to go out easily after reaching Sword Immortal Sun's residence. The youth in a simple but elegant robe turned to look at the wine shop, and quickly retracted his gaze. He did not like that kind of chaotic atmosphere. In fact, he hated it. Cultivators did not have the least bit of self-respect. They did not have the slightest bit of immortal aura. Yan LV picked up the pot of Azure Immortal Mountain wine and smiled. I just want to know if this immortal wine is related to the Azure Immortal Mountain. My family's old ancestor always attends the Azure Immortal Banquet of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Zhu Mei rolled her eyes. You Yan LV are the only one who likes to flip through family trees and old almanacs. Are you afraid that others don't know how rich your family's ancestors are? Jiang Guanqing's family and sex heritage are not inferior to yours. Have you ever seen him brag about who his senior uncle is? However, his brain is not good. He listens to rumors and does everything without thinking. Just a few words from others and he likes to explode. Does he really think that this is our hometown, the Central Divine Continent? When I came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time, my family's old ancestor warned me not to put on airs here. I just have to be a good mute and deaf. So I forget it. I don't have the right to say this. I've already said it. You are not allowed to go to Junbai and say whatever you want. Just say that I didn't say anything from beginning to end. Junbai sighed. He is only at the sea viewing realm, but when he is angry he is so scary. I am fine. After all, my realm is not high. Look at all of you. Aren't you all learning from me and keeping quiet out of fear? Yan LV's expression was slightly unnatural. If she did not have a family's granduncle who was now the mountain lord of the academy in the Liuxia continent, and it was said that Zhu Mei had been blessed since childhood and had signed a strange mountain alliance contract with a woman from the great peak in their dynasty, Yan LV really wanted to give her a big slap in the face. If she did not have these 2 relationships, Yan LV would have taught her to speak more human words so that her words would not stab people in the heart. At the wine table, Stack Zhang had also just heard that the shop would give away a bowl of Yangchun noodles for free. After Qin Pingon sat down, he said softly, I have to make Yangchun noodles and manage the business. I'm afraid that I can't handle it alone. Qin Pingon said with a smile, I heard that Lekang's father is good at cooking and kind. He hasn't had a stable business these years. Later I will teach him the secret method of making Yangchun noodles. He will be the hired worker of our shop. When Zhang Jiazhen is free, she can also come to the wine shop and do some odd jobs. The shopkeeper can also rest a little. Anyway, these expenses add up to less than a bowl of wine in a year and a half. Xianxia smiled and nodded. He was especially happy. It was no less than making money. Xianxia, Fatty Yen and the others were already used to it. These were all things that Qin Pingon would think and do. However, Fan Dash was a little puzzled. He joked, "Qin Pingon, you really don't find it troublesome? How did you get your current cultivation? Did it fall from the sky?" Qin Pingon shouted, "Dash." Fan Dash was a little nervous. "What?" Qin Pingon said patiently, "Look, you are drinking with so many golden core seniors. Sanchio, Fatty Yen, Charcoal and Xianxia are on such a small table. Look at how big the tables are. In the end you are only drinking the cheapest wine. It is not appropriate." Fan Dash was unwilling to be a sucker as there was still a Realm 4 Qi refinement warrior on the table. Qin Pingon said softly, "If I am not wrong, that young man carrying the wine should be the person in charge of the second round. He is at the Dragon Gate realm like you. He is so young. If you lose, you will lose a lot of face." Fan Dash asked the shopkeeper for a pot of good wine. He could not help but ask, "Are you so sure that there will definitely be a second round?" Qin Pingon thought for a while and explained, "If Lu Duan was not grounded at home by Sword Immortal Gua, it would be hard to say. But now there will definitely be a second round. The reason is very simple. The swordsmen of Central Plains are the most concerned about their reputation. If there are no accidents, the guardian of the sea-viewing realm on our side is Gao Yuqing, the younger sister of Gao Yi. Am I right? She has only been to the city wall once and has not yet gone to the southern battlefield. Gao Yuqing's aptitude is naturally very good. But in terms of combat experience and the killing power of her flying sword, the golden core swordsmen of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are much better than those of the same age in the righteous world. But below the golden core stage the advantage is not small, but it is not as big as you think. Moreover, there are many geniuses in the Central Plains. That Jiang Guanqing is the grand disciple of one of the top 10 in the Central Plains. His master is the sword immortal Wuxia. He is still not considered someone who can speak up in this group. It can be seen that Gao Yuqing will lose. And that young man carrying the wine is clearly not the person in charge of that mountain. When I made my move earlier, I saw that the other party's companions were very nervous and wanted to help subconsciously. None of them looked at the young man carrying the wine at the same time. It can be seen that the young man carrying the wine is far from being able to convince the masses and is not some backbone. If he is not the backbone, why would he dare to pull all the young geniuses and gamble the face of the Central Plains sword cultivators to fight those 3 battles? There must be someone else in Sword Immortal Sun's residence. He must be the leader in their hearts. I estimate that he is a proud son of heaven who is young and has a low cultivation level but outstanding combat strength. What's so great about him? He can make other sword cultivators who are 1 or 2 cultivation levels higher than him willingly listen to his orders. Therefore, the rules of the 3 trials are undoubtedly the handiwork of that person. After all, Sword Immortal Wuxia has been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi before. He would not be so bored. That nascent soul sword cultivator would not dare to do so. To put it bluntly, this bunch of young masters and young mistresses are really under the protection of a nascent soul cultivator. This can be seen as proof that the young sword cultivator is not ordinary to be able to make a sword immortal and a nascent soul senior listen to him. Fan Dash was shocked when he heard this. Qin Pingon, did you already know the origin of this group of people? Or did news from Inverted Hanging Mountain reach the Ning residence? Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Take a guess." Xianxia rolled his eyes. He wanted to remind Fan Dash not to guess as it would tire him out. Yenzhua asked, "Now there are many people betting on this. So we..." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Betting on one of our own to lose. It's divine money earned. It's nice to take it." Fan Dash handed over a wine bowl. "Just based on that sentence, I won't lose out by buying this pot of wine." Qin Sanchio added, "Anyway, he borrowed money from me." Yenzhua praised, "Fan Dash, not bad, not bad. You have the same effect as Dong Haitan." Dong Huafu shook his head and said, "You are still lacking compared to me." Fan Dash raised his wine bowl and smiled. "Then shall we drink together?" Everyone at the table raised their wine bowls and drank. On the way back to the Ning residence, Qin Pingon met a man in a scholarly robe, Gentleman Wang Zai. Wang Zai's words were concise and to the point. He asked about the sword cultivator Huang Zhou and also told Qin Pingon about the investigation at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. To put it simply, it was about Huang Zhou's death. The two sword immortals were not willing to investigate the hidden official's lineage that was in charge of such matters. However, whether Huang Zhou was a demon spy or not was not conclusive. At the very least, there was no conclusive evidence. Therefore, Qin Pingon might be able to get away with killing Huang Zhou, but the hidden official's bloodline as well as Wang Zai definitely wouldn't help him prove his innocence. In the future, Qin Pingon would have to bear all the slanderous rumors. At the end of his speech, Wang Zai also mentioned some of Huang Zhou's matters in the streets. He would be in charge of wrapping things up and taking care of the old and young. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Impartial? What?" Wang Zai said telepathically, "My teacher and Mr. Mao are old friends. They once traveled far to seek knowledge. Mr. Mao has always been unable to go to the Records of Rights Learning Palace to sharpen his knowledge. It is his life's regret." Qin Pingon understood and cupped his fists. Wang Zai could only return the gesture. Actually, this was not very appropriate. However, his previous thoughts might not escape the eyes of the hidden official and the two sword immortals, Zhou Xian and Luo Shan, so it did not matter. Wang Zai suddenly laughed. "I heard that Mr. Qin personally compiled and bound 100 sword immortal seal manual. One of the seals had the words, 'The sun shines in the day, the moon shines in the night.' I have a classmate who has the word 'you' in his name. I can give it to him." Wang Zai did not feel awkward calling the young man Mr. Qin. Qin Pingon laughed. "I've already informed Yanzhua. If Mr. Wang does not mind the smell of cosmetics in the silk shop, feel free to take it. If you find it troublesome, I'll have someone send it to Mr. Wang's study room. It's just a little bit of work. You don't even have to worry about it." Wang Zai smiled and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you. It would be even better if there is a signature." Qin Pingon said, "It's nothing." Wang Zai asked, "Do you know why I'm willing to do this? Actually, I can just keep silent. I'm already worthy of your friendship with Mr. Mao." Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't know." Wang Zai sighed. "It's good that you don't know." Wang Zai bid farewell and departed, his scholarly robes fluttering in the wind. Qin Pingon returned to the Ning residence. He first stood at the training ground for a while watching Ning Yao cultivate in the pavilion. Even if he only looked at it from afar, it was a beautiful picture. It was enough to make his mind happy. After that, he returned to his room. Qin Pingon continued to carve seals. The extremely rough 100 Sword Immortal Seal Manual would definitely need to be rebound in the future. The 100 Sword Immortal Seal Manual did not only have 100 seals. The 100 seals on the table had already been taken by Yanzhua to the shop. They were the treasures of the shop. The seals on the table were still mostly plain seals. There were very few engraved seals. For Qin Pingon, the matter of engraving seals, besides calming his mind, was also a kind of review of what he had learned. In addition, how to give away his knowledge in a few words, together with a seal made of ordinary materials, and make people take it away willingly, or even spend money to buy it. Could it be a small skill? It was actually very big. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were so many sages of the Sage of Rights and the Sage of Second Sages. They came and went, and some even died on the southern battlefield. Could it be that these righteous scholars did not wish for the Great Wall of Sword Qi to have the sound of books? However, everyone had their own difficulties and restrictions. In the end, they were unable to truly spread the teachings of Confucianism. Of course, Qin Pingon did not feel that he had the ability to do so. He could only do what was in front of him and what was at hand. Previously, Qin Pingon was not too willing to accept the private collection of seals from Dong Buji and a few friends. However, when Ning Yao nodded, he nodded. There were some things that one could not completely ignore just because one was high up in the clouds. Of course, Dong Buji deliberately mentioned this matter to Qin Pingon in front of Ning Yao. This was also a smart move on Dong Buji's part. Qin Pingon carved those few private jade seals in a proper manner, putting in a lot of effort in terms of elegance and cultured style. Since it was an honest business deal, it had to be fair to both the old and the young. Previously, when he was drinking with Dong Haitan at the shop, he said that his sister felt that it was a good deal. If there was a chance in the future, she would help to rope in business. However, Dong Haitan asked for a commission. Dong Huafu did not mind. He did not want his sister to run to the Ning residence so often. If she ran too often, who knew what kind of nonsense would be spread? The one to suffer would be Qin Pingon first. But in the end the one to suffer the most would definitely be Dong Huafu. Qin Pingon had been angered by Sister Ning. If he did not look for Dong Huafu to settle the score, who would he look for? It wasn't as if he didn't know how Qin Pingon dealt with Fan Dash. After being beaten up, Fan Dash was quite happy. Fan Dash might be a fool, but Dong Huafu wasn't. As the legitimate daughter of the Dong family, Dong Wui's friends were not stingy either. They agreed to give them to Qin Pingon as a gift for his cutting skills, and they really carved them into extremely small seals for Qin Pingon. They were about 10 square meters in size, but the seal characters were very dense. There were even more than 100 characters in 1 square meter. The material of these seals was not ordinary white jade, but the famous frost jade. Qin Pingon had to use the Flying Sword 15 as a carving knife to carve the characters. Of course, he would not give them as a gift for the silk and satin shop. The customers had to buy them with real money. 1 square meter was a small sum of money. Forgive me for not bargaining, but whether you want to buy or not. Perhaps it was because he felt that the rich women who visited the silk shop at the Great Wall of Sword Qi might not be able to understand the intricacies of the seal. The seal that seemed to repeat the words Tao observation 3 times would likely eat dust for a long time. Qin Pingon switched to a plain seal for carving. He engraved the words, "Flowers and Moon Reunion, Immortal Couple." Qin Pingon shook the seal and even lowered his head to blow at it. He weighed it in his palm and felt very satisfied. Just this cutting skill, and the meaning behind it was that if no one fought for this seal, his surname would not be Qin. The shop's business could not only be bought by women but also by men. Only then could it be considered his real ability as the second shopkeeper of the silk and satin shop. Therefore Qin Pingon pondered for a moment, whistled, and leisurely engraved a seal. There are beautiful women in the world, but they are ashamed to walk away from the 3 lanterns in the sky. Over at Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence, Zhu Mei and Jiang Guanqing lowered their heads and stood under the stairs of a gazebo. As for Yan LV and company, they did not dare smile. In the gazebo there was a youth playing chess by himself. His name was Lin Junbai. The chessboard and the chessboard were treasures that the youth carried with him. It was said that they were originally treasures of White Emperor City and later passed into Lin Junbai's hands. 2 of the chessboard jars had 2 inscriptions: "Everywhere God protects" and "Everyone, Everything, Heaven protects." The many black and white chess pieces on the chessboard were like 2 types of sword light. Each of them gave off sword chi of different colors. As the chessboard faced off against each other, sword chi crisscrossed on the chessboard. Every time Lin Junbai placed a chess piece on the chessboard, just the trajectory of the pieces that circled around the sword chi was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Lin Junbai actually did not reprimand the 2 of them. He only listened to the course of events and asked for some details. However, Zhu Mei and Jiang Guanqing were rather alarmed. It was very hard to imagine that Lin Junbai was actually a cultivator from the mountains. It was just that in a few short years his life had become too brilliant and dazzling. It made it very easy for others to overlook this youth's background as a commoner. Lin Junbai glanced at the chessboard and then at the chess manual by his side. He turned to the crowd and smiled. "There's no need to be nervous. The chessboard is still there. Everyone go and cultivate." 3 days later the 3 passed the 3 trials. Then Lin Junbai called out to someone. "Senior brother Bian, shall we play a game of chess?" The youth who had gone to the wine shop with Yan LV and company nodded. He walked into the gazebo alone and took a seat. Previously on the street after Qin Pingon's attack, he appeared the most sluggish. Unlike before, this young sword cultivator named Bian moved a chessboard jar to his side. Instead, he appeared rather languid. He propped up his chin with one hand and helped Lin Junbai collect the chess pieces into the jar. Unlike Lin Junbai, he did not deliberately circle around the sword chi. Instead, Bian chose to forcefully break through and collect the chess pieces. Lin Junbai was just about to speak. Bian grumbled. "You've already said it twice. Is my memory that bad? Just pretend to lose to Situ Weiran. Otherwise the Great Wall of Sword Chi will lose face. We will have endless trouble in the future. It will inevitably affect Yan LV and Zhu Mei's quiet cultivation." Lin Junbai smiled. "That's good." Bian said, "You won the first round without any suspense. But are you confident about Yan LV's second round?" Lin Junbai said, "I'm confident but not confident. If senior brother Bian is still in the Dragon Gate realm, there will be nothing to worry about. After our 2 rounds, The other party will probably not have the heart to find trouble with us. Bian mocked. I'm lucky and broke through quickly. Is that wrong? This Jindan Bian was the only sword cultivator who did not belong to the Shaoyuan Empire. He looked to be in his early 20s, but in reality he was about to reach his 30s. However, even at the age of 30, it was still a shocking matter to have reached the Jindan bottleneck. Lin Junbai's master was the imperial tutor of the 6th great empire in the world. Bian was an unnamed disciple of Lin Junbai's master. Lin Junbai did not know much about the true origins of this nameless, sea-viewing realm sword cultivator. His master was unwilling to say more. During their journey to Inverted Hanging Mountain, other than sword immortal Wuxia who had some inkling, even the old nascent soul cultivator did not know Bian's true cultivation level. As for Yen LV and the rest, they were even more unaware that there was a flood dragon swaying beside them. They were only happy to watch a joke. If Lin Junbai's greatest interest in this experiential learning was to find someone to play chess with, and at the same time, to witness the sword techniques of the left and right sword immortals, then Bian, who could only be considered half a senior brother, was here for the sword immortal Wei Jin, who was the most talented person in the sword Dao in the Aquarius continent. However, in the Plum Blossom Garden on Inverted Hanging Mountain, senior brother Bian seemed to have good fortune. He got along well with a lady who was in charge of the courtyard. And in his hometown Shaoyuan dynasty, Bian was only a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator. At most he had the title of imperial tutor's unnamed disciple. He was still like a fish in water and had endless opportunities. Sometimes, Lin Junbai even suspected that Bian was one of those legendary immortals who were born enlightened. Lin Junbai asked, I heard that Qin Pingon has an immortal weapon. He did not use it in his earth-shattering battle with Pang Yuanji. What was the outcome of your battle with him? Bian pinched a chess piece between his fingers and placed it on the stone table outside the chessboard. His 2 fingers closed together and casually rubbed the extremely precious snow-white chess piece here and there. He seemed to be angry with the chess piece. He said casually, cultivating the Dao, cultivating the Dao. In the end I have to compete with others. What's the point? Lin Junbai smiled slightly and grabbed a chess piece. Who's first? Bian was not in a hurry to play chess. He raised his head and asked, You know? Lin Junbai nodded. When you came back you were clearly injured. But you smiled more than usual and your voice was louder. I guessed it. Bian sighed. But the opponent is Zhou Xian. It's not shameful to lose, right? Lin Junbai nodded. It's not shameful to lose to Zhou Xian. But I don't think it's wise to go up and get beaten up. Bian was silent. Lin Junbai asked curiously, How many punches? Bian's chin twitched and he pointed at the chess piece he was holding. Lin Junbai was puzzled. 1 punch. Bian laughed angrily. You look down on your senior brother that much? 2 punches. 1 punch broke my flying sword, 1 punch made me dizzy. But to be honest, if I'm shameless, I can take a few more punches. Lin Junbai smiled and did not speak. Bian asked, Since Yen LV is not certain of victory, you don't have any other plans? Lin Junbai said, I had a plan in the beginning. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi had Guizhujiu in the 2nd round, I would have broken through on the spot. If the 3rd round was Gao Yeho or Sima Weiran, then I would have broken through. But after I settled down here I changed my mind. Because there's no need. If that's the case it will only benefit others. If Qin Pingon is present there will be a 4th round. I'm not my senior brother after all. I will definitely lose to Qin Pingon who has also fought 4 rounds. It will only make Qin Pingon more popular. Bian quipped, You care so much about Qin Pingon? Zhu Mei and the others running to the wine shop to crash into the wall was also your intention? Lin Junbai smiled. To be remembered by me, Lin Junbai, Qin Pingon should be happy. And Qin Pingon, who everyone was thinking about but did not know, was in a secret room in the Ning residence, starting to refine his 4th life source item. After the water word seal in the water residence, the 5-colored earth in the mountain temple, the wooden house god statue, it was the metal of the 5 elements. Finally, it was the fire of the 5 elements that he had not found a suitable life source item for. The water word seal was refined at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent, at the peak of the cloud sea of Old Dragon City. The 5-colored earth was refined near the estuary of the North Continent. The wooden house god statue obtained from the Taoist temple in the ruins of the immortal residence was refined on the island of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Now, the metal of the 5 elements that he was about to refine was a golden page. Accurately speaking, it was a Buddhist scripture. Regarding this matter, Qin Pingon had asked his senior brother whether it was appropriate or not. Left and right only said that a gentleman does not stab. There was nothing inappropriate about it. The cauldron was still the 5-color golden chamber stove that Qin Pingon obtained from Lu Yong, an old nascent soul cultivator from Tong Yizhou. It was of a very high quality, but because of Jiang Shangzhen, it was half sold and half given to Qin Pingon. Lu Yong once said, "Metal is indestructible, so it is a treasure." Therefore, this furnace was actually the most suitable material for refining. It was the metal of the 5 elements. In the secret room, many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were prepared. Outside the secret room, Nailan Yeshing sat cross-legged, responsible for guarding. On the other side of the dragon-slaying cliff pavilion, Bai Mama accompanied Ning Yao and chatted. The old woman smiled and said, "Don't worry, the heavens help the worthy. Our son-in-law is a righteous person and the heavens will help him. What's more, the son-in-law is knowledgeable. Although he is a Confucian disciple, he can travel far and walk in the world like a bodhisattva. Miss, you don't have to worry about this refining." Ning Yao was still a little worried, but she still smiled and said, "Bai Mama, don't say these words to him, he will be uncomfortable." The old woman deliberately said, "Is it about calling him son-in-law? At most, the son-in-law will be uncomfortable with words, but his heart is very comfortable." After being interrupted, Ning Yao felt a little better. She smiled and said, "If the refining is successful, I will accompany him to watch the 3 battles in 2 days." The old woman said, "Miss, you were not interested in these things before." Ning Yao said, "I'm not interested now, I just want to accompany him to relax." After a moment of silence, Ning Yao said, "Bai Mama, you may not see it, but Qin Pingon will be the most upset when refining the metal of the 5 elements." The old woman asked, "Is it the mood or the difficulty of the trials?" Ning Yao said, "Both." The old woman suddenly felt a little nervous, even more nervous than her own Mississippi. Ning Yao smiled and said, "Bai Mama, it's okay. Qin Pingon can always solve problems by himself. He has always been like this. If he knows that we are worried, he will be worried. Otherwise." Ning Yao looked at the martial arts practice field outside the pavilion. There is no suffering, he will be unable to chew and swallow. The old woman nodded and said, "That's good." Ning Yao took out a seal from her sleeve and handed it to the old woman. She whispered, "I stole it." The old woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After taking it, she looked at the seal and was in a daze. She carefully put it in her sleeve and couldn't hide her smile. Son-in-law's handwriting is really good. Especially those seal characters, they were very comforting. Her hair was stained with frost and snow, but she was still a beauty. Ning Yao shook her head. He said himself that his handwriting is very stiff. Except for the regular script, he only learned a little bit of the other cursive scripts. In the eyes of experts, it will only be a joke. However, it is more than enough to deal with these ordinary seals. Outside the secret room, Nailan Yeshing was a little confused. Why had 2 hours passed but Qin Pingon hadn't lit the furnace yet? In the secret room, Qin Pingon was still in a daze with his eyes closed. In the Yen family's splendid mansion, which had the words, "My family is rich," plastered all over the walls, Fatty Yenzhou was anxious and anxious. He had gotten the seal early and rushed home excitedly, but he was in a dilemma. He didn't dare to take it out and kept delaying it. Today, in the corridor outside his father's study room, he was hesitant and wandering. His father's study room had no door, just to make it easier for the Yen family head to come in and out. In fact, it didn't have to be like this. It was Yenzhou's father's decision to tear down the door. He said that he had lost his arms, but he didn't. Opening and closing the door with sword chi, was it fun? Yen Ming had already noticed his son's movements in the corridor. Such a fat man, his footsteps were loud. No matter how bad his cultivation was now, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. How could he not know? Yen Ming frowned and said, "If you don't want to enter the house, get out of here." Yenzhou was still in awe of his father. There was no other way. He had been beaten since he was a child. Later on, his father had probably completely given up. He was not even willing to beat or scold him, the only child of the Yen family. It was not until the last time when he carried Yanzua back home that the man started to treat his son a little better. Occasionally he would ask about Yanzua's progress in cultivation. After that, the woman whose greatest ability in life was to spoil her only son, was probably instructed to be strict with Yanzua for the first time. Whether it was cultivation, business, or making friends, she was very strict with Yanzua. Yanzua subconsciously wanted to get out of here obediently, but after a few steps he gritted his teeth, walked to the study room and crossed the threshold. Yanming was a middle-aged man who didn't smile. His two sleeves were empty. He was sitting on a chair. The desk in front of him was full of books. There was a little demon who was responsible for flipping the books. Yanming frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Yanzua took out the seal with trepidation and gently put it on the table. "Father, this is for you. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Yanming was stunned. The seal was made of ordinary material. He asked, "Are you short of money? Then you give me this." Yanzua's face turned red. He didn't even dare to explain anything. He lowered his head and quickened his steps, leaving the study room. After leaving the corridor, Fatty Yen felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In the study room, the obedient and docile little demon bounced to the seal. It squatted down and showed the bottom of the seal to its master. Yanming looked at it for a long time and suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm too strict with swear?" The little demon nodded vigorously. Yanming smiled and turned to look out of the window. There was a tall city wall in the distance. He didn't dare to climb the city wall with his sword, for fear of driving back the 3 moons. "Your father doesn't have this ability." The little demon blinked. It had served its master conscientiously for many years, but it had never seen such a smile. On the city wall, Gentleman Wang Zai had just sent a newly printed 100-sword immortal seal manual to the scholarly sage Yi Laolian who was guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was very rough and couldn't be compared to the vast world seal manual, let alone the one that was carefully collected by a scholarly family. The sage flipped through the pages and smiled when he saw something he liked. There were no mountains or rivers, but it was the highest city in the world, where the children were playing and the sword immortals were drinking. When the scholarly sage flipped to a page, he stopped what he was doing and nodded. Wang Zai looked over and saw that it was 300 frostfall persimmons. He smiled and said, "Maybe no one at the Great Wall of Sword Qi knows about this place for now." The scholarly sage smiled. "Then there's only one possibility. There will be people who have the time and money to buy books and check the origin of the seal." The Shao Yuan dynasty of the Central Continent was like the Zhuang dynasty of the Aquarius continent. Hence, there were many spectators for the Battle of the 3 Stages. The location was Xuanhu Street, where the rich and powerful families lived next to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason why it wasn't the Taixiang Street where Xianxia and Dong Huafu's families were at was because they didn't dare to. Even if both sides had the guts to choose this location, no one would come to watch. Fatty Yen stood on his tiptoes and looked around. Why isn't Brother Qin here yet? Dong Huafu was eating a huge biscuit. The things that young Master Dong bought were all accounted for by Xianxia and Yanzua. Fan Doc glanced at the entrance of a house. Xianxia patted his shoulder and Fan Doc smiled. "It's okay." At the 2 ends of the street stood the local sword cultivators led by Qi Shou and Gao Yi, as well as the foreign sword cultivators led by Yan Lv and Jiang Guanqing. They surrounded the young Lin Junbai. The boarder was still the most unassuming existence in the crowd. Gao Ye's sister, Gao Yuqing, would defend the first stage. Gao Yi, who didn't show up last time, was naturally here today. Pang Yuanji stood beside Gao Yi and was talking to the small Gao Yuqing about some things to take note of. It wasn't that Gao Yi didn't want to, but that his sister didn't like to listen to his nagging. Lin Junbai slowly walked forward. Gao Yuqing strode forward. Neither had any intention of using their flying swords. They gradually closed the distance between them. A group of Earth Immortal sword cultivators squatted on the steps of a mansion and laughed. "Gao girl, he's really handsome. He's good enough for you. As long as you beat him, carry him on your shoulders and run. Find a place where there's no one and you can do whatever you want." Gao Yuqing turned a deaf ear to him and focused on the youth who was getting closer and closer. Lin Junbai actually had the mood to leisurely look left and right, sizing up the rich mansions on both sides of Xuanhu Street. 2 sea-viewing sword cultivators. Just one sword was enough to determine the winner. Gao Yuqing was the first to use her flying sword. She tore through the air and disappeared in a flash. Lin Junbai's flying sword was the last to strike. Not only did it easily knock away Gao Youqing's flying sword, it also stopped in front of Gao Youqing's forehead. Gao Youqing's face was pale. The flying sword suddenly disappeared. Lin Junbai had already turned and left. Yan Lv took a deep breath and walked out of the crowd, brushing past Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai smiled at him. You can take your time to determine the winner. Yan Lv nodded heavily. There were many spectating sword cultivators on both sides of the street. There were no boos or curses. In a battle of the same level, the winner was determined in an instant. That was the opponent's ability. But that youth was asking for a beating. He was almost catching up to that wine shop's second shopkeeper. Who would come? That second shopkeeper and Ning Yao walked over side by side. They just happened to appear on Lin Junbai's side of the street. Lin Junbai looked at that green-robed man whose face was slightly pale and who seemed to be ill. He smiled and didn't look at him anymore. But the girl beside that person was said to be even more amazing. There were countless words of praise. Lin Junbai had heard a lot of it at the Plum Blossom Garden on Inverted Hanging Mountain. She was just a sea-viewing cultivator less than 10 years old. How was she amazing? A 20-something-year-old sword cultivator at the bottleneck of Jindan. She hadn't reached Yuanying yet, right? Even less so. She didn't seem to be invincible, right? Lin Junbai shook his head. He looked at her a few more times. He didn't even feel that she was very pretty. She was much worse than the Ning Yao of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in his imagination. Qin Pingon walked slowly with his hands in his sleeves. He turned his head and glanced at that youth, smiling. Watch your eyes. The entire street was filled with whistles. The Great Wall of Sword Qi never spared any effort in making fun of their own people. Especially that second shopkeeper. He wasn't a little girl like Gao Youqing. This guy was very thick-skinned. Earning money was even more against his conscience than fighting. Lin Junbai smiled. Are you talking about yourself? After Qin Pingon finished speaking, he didn't look at the youth anymore. Instead he looked at Bian, who was hiding in the crowd. Bian's expression was normal, but he was muttering inside. Had he given himself away at the wine shop? It couldn't be. Ning Yao pulled on Qin Pingon's sleeve. Qin Pingon stopped and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Ning Yao looked at him. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Therefore Ning Yao turned to Lin Junbai and said, "I told you to watch your eyes. Watch your eyes." Lin Junbai's mouth twitched. Then Ning Yao said something. The entire street fell silent instantly. Qin Sanqiu and Yan Zhuo looked at each other and saw the pity in each other's eyes. Therefore the two of them tried hard to hold back their laughter. Not only that, even the sword immortals guarding the city wall rushed over on their swords. They didn't even use the mountain view abijna. This was because Ning Yao said, "If you dare to break through at the last moment and use your sword at the Dragon Gate realm, I will suppress it at the Sea Viewing realm. If you break through again and use your sword at the Golden Elixir realm, I will suppress it at the Dragon Gate realm. Do you want to admit defeat now?" 592. Cultivators did not like the possibility of accidents. Lin Junbai especially did not like accidents happening around him. Yan Lv, Zhu Mei and Jiang Guanqing had company at the border. It was not an accident that they had gone to the wine shop to buy wine 3 days ago. Yan Lv's ancestor was familiar with the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Yan Lv's personality was sinister and he was good at stirring up trouble. Zhu Mei's martial aunt had her innate sword embryo shattered in the hands of a sword immortal many years ago. She was also deeply influenced by the secondary sage's knowledge and liked to fight for justice the most. She was straightforward and outspoken. Jiang Guanqing had an impulsive personality. He had endured all the way to the Inverted Hanging Mountain. With the three of them around, he wasn't afraid that Qin Pingon wouldn't make a move at the wine shop, nor was he afraid that Qin Pingon would be heavy-handed. Even if Qin Pingon disappointed him, was impatient, liked to show off his cultivation, and wasn't much better than Jiang Guanqing, he still had his senior martial brother to protect him at the border. And if Qin Pingon was heavy-handed, he would make many enemies. Therefore, outside the pavilion of the native sword immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence, Zhu Mei and company felt guilty. Even the proud Yan Lv felt uneasy. Lin Junbai was not angry at all. She needed to treat the chess pieces on her chessboard well. This was the teacher who had imparted knowledge to him and at the same time the master who had taught him the Tao. The imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty had taught Lin Junbai the first day he played chess. Humans and chess pieces were ultimately different. Humans had lives to live and they had daos to walk. They had emotions and desires. If you treated them as dead objects and played with them as you wished, you would not be far from death. As a matter of fact, Lin Junbai had treated Yan Lv and the others honestly and courteously all the way to the south. No matter who it was that asked him for advice on learning, swordsmanship or chess, Lin Junbai would tell them everything he knew. Along the way, Lin Junbai had a detailed understanding of the geniuses of the 8 continents outside the Central Plains, especially those with unique personalities. For example, Lin Su of the North Continent, Lu Yuzhou of the White Mountain Continent, and Ma Kuxuan of the Aquarius Continent. All of them had their merits. Looking at their lives, one could use them to temper one's Tao heart. However, Lin Junbai was caught off guard. It was like he was the only one on the chessboard. He could not borrow any dharma or take advantage of the situation. Only he and his intrinsic flying sword were in danger. Previously in Sun Jiyuan's residence, Lin Junbai had told the border guard that he didn't want to confront Qin Pingan so early because there was indeed no chance of victory. After all, he wasn't even 15 years old. If this was the case for Qin Pingan, it was even more so for Ningyao. Lin Junbai's confidence came from her future self. She compared herself to Qin Pingan and Ningyao today. Or it could be said that today's Lin Junbai was the same as 10 years ago's Qin Pingan and Ningyao. This was also the second lesson that Mr. Imperial Tutor had taught him. Those who were unwilling to admit defeat would die easily. Lin Junbai's mind spun rapidly. He hoped to find a surefire plan that could help him out of this predicament. As for why Lin Junbai was so against Qin Pingan, it was naturally because of the ripples caused by the battle between the 3rd and 4th ranks. Confucian students were most particular about heaven, earth, king, family and master. On the path of cultivation they were often the closest to their master. They would accompany each other for the longest time and have the deepest influence. Lin Junbai was no exception. Once he joined a certain Confucian lineage, he would often inherit the grudges of the past. His teacher had a deep grudge with that old elementary scholar. In the early years, the Xiaoyuan dynasty was the earliest dynasty in the Central Plains that spared no effort in banning the study of the sage of literature. However, whenever the old elementary scholar was mentioned in private, the imperial tutor, who had the potential to walk the path of the vice-chancellor of the academia, chancellor and vice-chancellor of the Confucian temple, did not hold much grudge against him. If one ignored his character and only talked about his knowledge, the imperial tutor would rather admire him. This made Lin Junbai even more unhappy. After saying those words, Ningyao did not say anything else. To her, Lin Junbai's choice was very simple. He would not use his sword and admit defeat. If he used his sword, he would still lose. He would suffer more. Therefore, Ningyao did not understand why there was so much to think about. Ningyao did not like this young man. Apart from his inability to control his eyes and his lack of speech, his thoughts were too heavy and impure. Sword cultivators pressed forward with indomitable will and purposely suppressed their opponents. Did he really not respect his natal flying sword at all? If the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had a lot of criticism towards the sword cultivator's flying sword, it could be understood as people of different paths could not work together. However, why was the sword cultivator himself not willing to show any sincerity? Therefore, after Lin Junbai used his sword and lost, Ningyao was prepared to say only one thing. Among the myriad of immortal methods in the world, only the flying sword was the most direct. If he did not use his sword and admitted defeat, then there was no need to say anything more. In truth, aside from Lin Junbai, Yan Lv, who was facing off against Lin Junbai on the street, was also very embarrassed. As for the second person guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Dragon Gate Realm Sword cultivator Lu Tiefu, he was naturally not embarrassed. Instead, he was very happy. The reason was very simple. He called himself the #1 person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and admired Ningyao. He grew up in the streets, but he was very thick-skinned. From the very beginning, he had done everything he could to sneak into the Ning mansion. For example, he wanted to become Nalin Yexing's unofficial disciple like Cui Wei. He also wanted to work as a guard in the Ning mansion. However, every time he met Ningyao on the street, Lu Tiefu's face would turn red, and he would lower his head, bend his back and run far away. He would do it all in one go. He would be satisfied just by looking at Ningyao from afar. He said that if he got too close to Ningyao, his face would turn pale and his palms would sweat. It would be easy for Ning Yao to dislike him. That was why Lu Tiefu loudly told Yan Lv that they would compete again once the dust settled. As for whether Yan Lv could understand his dialect, Lu Tiefu could not be bothered. He was already squatting on the ground and looking at Miss Ning from afar. He waved his hand a few times, probably wanting the young man beside Miss Ning to move away and not hinder him from admiring Miss Ning. Lu Tiefu admired Qin Pingon quite a bit, but even though he had defeated Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji, Lu Tiefu still felt that he was not worthy of Miss Ning. However, since Miss Ning liked him, he could only endure it. Even if he could not endure it, there was nothing he could do. He could not defeat Ning Yao, so he could only find an opportunity to go to the wine shop. After drinking, he carved his name and secretly wrote on the back of the nameplate, "Miss Ning, you have someone you like. I am very sad." As a result, the second time Lu Tiefu went to drink, he saw Qin Pingon standing at the entrance of the shop. He smiled and waved at him, saying that they should have a chat. Lu Tiefu did not say a word and ran away. He only dared to ask if his nameplate had been thrown away. When he learned that it had not, he felt that Qin Pingon was not bad. If the person Miss Ning liked was petty, it would be outrageous. Sword immortals rushed over from the city walls and landed on the walls of the mansions on both sides of the street. Not only that, there were clearly sword immortals flying over on their swords in the air between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the city. Lin Junbai had a calm expression. He cupped his fists at Ning Yao and said, "I was young and ignorant. I, Lin Junbai, admit defeat." Borderland heaved a sigh of relief. It was right not to draw his sword. If he did, Borderland would be worried that Lin Junbai, the future pillar of the Xiaoyuan dynasty's sword Dao, would collapse in a foreign country. When that happened, Lord Imperial Tutor would not let Borderland off easily. Unlike Lin Junbai's careful thinking, Borderland would not think too much. He would only choose one or two paths to see through. For example, there was a saying on the Great Wall of Sword Qi that Ning Yao was a type of sword cultivator and other sword cultivators were another type. Furthermore, Ning Yao had participated in many battles outside the city and had traveled the vast world alone at a young age. Ning Yao was definitely not a frog in a well with excellent aptitude. Therefore, when Ning Yao said this, it meant that Ning Yao was confident in her victory. Therefore, Borderland did not need to investigate Ning Yao's flying sword, its lethality, what kind of mystical ability she had, and what her realm was. There was no need. Ning Yao said, "Then what's the point of you coming to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to practice the sword?" Lin Junbai smiled and said, "There's no need for Sister Ning to worry. Junbai has his own path." Ning Yao frowned and said, "Take back your words." Lin Junbai said helplessly, "Are outsiders at the Great Wall of Sword Qi so careful with their words and actions? When Junbai draws his sword in the future, won't you be trembling with fear?" Ning Yao turned her head to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Don't worry about my opinion. Ning Yao is Ning Yao." Borderland took a step forward. He couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Junbai lose his footing. After all, he was still a young man. His so-called composure was more of a result of being influenced by the imperial preceptor for many years. For the time being, he was still imitating more and hadn't learned the essence. Moreover, there were many sword immortals watching the battle. The pressure on Lin Junbai was too great. Yan Lv, Zhu Mei and the rest could not tell, but Borderland knew very well that Lin Junbai was almost at the limit of his patience. Those who thought too much would not care about anything else once they made a move. After leaving the Xiaoyuan dynasty, Lord Imperial Tutor specially looked for him at Borderland to mention this matter. He hoped that half a disciple of Borderland would be able to stop his junior brother Lin Junbai at the crucial moment. His purpose was to help Lin Junbai win the game of chess without harming the foundation of his great Tao. This was because in the eyes of Imperial Tutor, this disciple of his, Lin Junbai, came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi not to practice the sword, but to cultivate his heart. Otherwise, Lin Junbai was an innate sword embryo. No matter where he cultivated the way of the sword, whether it was on the peak of a secluded mountain, in the mud of the marketplace, or in the court of Jianghu, there would not be much difference. The problem was that Lin Junbai was too conceited and did not know it. This was an extreme. It was inevitable that Junbai's swordsmanship would be better and there was no need to rush. However, Junbai's temperament had to be closer to the two words moderation. He must avoid going to the other extreme. Otherwise, his Dao heart would be covered in dust and his sword heart would shatter. It would be a disaster. Borderland was actually a little jealous of Lin Junbai. He was worthy of Imperial Tutor's careful guidance on the path of cultivation. Qin Pingon had a smile on his face. Almost at the same time he took a step forward with Borderland. He smiled at this fellow who was good at pretending to be ignorant. It was a pity that the other party was only at the level of pretending to be a son. He could not even be considered as a grandson. He was still lacking by quite a bit. In the previous conflict at the wine shop, this brother's performance was too obvious. It was not smooth enough. At the very least there was panic in his expression and eyes. He seemed to be flustered and did not seem to be skilled and natural enough. Going too far was as bad as falling short. At the very least it did not work on Qin Pingon's side. Ning Yao said, "When outsiders pass the 3 trials, you might think that we are bullying them, but in fact that is not the case. It is a form of respect for the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, so what if we lose 3 consecutive battles in 3 trials? To dare come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for training and to dare take a look at the wilderness is already sufficient to prove our identity as sword cultivators. However, since you have schemed on this matter and set the rules yourself, it is fine to scheme against the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In a battle, to be able to scheme against your opponent is your ability, Lin Junbai. After all, sword cultivators speak with their swords. A win is a win." The spectating sword immortals nodded inwardly. Most of them smiled knowingly. Most of the native sword immortals had been young before. They had personally defended the 3 trials. Instead it was a few young sword cultivators who looked at each other. After hearing Ning Yao's words, they realized that they had such noble character and unquestionable integrity. That's not right. Our original intention was to beat the crap out of those outsiders, right? Just like Qi Shou's group and Pang Yuanji, who was supposed to join in the fun, teamed up to beat up the second shopkeeper. At first we treated it as a joke. As for the black-hearted and stingy second shopkeeper who won in the end, that was of course another matter. But in that case Ning Yao was not wrong. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had no grudges against the truly strong martial artists, regardless of where they came from. More or less they were willing to be respectful. Sword immortals, there was the King Alliance, whose sword techniques were beyond the clouds, and the small Aquarius continent's carefree Wei Jin. Young people, there was the immortal Chao Xiai, and then there was the shameless Qin Pingon. Lin Junbai took a deep breath. "Do you really want me to use my sword to fight before you stop? What I said earlier was just a formality. I hope that you will use your sword because you are an eyesore." Ning Yao said, "Since you say that you are young and ignorant, then I will suppress my cultivation level to be lower than yours. If you don't dare to use your sword, then how will you dare to use your sword against Gao Yuqing?" Here Ning Yao turned to look at the young girl standing between Gao Yeho and Pang Yuanji, her eyes red and swollen. "What are you crying for? Go home and cry." Gao Yuqing actually did not have any tears on her face, but she was still so frightened that she quickly wiped her face. At the border, she knew that something was wrong and was about to take action. But when she saw Qin Pingon's eyes, she hesitated for a moment. Lin Junbai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. On the street, on the 2 sides of the gate and the top of the wall, there were flashes of sword light. In the next moment, Lin Junbai seemed to be in the middle of a flying sword formation. Dozens of life origin flying swords, that looked like they were personally created by sword immortals of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals, surrounded the young Lin Junbai. The sword intent was pure, the killing intent was dense, there were no signs of imitation. Every flying sword that hovered around Lin Junbai pointed at different points, but without exception, they all pointed at the most important acupuncture points for Lin Junbai's cultivation. But this was not the thing that made Lin Junbai's back shiver and his guts shatter. The scene that made the young man feel the most despair was the flying sword that hovered 10 feet in front of him, the tip of the sword pointed at his forehead. Lin Junbai's life origin flying sword was called Slaying Flood Dragon. And the flying sword in front of him was precisely Slaying Flood Dragon. Lin Junbai's life origin flying sword naturally resided in his natal acupuncture point. The flying sword in front of him was obviously an imitation flying sword, but apart from Lin Junbai being unable to communicate with it mentally, its aura, sword chi and spirit intent were exactly the same as his own life origin flying sword. Lin Junbai even suspected that this imitation flying sword that should not have appeared in the mortal world might really have the ability to slay flood dragons. Not to mention Lin Junbai, Even Qin Pingon only now understood why Ning Yao had casually said when they had chatted before, "My cultivation level is not that important to me." It was just a pity that Ning Yao had never liked to discuss his cultivation with Qin Pingon. Most of the time he would patiently listen to Qin Pingon talk about those trivial matters. At most, he would slap away the hand that Qin Pingon had furtively extended towards him. After Lin Junbai's greatest despair, there was actually an even greater despair. It was said that Ning Yao had summoned so many flying swords of unknown depths, especially those that could imitate his own life origin flying sword. Trapping him with dozens of offensive flying swords was already shocking enough. Then on Ning Yao's side, there were dozens of flying swords that formed a formation. With the swords guiding each other, he used some unknown ability to create a veritable mini-world. Ning Yao, who had suppressed his cultivation level to the sea-viewing realm, was within it just like that. It was true that he was at the sea-viewing realm, but what kind of sea-viewing realm was this? Not to mention Lin Junbai, even if his senior brother was at the bottleneck of Jindan, would it be easy for him to use his flying sword to break open a mini-world? Ning Yao said indifferently, "Draw your sword." Lin Junbai's expression was dazed. He did not draw his sword, asking with a trembling voice, "Why is it that this is clearly a swordsmanship, but it can reach the acme of perfection?" Ning Yao said, "Before all the techniques in the world were swordsmanship. Don't you know this? Don't tell me you think that the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would only use their swords and flying swords to smash into the battlefield?" Ning Yao looked at the youth and shook his head. He withdrew his flying swords in the mini-world around him. The dozens of flying swords around Lin Junbai also vanished. Bian shouted softly, "Don't." Bian took a step forward. He no longer cared about hiding his cultivation level. He had to stop Lin Junbai from recklessly summoning his life origin flying sword. It was not that Qin Pingon did not sense the youth's sinister intentions. He still did not move. His hands were folded in his sleeves, peacefully leaving the battlefield to Ning Yao. Ning Yao's cultivation level was the highest among his generation. Was it not the same for his many battles and great military achievements outside the city? A small and exquisite sword formation appeared in front of Ning Yao. Guided by golden light, Lin Junbai's flying sword that had suddenly appeared, slaying Flood Dragon, was firmly trapped within. Not only that, the dozens of flying swords that had previously flashed around Lin Junbai shot out like arrows, simultaneously piercing through dozens of acupoints on Lin Junbai's body. Then they suddenly stopped, their tips pointing outwards while their hilts pointed towards the youth. Among them was the slaying Flood Dragon replica. It flashed past Lin Junbai's forehead and stopped a zhong behind the youth. A speck of blood condensed at its tip. Lin Junbai was bathed in blood and tottered on the verge of collapse. Lin Junbai stared fixedly at Ning Yao, who seemed to have become a sword immortal long ago. Two specks of golden light abruptly lit up in the depths of the eyes of the youth, who was undoubtedly going to lose and should admit defeat. They were actually two life origin flying swords that had been hidden and nurtured in his eyes for many years. This meant that Lin Junbai was no different from Qishou, having 3 Xiantian flying swords. However, the dozens of flying swords of the lightly injured youth drew out arcs of sword light of various colors. The tips of the swords converged and gathered in front of Lin Junbai's eyes. Lin Junbai did not move at all. However, the youth's Yin spirit had left his body. He took a few steps to the side and held a long sword in his hand, about to strike at Ning Yao. Ning Yao similarly did not move. He also had a Yin spirit with an ethereal figure. He held a half-immortal weapon that had long been refined into his life origin item. He did not even look at Lin Junbai's Yin spirit and held his sword with one hand. The tip of the sword was already pressed against the youth's forehead. Ning Yao's true body said slowly, "It's harder for me to resist killing you than to kill you casually. Therefore you must cherish your life." It was only at this moment that Lin Junbai understood what Mr. Imperial Tutor meant when he said that they were both geniuses, but there was still a difference between heaven and earth. Lin Junbai was bathed in blood. His eyes were gloomy and his heart was like a piece of wood. In order to express his sincerity, the boarder did not deliberately speed things up. He strode to Lin Junbai's side and pressed down on the youth's shoulder, saying solemnly, "How can there be no victory or defeat in a game of chess?" Lin Junbai's eyes regained some of their former brilliance. A sword immortal spectating the battle laughed. "It's not fun at all. Even though Ning Yao is pressuring the border, she still held back most of her strength. A sword immortal friend by the side said, "That's enough. If we were at the age of that youth with water in his head, we would probably be even more useless." Sword immortal Tao Wen suddenly said, "It's probably because he drank too much of Qin Pingan's wine." Many sword immortals and sword cultivators agreed. An old sword immortal at the immortal realm laughed. "Ning Yao, my horizontal star dipper isn't a good imitation. It's still lacking. Why? Are you looking down on my intrinsic flying sword?" An old sword immortal who was spectating the battle from his own residence on Great Elephant Street sneered, "That crappy sword of yours isn't good to begin with. Every time you fight you only care about your head. What's the use of imitating it?" Lu Tiefu wiped his eyes and was extremely excited. As expected of Miss Ning, who he only dared to watch from afar and secretly admire. She was too strong. Qin Pingan held his hands in his sleeves and said to Lin Junbai openly, "Victory or defeat is a trivial matter to you. Face is just a minor matter. Besides, how much of a loss can you make my Ning Yao use her sword? So don't pretend in front of me. If you gain something, happily accept it and keep it well. Go home and be happy. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Then Qin Pingan laughed at the border. "You worried about him for nothing." Lin Junbai turned a deaf ear to it. He withdrew his Yin spirit and cupped his fists, bowing, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Ning. Junbai will never forget it." Ning Yao withdrew her sword-wielding Yin spirit and said, "Up to you. I don't remember who you are anyway." Then Ning Yao looked at Yan Lv and Lu Tiefu on the street and frowned. "Still watching the show?" Lu Tiefu jumped up. "Damn, Miss Ning actually looked at me for the first time. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous." Yan Lv felt that whether he fought or not, it didn't seem interesting. Winning would be boring. Losing would be embarrassing. It was likely that no matter how the two sides fought to the death, not many people would be interested in watching. After the woman stopped, the sword immortals had already left in groups on their swords. Each of the high and mighty immortals seemed to be quite happy when they left. Lin Junbai turned and left, swaying. His opponent's sword didn't hurt his cultivation foundation. He just looked a little miserable. As for the outcome of this battle, it was just as that guy said. Ning Yao proved that her sword Dao was indeed too high. She didn't hurt Lin Junbai's Dao heart too much. Of course, there would be an impact. For the next few years, it would probably be like a haze shrouding Lin Junbai's sword heart, like an invisible mountain suppressing the lake in his heart. However, Lin Junbai believed that he could dispel the haze and move the mountain. Only Qin Pingan's words outside of the battle disgusted him. It made Lin Junbai feel very depressed. The boarder took the lead and walked to Lin Junbai's side. Lin Junbai's face was pale. He laughed softly. "I'm fine. I can afford to lose." The boarder turned to look at the green-robed young man who was asking for a beating. He felt a little strange. This Qin Pingan was different from the white-robed Chao Ci who was asking for a beating. Chao Ci's martial arts were magnificent. Being close to her was like looking up at a mountain. Therefore, even if Chao Ci didn't say anything, she gave others the misconception that, "You really can't beat me. I advise you not to attack." However, Qin Pingan seemed to have, "You can definitely beat me. Why don't you give it a try?" written on his forehead. The boarder couldn't help but sigh. Had he met a senior who was on the same path? When Lin Junbai and the boarder left, Jiang Guanqing and the rest followed. Lin Junbai didn't forget to nod at a golden core sword cultivator. The latter nodded in return. Zhu Mei was still unwilling to leave. She left 5 or 6 people behind to stay with her. After all, there were still 2 more stages to pass. Zhu Mei's mood was a bit strange. That extremely powerful Ning Yao, she had only seen Ning Yao use her sword once and her overwhelming admiration had spontaneously arisen. But why would Ning Yao like the man beside her? When it came to the matters of love between a man and a woman, just how stupid was Fairy Ning? Qin Pingan and Ning Yao walked to Yen's side. After Ning Yao appeared, no one dared to cheer, boo, or whistle for her on the way. No wonder there was a saying on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So what if Ning Yao used her sword? It was useless to be a level higher than her. This made Qin Pingan both happy and aggrieved. Why was he the only one who was disliked? There were many bastards who were drinking at the table or eating pickled vegetables on the side of the road. Many of them called him brother. Stack Zhang was in high spirits as he whispered to Ning Yao. Qin Pingan rubbed his chin with his palm. He turned to ask Fan Dash. Fan Dash was a little flustered. What now? Qin Pingon asked sincerely. What do you think of me as a person? Fan Dash carefully glanced at Ning Yao on the side and nodded vigorously. Very good. Qin Pingon humbly asked for advice. Is there anything that needs to be improved? I'm a person who loves to hear others speak frankly about my shortcomings. Fan Dash shook his head. No. Ning Yao smiled and nodded. Fan Dash almost cried. So if he didn't say anything good, Miss Ning would really take it to heart. Miss Ning, you didn't seem to be this kind of person before. On the street, Yan Lv and Lu Tiefu started the second stage battle. Compared to Lin Junbai and Gao Yuqing, the two sword xiu of Sea Viewing Realm, the two fought back and forth, using one technique after another. Qin Pingon watched with rapt attention. Xianxia was puzzled. Do you need to watch so attentively? Qin Pingon nodded and carefully sized up the complicated trajectories of the flying swords. He smiled. Other than you friends, I first view you as my enemy. Fan Dash was hesitant and asked tentatively, am I also a friend? Qin Pingon subconsciously withdrew his gaze and looked at Fan Dash. Of course. Fan Dash gathered his courage and said, friends are friends but not as good as Sanchio and the others, right? Otherwise, when you talk to me you don't have to deliberately look at me. Qin Pingon couldn't help but be startled. He didn't deny it and smiled. You're a big man. Why are you so meticulous? Other than Ning Yao, everyone looked at Qin Pingon with a smile. Fan Dash quietly moved forward and gave Qin Sanchio a light elbow with a forced smile. 5 snowflakes for a pot of wine, I understand. Qin Sanchio said angrily. What do you understand? Qin Pingon suddenly said, Deche in the future follow Sanchio to the Ning mansion. We'll take turns to fight you and exchange pointers with you. Remember, if you really break through your realm you can go to the wine shop to drink and howl a few times. That pot of wine for 5 snowflakes will be my congratulatory wine for you. Fan Dash was stunned and didn't speak. Qin Sanchio stepped on the back of Fan Dash's foot. Only then did Fan Dash come back to his senses. He grunted and said no problem. In the second stage, as Qin Pingon expected, Yan Lv won by a small margin. Lu Tiefu didn't lose too badly. Boos rose from both sides of the street. The thick-skinned Lu Tiefu grinned and cupped his fists to thank the sword immortals for watching the battle. In the third stage, Situ Weiran was in charge of guarding it. His opponent was an Aurus core sword immortal called Jin Zhenming. He had just broken through and became an earth immortal sword immortal not long ago. He was in his 30s and was an extremely famous prodigy of the Shaoyuan dynasty. However, in this trip to the south, all of his glory was overshadowed by Lin Junbai, Yan Lv's talent in the way of the sword, and Zhu Mei and Jiang Guanqing's illustrious family backgrounds. Moreover, Jin Zhenming wasn't the type of sword immortal who liked to show off. Even though he knew that he was Lin Junbai's only abandoned pawn, he didn't feel much resentment in his heart. To be able to compete with the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the true genius Q-sword Jin Zhenming, who was the oldest among his peers, had no regrets. This time he followed the group of young geniuses to the inverted hanging mountain and stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden before coming to the Great Wall of Sword Qi's sword immortal son's residence. Jin Zhenming followed Lin Junbai's arrangements without delay. However, he had many small plans of his own, all of which were related to the sword. Therefore, although there was no suspense to the outcome of this battle, it was most like a proper Q-sword battle. Situ Weiran also didn't purposely use her sword to speed things up. She only treated this battle as a form of training. Therefore, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jin Zhenming withdrew his sword and admitted defeat. Situ Weiran, who had always been proud and arrogant, had a rare smile on her face as she returned the salute after sheathing her sword. Actually, in the battle of the 3 stages, Lin Junbai's side had returned victorious. However, at this point no one on Lin Junbai's side felt that they had won at all. After the 3 stages ended, the spectating sword immortals on the streets dispersed. Many people directly went to the wine shop on the other side of the mountain range. They had watched an extra round of the battle just now. Today's dishes were very appetizing. They tasted much better than those plates of salty pickled vegetables. However, now that they had a bowl of free Yangchun noodles, they could only bear with the second manager. Ning Yao didn't go to the wine shop to join in the fun. She said that she wanted to go back to cultivate. She only reminded Qin Pingon that he was injured and should drink less. Yenzhua asked, "What happened?" Qin Pingon replied with a smile in his heart, "I've been refining my natal item these few days and there's been a little trouble." Yenzhua didn't probe further. Xianxia didn't say anything either. Previously there seemed to be a phenomenon in the Ning manor. Ordinary sword immortals would not know about it, but it had alarmed Patriarch Qin Shi. Back then Xianxia, who was practicing his sword, was baffled. He didn't know why the Patriarch would appear. The Patriarch only said a few words to Xianxia in a joking manner. The old monk on the prayer mat, who had been dozing off on the city wall for many years, probably opened his eyes to take a look. 593. Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence was no different from the wealthy families of the vast world. However, in order to make it similar, the amount of immortal money spent was a shocking figure. Sun Jiyuan sat on a bamboo mat that nearly filled the entire corridor. The four corners of the mat had exquisite paperweights of different materials. Middle-earth sword immortal Wuxia stood by the side with a solemn expression. Sun Jiyuan smiled. "It's not Lin Junbai's fault for having a bad start. It's your fault for choosing a bad name. It's summer and you ended up with Wuxia. Won't you implicate Lin Junbai?" Wuxia said helplessly, "He shouldn't have offended Ning Yao." Sun Jiyuan smiled. "Isn't that obvious? How many sword immortals were there? 30? Including those who didn't show themselves. It's been a long time since we had such a lively scene." Wuxia sighed. "If such a woman could marry into the Xiaoyuan dynasty, it would be a great blessing. Our dynasty's sword Dao's providence might even increase by a whole new level." Sun Jiyuan sneered. "Stop dreaming. Lin Junbai is already considered your Xiaoyuan dynasty's sword Dao's providence. So what? You don't even have the chance to be remembered by our Ning Yao. Besides, Ning Yao had once left the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone and walked through many continents of the vast world. No one could stop her. That's why if you don't have the ability to take care of yourself, don't blame Ning Yao for having high standards." Sun Jun suddenly exclaimed, "That imperial tutor of your Xiaoyuan dynasty wouldn't really have the heart to have Lin Junbai come here to poach him, right? Does Lin Junbai know that?" Wuxia was silent. Sun Jun no longer had a joking expression as he said solemnly, "If that's the case, I advise you to dispel that thought and kill Lin Junbai immediately. There are some matters where Xiaoyuan dynasty's imperial tutor's reputation is greater than a sword immortal's life and great Dao. Once Lin Junbai, this greenhorn, doesn't know the severity of the situation, there's no need for Ning Yao to act. Just that Qin Pingon's scheming methods alone is enough to make Lin Junbai's group, along with that border, suffer the consequences." Wuxia turned around and asked in confusion, "I've heard of some of this young man's deeds. I'm not surprised that the young people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are wary of him. But why would a sword immortal like you think so highly of him?" As for some of the inside stories, even though sword immortal Wuxia and Sun Jiyuan had been through life and death situations together, Sun Jiyuan would not say too much about it. Therefore sword immortal Wuxia decided not to delve into it. Sun Jiyuan sat cross-legged and flipped his palm, causing a wine cup to appear. With just a light shake, the cup produced fine wine on its own. This cup was the #1 favorite of all drunkards in the world, and it was even better than the liquor worm. This was because this cup was called Wine Spring. Unless one drank non-stop all day long and drank 50 kilograms in one go, then this small wine cup was simply a large wine jar that could be drunk endlessly and could not be emptied. Therefore there were only a total of 3 cups in the Great Wall of Sword Qi which had countless drunkards. One was in Sun Jiyuan's hands and the other was in Yan Ming's hands. However, ever since this sword immortal lost both his arms and his realm dropped, he seemed to have stopped drinking. The last cup was in the hands of the old sword immortal from the Qi family. In history, the Great Wall of Sword Qi once had as many as 5 wine spring cups. However, back then a certain person set up a gambling house and he cheated a pair of them. Now it was unknown whether they returned to the vast world or were directly brought to the heavens beyond the heavens. After obtaining them, he even glorified it by saying that good things come in pairs, making them husband and wife. Otherwise it would be too pitiful to be alone like the owner. Sun Jun drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, and the wine in the cup gushed out like a spring. Sun Jun filled his own cup and smiled. "Wuxia, what do you think a powerful person should look like?" Wuxia shook his head and said, I've never thought about this and I'm too lazy to think about it. Therefore I implore Sword Immortal Sun to speak clearly. Sun Jian twirled the wine cup between his fingers. Staring at the tiny ripples in the cup, he slowly said, let the good people feel that this person is a good person. Let the enemies, regardless of whether they are good or bad, regardless of their standpoint, be willing to admit that this person is a good person in the depths of their hearts. Wuxia thought for a long time and nodded. Terrifying. Sun Jiyuan shook his head. That's not the scariest part. Wuxia frowned. What do you mean? Sun Jun said slowly, what's more frightening is that this person is really a good person. My heart sees the world in this way and the world sees me in this way. Very interesting. Unfortunately, the seal that Sun Jiyuan had taken a fancy to had vanished without a trace. It was unknown which sword immortal had secretly taken it. Sun Jiyuan suddenly laughed involuntarily. He shot a glance into the distance with a cold gaze. What a bunch of chicks. Lin Junbai is fine since he's smart. It's a pity that he met that last Ning. Even if that Qin Pingon deliberately made it clear and secretly rejoiced after taking advantage of her, it's fine as long as he doesn't pretend to be obedient. As for the rest, that Jiang something is your direct disciple, right? Why did he come to our Great Wall of Sword Qi to play? It's fine if there's no war, but if there's really a war, are you going to deliver your head to those howling beasts? As a sword immortal, aren't you mentally tired? Or is it that your Xiaoyuan dynasty has such an atmosphere now? I remember that you, Wuxia, didn't come here with others. You weren't like this, right? Wuxia did not say a word. After a moment of silence, he said, Imperial Tutor has ordered that even if the war begins, they are not to leave the city. Sun Jian smacked his forehead and drank the wine in his cup to drown his sorrows. He lamented, this place of mine stinks. Sword Immortal Wuxia, it's really Wuxia. So it's me, Sun Jun, who has been harmed the most by you. Wuxia was a little apologetic, but he did not say anything. There was no need to be polite with his good friend, Sun Jun. However, this junior nephew of his was one of the 10 of the Central Plains. He had been famous for a long time in the Xiaoyuan dynasty. He could not help but wonder if his name, Wuxia, was really effective. At the pavilion, Lin Junbai had already changed into a set of robes. He had regained his normal expression. He was still fresh and had the demeanor of a young immortal. Border, who had already revealed his traces, was sitting on the steps. He was probably the only sword cultivator with a frown on his face. This was because the rest of the youths were all furious. They were cursing and swearing. The remaining few were saying some words of consolation that they thought were fair. They did not even know the meaning of guarding the 3 passes. Border really did not know why these children had come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Did their elders not teach them before they left? Or was it that the reason why they were insensible was because their elders did not know how to conduct themselves? They only knew that when they came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Was that why they had developed a rebellious mentality? As for the wilderness and the ferocity of the demon race that attacked the city, no one knew what it was. Border was even certain that the enemies in their minds, including Lin Junbai, were only sword cultivators of the same age at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for the wilderness and the demon race, they did not care at all. Border himself was still fine. This was because when he was roaming the Dawnflow continent, he had personally experienced the brute strength and tough physique of a nascent soul demon. He and a nascent soul sword cultivator had worked together and attacked countless times. However, they were still unable to truly harm the demon's core. They could only rely on another Jindan sword cultivator to support them. Only then were they able to trap and kill the demon and torture it to death. The 3 passes were difficult to cross. Even the Great Wall of Sword Qi hoped that these foreign sword cultivators would be more vigilant and know that every battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not easy to win. At the same time, they reminded the foreign sword cultivators, especially those who were young and inexperienced, that once the battle began, they should obediently stay on the city walls. They should only use a little strength and control their flying swords. They should not act impulsively and rush down the city walls to the battlefield. Many sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi acted rashly. They would not deliberately restrain themselves, nor could they be distracted too much. As for the foreign sword cultivators who came purely to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to hone their swordsmanship, the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not reject them. As for whether they could truly gain a foothold in the Great Wall of Sword Qi or obtain the favor of a sword immortal and be willing to be imparted with superior swordsmanship, it all depended on their own abilities. How old is Junbai now? How old is Ningyao? He had an unfair advantage and even used words to oppress others. Is this the number one person among the younger generation on the Great Wall of Sword Qi? In my opinion, even if the sword immortals here have great killing power, their tolerance is the size of a needle's eye. That Ningyao clearly knows that the people from the Great Wall of Sword Qi won't be able to take advantage of us in the Battle of the Three Stages. So she deliberately did this to force Junbai to use his sword. That's why she's so overbearing and aggressive. Yes. And those sword immortals who are watching the battle all have ulterior motives. They purposely put pressure on Junbai. Jiang Guanqing sneered. In my opinion, that Ningyao did not put any pressure on Junbai at all. It was all a facade. She wanted to use underhanded means to win against Junbai, so as to protect her pitiful reputation. If Ningyao is like this, how good can Peng Yuanji, Qi Shou, Gao Yeho, these sword cultivators who are barely of the same generation as us be? As expected of a land of barbarians. The border guard rubbed his temples. He had a headache. Fortunately, Lin Junbai frowned and reminded him. Jiang Guanqing. Be careful with your words. Only then did Jiang Guanqing shut up. However, his expression was still indignant. In the crowd, Zhu Mei was silent. The Jindan sword cultivator Jin Zhiming did not speak either. Zhu Mei thought of Gao Yuqing, who had lost the first round. She frowned and cried as she stood silently beside Gao Yeho and Peng Yuanji. She also thought of Lu Tiefu, who had been booed by the sword cultivators who were watching the battle after losing. That young Lu Tiefu could still smile cheekily as he cupped his fists in thanks amidst the jeering. Jin Zhenming thought of Situ Weiran, who had returned the greeting with a smile after winning against her. She also thought of Ningyao's appearance. The atmosphere on the street suddenly turned solemn. It was not as simple as watching the show with bated breath. So what if he won against Qi Shou and Peng Yuanji? He is the last disciple of the sage of literature. His senior brother is the great sword immortal's right-hand man. Day after day, month after month, he has received the great sword immortal's careful guidance. Relying on his master's literary lineage, he has received so many treasures from others. Is this ability considered as ability? If Junbai had another 10 years, Qin Pingon would probably not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Junbai. The border guard wailed in his heart. My dear lady, you can't say such things just because you like our Junbai. Lin Junbai shook her head. Qin Pingon is not simple. He is not as bad as you say. Lin Junbai then laughed. If my opponent is too weak, doesn't that mean I am mediocre? After hearing this, the young man in the girl's eyes was really good. The border guard made up his mind to never get involved in the foolish matters of these young masters and young ladies. Do whatever you want. I won't serve you anymore. But to be honest, the border guard had not served them much. He had just watched them make a fool of themselves along the way. The only fortunate thing was that Lord Imperial Tutor, who was half a master to him, had said that these fellows would not participate in the war. Once the war between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the demons began, they would immediately return to the Upside-Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden and then return to the Central Divine Continent. It would be best if they did not even stay in the South Swirling Continent. The border guard rubbed his face with both hands, muttering in his heart, "You can't see me, you can't see me." But Jiang Guanqing did not let him go. He said excitedly, "So senior brother border has been hiding the deepest. That Qin Pingon is clearly very nervous about whether senior brother border will act." The border guard had a helpless expression. "Can't you be completely blind?" With Jiang Guanqing's words, the window paper was broken. Instantly there was a flurry of discussion. The border guard listened to the sincere flattery, but he was not happy at all. When he thought of that smiling young man with his hands behind his sleeves, the border guard felt uneasy. He felt that things were not so simple. The border guard ignored the flattery of those fellows as well as the scheming comments. He turned to look at Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai smiled. "I will take note." The border guard heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it now, Lin Junbai had actually chosen the earliest plan. He had broken through 2 realms, using his own strength to fight 3 people consecutively at the Sea Viewing Realm, Dragon Gate Realm and Golden Core Realm respectively. That seemed to be the best choice. Perhaps in the eyes of the spectating sword immortals, they would have a better impression of Lin Junbai. They would not look at Lin Junbai as a joke and lean towards Ning Yao. Even if he gave Qin Pingan a chance to win a fourth battle, so what? Even if Lin Junbai lost, he would still win. The more he fought to his heart's content, the more favorable his impression of him would be. It was the same principle as Qin Pingan's fight with Pang Yuanji. If he could make Ning Yao directly attack and not Qin Pingan, who seemed to be picking up scraps, Lin Junbai would naturally win more. But this was just an if. The border guard was not stupid enough to ask his junior brother if he regretted it. He also would not tell the border guard that it's meaningless to compete with others. It was to remind him that Lin Junbai had to compete with himself. Because if he said it, he would become enemies. The sun shone high in the sky during young man Qin Pingan did not drink at the wine shop. He did not know how much scolding he had received. He took a stool to the corner of the street and explained the origin of the 24 solar terms to the newly added children. He talked about a few proverbs from his hometown like, young man is dissatisfied, washing dishes without water, wheat is in danger. He did not forget to occasionally show off something he pieced together from different places like, young man is young and tender, smiling at night and dreaming of the shepherd's purse wheat fragrance. Unfortunately, the children today were not interested in literacy or the 24 solar terms. As for Qin Pingan's sarcastic words, they could not understand them at all. They chattered and asked about the fairy sister, Ning Yao, who had made an exception to use her sword on Xuanhu Street. They wanted to know what had happened. Qin Pingan held the bamboo stick in his hand and waved it around. He talked about it in a deluge of heavenly flowers. The brat named Le Kong, whose father was the cook who helped the wine shop make Yangchun noodles, was very impressive every time he came home. He even dared to speak unyieldingly in front of his mother. This child still loved to undermine him. He asked how many Qin Pingan it would take to defeat Sister Ning Yao. Qin Pingan was stumped. Then he rolled his eyes at the children in disdain. The brat Feng Kong shook his head and patted Qin Pingan's knee. He said like an old man, Qin Pingan, you always come to our place and wander around. You don't practice your martial arts or swordsmanship. I think Sister Ning Yao will despise you for being useless sooner or later. So what if you beat Pang Yuanji? Look at how proud you are. You just like to pretend to be a big shot here. You can't be like this. The children at the side all nodded. Qin Pingan placed the bamboo stick on his knee and stretched out his hands to press Kong Li's cheeks. He said with a smile, shut up. The brat reached out to hit Qin Pingan. Unfortunately, his hands were short and he couldn't reach him. There was a youth who was squatting at the outermost corner. He remembered the disturbance from before and said with a mischievous smile, Kong Lu, speak louder. I Qin Pingan, am the disciple of the sage of literature. I can't hear you clearly. Immediately there was an earth-shattering roar of laughter. Nowadays there were many rumors about this second shopkeeper. Qin Pingan said with a smile, I see that you kids are young. Otherwise I would beat you one with a punch, kick you two with a kick and run you all away with a sword. Feng Kong Lu rubbed his cheeks, raised his butt and stretched his neck. Oh no, the most beautiful girl in the world from Yanmu Alley was indeed standing not far away looking at him. What to do? At first he relied on Qin Pingan's stories to make her agree to be his wife once when they were playing house. Later he relied on Qin Pingan to explain the meaning of the name of the alley where she lived. Then he went to tell her again. Now that he saw her on the road, although she still didn't talk to him much, but her eyes were blinking. Wasn't she greeting him? This was what Qin Pingan told him after he heard about it. It made him so happy that he rolled around in his blanket every night before he went to bed. Therefore Feng Kong Lu immediately sat up straight and secretly gave Qin Pingan a look. Then he complained softly, Qin Pingan, it's all your fault. If she ignores me in the future, see if I don't scold you to death. Qin Pingan said with a smile, for the sake of Kong Li's father, I will tell you one more story about the water ghost. I guarantee that it will be very exciting. A young man said with a disapproving look, Qin Pingan, tell us first about the main character who subdues demons and upholds justice on behalf of heaven. What realm is he in? Don't tell us that he is in the lower 5 realms in the end. Otherwise, according to what you said, all the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi are all heroes and immortals in your hometown. How is that possible? Someone agreed, that's right, that's right. You purposely make the appearance of the water ghost sound so scary every time. You make me feel that they are all big demons in the desolate world. Qin Pingon coughed a few times and remembered something. He turned his head and opened his palm. The little girl who was squatting at the side quickly handed over a handful of melon seeds and poured all of them into Qin Pingon's hand. Qin Pingon smiled and returned half of it to her. Then he started munching on the melon seeds and said, "The young sword immortal who went down the mountain to travel the Jianghu with a sword is definitely in the right realm. Moreover, he is handsome and elegant. Who knows how many heroines and immortals in the Jianghu have fallen in love with him. It's a pity that this sword immortal with the surname Qi and given name Jinglong remains unmoved. For the time being he has yet to meet a girl that he truly admires. As for the water ghost that he will eventually meet on the narrow path, it is definitely enough to scare people. How frightening is that? Listen to me tirelessly. It's from any place where water accumulates. For example, a small puddle in an alley on a rainy day, a bowl of water on your table at home, or a large water tank with its lid open. You will suddenly see it. Not to mention the two of you, even that sword immortal named Qi Jinglong was scared out of his wits when he saw a pale face in the grass when he passed by the riverside to drink water. One of the children was already scared out of his wits. With a sullen face he cursed, "Qin Pingon, damn you." Suddenly someone asked, "Who is this Qi Jinglong?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "He is a young sword immortal who likes to drink but pretends that he doesn't. This guy likes to reason the most. It's so annoying." Feng Kangol asked, "How old is this sword immortal?" Qin Pingon said, "Less than 100 years old." Feng Kangol clicked his tongue and said, "You have the nerve to call yourself a young sword immortal? Hurry up and change it. Call this old man a sword immortal." Qin Pingon pinched the little brat's cheek and said, "He is my Qin Pingon's good friend. How dare you be so impudent?" Feng Kangol bared his teeth and stuck out his butt. With a backhand he hammered Qin Pingon's shoulder and said, "I'm not even polite to you. Why should I be polite to your friend?" The fair-skinned girl in the distance opened her mouth slightly. She probably didn't expect Kangol to be so daring on Qin Pingon's side. It seemed that Kangol really wasn't bragging on her side. Qin Pingon gave Feng Kangol a look. The little brat nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. A sharp-eyed youth at the side couldn't help but roll his eyes. The second shopkeeper was really bored. Did he really not need to cultivate every day? All he did was fool around with them here and now he was acting like a matchmaker? After telling the children the story of the mountains and rivers, Qin Pingon picked up the stool and called it a day. He went to the wine shop. With Xianxia there was one good thing. There were tables and benches to sit at. The youth Zhang was helping the shop. He was in charge of serving wine or a bowl of yangchun noodles to the sword cultivators. The youth didn't like to talk but he had a smiling face. That was enough. Qin Pingon went to the table today but he didn't drink. He only asked Zhang Jiazhen for a bowl of yangchun noodles and a plate of pickled vegetables. Ultimately it was because Fatty Yen and Xianxia didn't have the ability to persuade people to drink. Before Qin Pingon returned to the Ning mansion he reminded Fan Dash, who was eating a bowl of yangchun noodles, immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At this moment whenever he heard Qin Pingon say those 3 words he would panic. Fan Dash hurriedly said, "I have already bought a pot of wine that cost 5 snow crystals. It's none of my business if you don't drink it." Qin Pingon put down his chopsticks and said angrily, "I told you to come often. Don't be careless. Don't make me wait at your door every day to spar with you. If I'm not careful and hit you too hard you'll crawl home as soon as you leave. Then your parents won't recognize you and kick you out of the door." Fan Dash nodded. Qin Pingon looked at Fan Dash with a smile. Fan Dash looked confused. Xianxia turned his head and looked at the youth who was staring at the customers. He shouted, "Zhang Jiazhen, get me a pot of wine, the cheapest one. I'll pay but remember to remind me to put it on Fan Dash. Next time when we drink ask me if Fan Dash has paid me back." Zhang Jiazhen nodded vigorously and hurried to the shop to get a pot of bamboo grotto heaven wine. To this youth from the shabby alley Mr. Qin was a celestial being. Xianxia, the young master who lived on Taixiang Street, was the same. If it weren't for her temporary job at the wine shop, Zhang Jiazhen might never have had the chance to talk to Xianxia in her life, let alone have Xianxia remember her name. Zhang Jiazhen had never been to Taixiang Street and Xuanhu Street in her life, not even once. No one stopped her, but it was not just Zhang Jiazhen. In fact, Consonance Alley and Yanmu Alley, which had nice names but were extremely poor, would not even think about going there. They might occasionally think about it, but in the end they would not muster up the courage to actually go there. Qin Pingan smiled at Zhang Jiazhen, then pointed at Fan Dash and left with the wine. Fan Dash continued to eat the bowl of Yangchun noodles. To tell the truth, if Qin Pingan hadn't said that, Fan Dash wouldn't know how to get to the Ning mansion. What if he was just being polite? How often did he mean by spar? Once every 3 days? Once a month? Was the gate of the Ning mansion so easy to cross? Fan Dash raised his head and looked at the back of the man in the blue robe on the street. The man tilted his head and looked at the couplets of the restaurants along the way, shaking his head from time to time. When they arrived at the Ning mansion, Nalan Yeshing opened the door. They walked to the martial arts practice field together. Nalan Yeshing held the pot of wine in his hand and asked with a smile, "Did you pay for it yourself?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I learned it from Dong Haitan. Drinking and spending money are not good men." Nalan Yeshing laughed heartily, "I'll drink a few mouthfuls of wine later, and then I'll use my sword to help Xiao Daong." Qin Pingan couldn't laugh anymore. In the pavilion of Dragon Cliff, Ning Yao, who said that she was going home to cultivate, had been chatting with Wet Nurse Bai. After finding that Qin Pingan came back so soon, the old woman left the pavilion with a smile without being reminded by her young lady. Then Ning Yao began to cultivate. In the small mustard world of the martial arts practice field, Nalan Yeshing put away the half-drunk pot of wine and began to use his sword fiercely. Then no matter how careful Nalan Yeshing was, it would be useless. Qin Pingan would have to lie in bed for half a month. Wet Nurse Bai hurried to the martial arts practice field, and Nalan Yeshing was so scared that he almost ran away from home. Fortunately, Qin Pingan explained to Wet Nurse Bai that he had gained a lot this time. His cultivation path was right and he didn't need to cook medicine. Healing himself was cultivation. Nalan Yeshing didn't dare to talk nonsense and said honestly, "It's true." Qin Pingan was helped by Ning Yao to the small house. Nalan Yeshing was trembling with fear, and he didn't expect that Bai Lianshuang just looked at their backs and didn't speak for a long time. Nalan Yeshing felt that this was not a good thing. He was about to ask for a scolding, but the old woman didn't mean to scold him at all. She just sighed softly and said, "Do you think the young master and the young lady are like the old master and madam when they were young?" Nalan Yeshing took out the wine pot and nodded. "Why not?" The old woman said with a straight face, "You have worked hard these days." Nalan Yeshing was puzzled. "What?" The old woman said angrily, "Old dog, go and guard the door." Nalan Yeshing nodded. "That's right." He turned and went to the door. The old man felt more at ease. Qin Pingan sat on the bed and began to breathe, immersing his mind in the small world of the human body. Ning Yao sat aside, lying on the table looking at Qin Pingan. He seemed to have met the person he wanted to meet in his heart. He couldn't help smiling. She knew who it was. Because of the fourth life item, Qin Pingan stumbled and finally succeeded in refining it. When he came out of the secret chamber and saw Ning Yao, he hugged Ning Yao in front of Grandpa Nalan. Ning Yao had never seen Qin Pingan so relieved. Grandpa Nalan immediately left. She felt sorry for him and hugged him too. He was in high spirits and in high spirits. He said that the little fellow was still there. So it turned out that he was right beside his heart, only now he had become a little baldy. After they reunited, the little baldy rode that fire dragon and chased after him, cursing him the entire way. Ning Yao rarely saw Qin Pingan so straightforwardly showing an excited expression, especially after Qin Pingan grew up. In addition to getting along with her, Ning Yao was also a little worried because Qin Pingan's state of mind seemed to be almost like a withered old monk who had lived for a long time and had seen too many joys and sorrows. Ning Yao didn't want Qin Pingan to be like this. So when she saw Qin Pingan, who seemed to have returned to the time when he was a boy and she was a girl, Ning Yao was very happy. A friend came from afar. It was a little bald head. It was not wearing a kasaya but still wearing a scholar's robe. It was just that besides the sword, there was an extra Buddhist scripture in the little guy's sleeve. It was a reunion that Qin Pingan didn't even dare to think about. Only in his dreams did he still feel guilty. After waking up, he couldn't let go of it for a long time, but he couldn't tell anyone about the regret and guilt. In his life, there were too many people who left without saying goodbye, never to see each other again. Ning Yao leaned on the table and stared at Qin Pingan. She laughed to herself. She remembered that on Xuanhu Street, Qin Pingon hesitated for a long time before holding her hand and secretly asking, "When I was about the same age as Lin Junbai, who was more handsome?" At that time Ning Yao first asked back, "What do you think?" Then Qin Pingon began to scratch his head. He felt that the answer was really worrying. So Ning Yao sincerely said the answer in her heart and didn't secretly keep it to herself. She told him, "You're much better looking." Qin Pingon reached out his hands and gently stroked her brows. "My silly Ning Yao-sai. You have such good taste." 594. Before the summer solstice, Qin Pingon almost never left his house. He spent almost 20 hours a day refining his qi. Ning Yao was even more exaggerated. He went into seclusion. Once the Ning residence's flying sword sent a message, Fan Dash would go there to train. He would either suffer Qin Pingon's fist, Yanzuo or Dong Haitan's flying sword. Xianxia would not attack. He had to carry Fan Dash home. Yanzuo and Dong Huafu both had violet lightning and red shuang. Once they drew their swords, Fan Dash would be in an even worse state. Fan Dash could only hate his poor aptitude. He could not break through even if he only had great clarity, but not great enlightenment. Qin Pingon said that as long as Fan Dash ascended to the Golden Core stage, his sword training would come to an end. He would then go to the wine shop to clear his throat. How could the Dragon Gate sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi break through their bottlenecks so easily and ascend to the Golden Core stage? To the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was like a true rite of passage. The reason why the Great Wall of Sword Qi could become the strongest place for sword cultivators and attract wave after wave of sword cultivators from the vast world to train was naturally due to its mysteries. Sword cultivators here were like pure martial artists who were fed with punches. They would not stop for even a moment and their foundations would be extremely good. The more solid the foundations were, the greater the bottleneck. If the Great Tao pressed down on them, they would not be able to straighten their backs. If the same Fan Dash and the same Dragon Gate cultivator went to the vast world's inverted hanging mountain, it would be much easier for him to break through. However, the quality of his golden core would be much worse. In the long run, it would not be worth it. Only those earth immortal cultivators who had no hope of breaking through at the Great Wall of Sword Qi would go to the inverted hanging mountain to cultivate for a period of time and try their luck. After all, after reaching the Golden Core stage, every level of advancement would mean a lifespan of 100 or even 1,000 years. However, cultivators below the Golden Core stage were not allowed to cultivate at the inverted hanging mountain. This was an iron law of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was to completely eliminate the hopes of young sword cultivators. Therefore, when Ning Yao ran away from home and secretly went to the inverted hanging mountain, even though Ning Yao didn't need to take any shortcuts with her aptitude, there was still a lot of criticism. It was just that the eldest sword immortal had turned a blind eye to this. In addition, Liang had secretly escorted her and personally followed Ning Yao all the way to the pavilion on inverted hanging mountain. The bystanders would only grumble a little and no sword immortal would really stop Ning Yao. In the last few matches, Qin Pingon and Fan Dash had teamed up, while Yanzuo and Dong Huafu had teamed up. They could freely use their intrinsic flying swords, but they did not use a sword. The four of them only used wooden rods as swords. The way to determine victory was also very strange. If someone's wooden sword broke first, one side would lose. In the end, almost all the wooden sticks placed on the training ground were used by Fan Dash. And this was the result of Qin Pingon rescuing Fan Dash time and time again. In any case, Fan Dash was finally able to leave Ning Mansion standing. Every time before he went home, he would go to the wine shop to drink a pot of the cheapest bamboo sea cave wine. Xianxia would also talk with Fan Dash about the gains and losses of sword practice and the flaws of the sword. When Fan Dash was drinking, he listened to the careful guidance of his good friend with bright eyes. In particular, Qin Pingon suggested that in the future, the four of them would work together to confront the senior sword immortal Nalan Yeshing. This made Fan Dash even more eager to try. In addition to the hundreds of sword immortal seals that were sold one after another, Yanzuo's silk and satin shop also launched a brand new bound book of Sword Immortal Seal Manual of Sword Immortal Seal Manual. Moreover, there was also a bamboo fan which was printed with some private seal inscriptions that were not outside of the Sword Immortal Seal Manual. The bamboo fan's ribs and face were still made of ordinary materials. The skill was only in the poems, sentences, seals and seal inscriptions. Just like the big and small restaurants were forced to hang couplets by the wine shop, the silk and satin shops of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were also forced to give some folding fans, cosmetics, sachets, and other delicate things to Yan's shop. However, the customers, especially those rich women who were from wealthy families and did not lack private savings, did not seem to be very interested in the other shops. In fact, many women did not really like the seals and folding fans of Yan's shop. It was just that several female sword immortals, including Li Kai and many women from wealthy families, all visited Yan's shop. It seemed that if women did not go there to buy something, their taste would be worse. How could that be? Not only that, some of the men who were usually very slow did not know what they had heard after drinking wine at the wine shop, but they actually went to Yan's shop themselves or asked their servants to go to Yan's shop to buy some beautiful silk and satin, and gave them to their women along with folding fans. Many women actually felt that it was too expensive, but when they saw the expectations in the eyes of their men, they could only say that they liked it. When they were free in the middle of summer, they would open their folding fans to avoid the heat and enjoy the cool breeze. They would look at the beautiful words on the fan, and if they did not understand, they would ask the people around them softly. When they understood the meaning behind it, they would feel that it was really good. Qin Pingon finished his qi refinement and took a stroll in the night. He came to the pavilion at Dragon-Slaying Cliff alone. Ning Yao was now in seclusion in the secret room. Before seclusion, Ning Yao did not say much. She only said that she did not want to break through to the nascent soul stage, and that there was no risk anyway. Qin Pingon would stay at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for at least 5 years. If the war had not started by then, he would have to rush back to the Aquarius continent. After all, there were many things to do at Luopa Mountain, and then he would have to return to the inverted hanging mountain immediately. Now, the cross-continent flying sword messages were strictly controlled by the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted hanging mountain. They had to go through 2 hands and verify that there were no mistakes before they could be sent or received. This was especially troublesome for Qin Pingon. It was not that he could not make a trip to the inverted hanging mountain at the right time, and then pass the secret letter to the Fan family of Old Dragon City, or Sun Jiaxu's mountain sea turtle. Both sides did not break the rules, and he could ask the Aquarius continent to help him forward the letter to Luopa Mountain. It was not too difficult for the current Qin Pingon to do this. Of course, there would be a price. Otherwise, the inspection of flying swords at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted hanging mountain would become a huge joke. However, Qin Pingon was not afraid of paying the necessary price, but he did not want the Fan family and the Sun family to be involved too much with Luopa Mountain outside of the open and above-board business. They were doing business with Luopa Mountain out of goodwill, so they could not be dragged into many whirlpools by him, the mountain master of Luopa Mountain, before they could share the profits. Qin Pingon walked down the dragon-slaying cliff and returned to the small residence. There was originally only a side room with a stamp table, but now there was another table. It was a map of Longquan County hand-drawn by Qin Pingon. If the officials of the Kiln Supervision Department saw it, they would not be too happy. Because on this map all the big and small Longquan dragon kills, Qingkue kills, Xingdou kills, Wenchang kills, Wulong kills, Tongxiao kills, Huanhua kills, Tongying kills, Paperweight kills, Lingji kills, Yuqing kills, Lotus kills. There were also 2 booklets on the table, both handwritten by Qin Pingon. One of them recorded the history of the dragon kiln, while the other recorded the history of the 14 major clans in the small town. They were all written in small regular script, densely packed together. Presumably, if the Yamen of Huaihuang County and the Yamen of Great Li's Ministry of Justice saw them, they would not be happy. Many of the records were written by Qin Pingon based on his memory, and most of the secret files were secretly collected through Luopa Mountain a few years ago. Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves, his body gently swaying back and forth as he stared at the map. Without turning his head, he reached out of his sleeve and flipped open the pages of one of the books with 2 fingers. It was Jingyang Mountain. He glanced at it and flipped it again. It was the Su family of Qingfeng City. They were all old acquaintances. The 18 generations of their ancestors were all recorded clearly in the book. It was estimated that Qin Pingon knew more about the details of their respective mountains and families than the direct disciples of the ancestral hall of the 2 immortal clans. These were the 2 books that were almost finished. There would be 2 copies next, and the content would only be more. One was about the business of the dragon kills natal porcelain, and the immortal clans of the Aquarius continent and the sects of other continents who might be the buyers. In addition to the Ma family of the Apricot Blossom Alley, which seemed to be the lowest class, there would also be the high and mighty Qianglin sect. When it was about the Qianglin sect of the North Continent, it naturally could not avoid Zhou Xian. Then it would be about the sect master of the Qingliang sect, which was the leader of the immortal clans of the Aquarius continent. The other book was about the inextricable ties between the big clans of the small town and the immortal clans outside Liju Grotto Heaven. The two copies would naturally be intertwined and involved with each other. Qin Pingon walked out of the house. Nalan Yeshing was standing at the door with a dignified expression and a little resentful because there was an anonymous disciple standing beside the old man. It was the golden core sword cultivator Cui Wei, who was born and raised in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Nalan Yeshing's killing intent was strong, as if he could not hold back and would kill this person on the spot. Qin Pingon understood and smiled at the old man. Grandpa Nalan, you don't have to blame yourself. When I have time in the future I will talk to Grandpa Nalan about the truth game. Nalan Yeshing nodded and turned to Cui Wei. From tonight onwards you and I, Nalan Yeshing, have no relationship of master and disciple. Cui Wei's expression was indifferent as he cupped his fists and apologized to the sword immortal. As for what Cui Wei was thinking, a person who could endure until now would definitely not reveal the slightest bit. Nalan Yeshing disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon brought out 2 chairs and Cui Wei sat down gently. Mr. Qin should have already guessed it. Qin Pingon nodded. I had some doubts from the beginning because your surname is too eye-catching. Once bitten, twice shy. I couldn't help but think about it. But after such a long time of observation, my suspicions have mostly disappeared. After all, you should have never left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's hard to believe that someone can endure so silently, and I don't understand why you are willing to pay such a price. Then, can it be said that the person who first led you on the path of cultivation was a chess piece that Cui Dong had placed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi a long time ago? Cui Wei nodded. Mr. Chen's guess is right. Not only me but almost everyone who is unwilling to admit that they are spies. For example, Huang Zhou from the Great Yu Ridge Alley. His path of cultivation all originated from an unremarkable accident without any trace. Therefore we were completely kept in the dark from the beginning. What we should do, what we should say were all carefully controlled. Finally, one day, for example, I, Cui Wei, suddenly received a command that matched a secret signal, and voluntarily walked into the Ning residence to reveal my identity to Mr. Chen. Cui Wei said bluntly. Even if Mr. Chen asks, I will not say anything about the past. Even if I did, it would be meaningless. The person who first taught Cui Wei had already died in the southern battlefield. Cui Wei visited the Ning residence today to say only one thing. Mr. Chen, as long as you send a secret letter to the Aquarius continent, you can leave it to Cui Wei. Mr. Chen, of course, can choose to believe it or not. Qin Pingon shook his head. Of course I don't believe you and will not give you any letter. But don't worry, you, Cui Wei, are of no benefit to the Ning residence. I will not do anything unnecessary. In the future Cui Wei will still be Cui Wei, but I will not be implicated as an unregistered disciple of Nalan Yeshing. Cui Wei took out a pebble from his sleeve and handed it to Qin Pingon. This Jin Dan sword cultivator did not say a word. Qin Pingon took it. It was a pebble from the Spring Dew Gardens Jade Cliff. Cui Dongshan picked it up. Qin Pingon took the pebble and kept it in his sleeve. He smiled. In the future when you and I meet, don't stay in the Ning residence. Try to go to the wine shop. Of course, you and I should try to meet less so as not to make people suspicious. If I have something to ask you, I will slightly move your nothing plate. From next month onwards, I will not talk about myself and drink with friends. If I want to send a letter, I will first move the nothing plate. Then I will only appear on the first day of the month to meet you. If there are no exceptions, the next month after that, it will be the second day of the month. If there are exceptions, when I meet you, I will also inform you. Generally speaking, it is enough to send a letter and receive a letter at most twice a year. If there is a better way to contact me or about your concerns, you can think of a charter and tell me later. Remember. Cui Wei stood up and left silently. Qin Pingon stood up and did not see him off. Nalan Yeshing appeared under the eaves and sighed. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Qin Pingon smiled and said, You should be glad that there is no what if around you. As for what good words to say for Cui Wei or help Nalan Yeshing scold Cui Wei, it was unnecessary. Nalan Yeshing smiled bitterly inside. Qin Pingon led the old man to the opposite wing. The old man took out 2 pots of wine. It didn't matter if there was no wine or food. After listening to Qin Pingon's general description of the mind-examining game at the book lake, it was useless to say more inside stories. Generally speaking, it was to reassure the old man. It was not surprising that he lost to Cui Dong. Nalan Yeshing couldn't help drinking 1 more pot of wine. Finally he asked, "How did the son-in-law survive so bad?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Didn't Grandpa Nalan already say the answer?" Nalan Yeshing was stunned for a long time, then he understood and laughed heartily. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was in the hot summer, but the Longquan County of the Aquarius continent had its first heavy snow after winter. The ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain was not on the main peak. It was some distance away from the residence, but Qin Wanshu went to the ancestral hall of Jisei Peak every half a day to open the door and carefully clean it. Today Pei Qian and Zhou Mili followed Qin Wanshu and said that they wanted to help. On the way, Pei Qian stretched out his hand, and the right protector of Luopa Mountain respectfully handed over the mountain walking staff with both hands. Pei Qian played crazy swordsmanship all the way, shattering countless snowflakes. When they arrived at the outermost gate of the ancestral hall, Pei Qian stood on the steps holding the sword with both hands and looked around. The snow was vast and his master was not on Luopa Mountain. She, as the first disciple, had a kind of invincible loneliness. Qin Wanshu, who was carrying a small bucket, took out the key and opened the door. Behind the door was a large patio, and behind it was the ancestral hall that was not closed. Zhou Mili took the bucket, took a deep breath, used her life source magical power, and ran wildly in the deep snow-covered patio. She shook the bucket vigorously with both hands and soon a bucket of water appeared. She raised it high and handed it to Qin Wanshu, who was standing high. Qin Wanshu was about to cross the threshold and go to the ancestral hall where the portraits and chairs were hung. Pei Qian suddenly grabbed Qin Wanshu and pulled her behind him. Pei Qian bent down slightly, holding the mountain walking staff in his hand, and stared at the chair placed at the front of the ancestral hall. That was his master's chair. There were ripples, and then an old man in a scholar's robe with snow-white hair and beard appeared out of thin air. Pei Qian looked at the skinny old man in a daze. The lights of the human world were like a river of stars. It was a state of mind that she had never seen before. It was boundless as far as the eye could see, as if no matter how hard she looked, the scenery was endless. The old scholar stood beside the chair and behind him were 3 portraits. He looked at the little girl who had grown a lot taller outside the door and sighed with emotion. It was worth it for him to risk his old face, borrow things from others and make a bet with others. In the end, she was still his last disciple. She never let her master and senior brother down. Pei Qian asked, "Old Master Wenxing?" The old scholar was stunned for a moment, as he had never been called that before. He asked curiously, "Why is it Old Master?" Pei Qian said seriously, "It makes your seniority seem extra high." The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled, nodding slightly, "That's very good." A certain knowledge of his line, which could only be understood and not passed on, had been carried forward so quickly. Pei Qian looked at the portrait at the top and then said loudly, "Old Master Wenxing, you are a living person, but you seem to be more dignified than the portraits." Qin Wanshu blinked and did not speak. Zhou Mili tilted her head and frowned. She looked back and forth between the portrait and the old scholar. She really did not see it. The old scholar coughed a few times, pulled his collar, straightened his back and asked, "Really?" Pei Qian nodded vigorously, shrinking his neck, shaking his head left and right, looking left and right, standing on tiptoe to look up and down. Finally he nodded and said, "It's absolutely true. Even the big white goose praised me for being a good judge of character." Old Xiao was grinning from ear to ear. He beckoned the 3 little girls to sit down. In any case, they already had a seat inside. Old Xiao lowered his voice and said, "The matter of me going to Luopa Mountain, it's enough for you 3 little girls to know. You must not tell anyone else." Pei Qian coughed, "Wanshu Mili." Qin Wanshu immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Zhou Mili carried the mountain walking stick that Pei Qian gave to her. She stuck out her chest and closed her mouth tightly. From now on she would be a mute. Besides, she was originally a big water monster from the Mute Lake. The old Xianxia strolled slowly in the hall of ancestral masters. Qin Wanshu began to wash the chairs with familiarity. Pei Qian stood next to his chair. Zhou Mili wanted to sit on the chair with the right Dharma protector's note pasted on it, but Pei Qian glared at her for being rude. His master's elder had come to visit, but the old Xianxia didn't even sit down. Zhou Mili immediately stood up. He felt a little wronged. She just wanted to let the old scholar know who she was. The old scholar saw this and smiled, but he did not say anything. To be able to teach Pei Qian step by step to today's road, his closed-door disciple really spent a lot of effort. It was even more commendable to teach him so well. In fact, this was the third time that the old scholar came to Luopa Mountain. The first 2 times he came and went in a hurry, so he did not set foot here. After this time he would be busy again. Previously, the old man secretly went to the school in the small town and stood in a position. Looking around, in the early years, there would be a little girl in a red jacket sitting upright in this classroom. She would look like she was listening attentively, but in fact her mind was wandering thousands of miles away. There would be a focused Lin Shui who would think of whatever the teacher said. There would be a little chicken pecking at rice Li Huai who would doze off. There would be a Zhao Yao who could not imagine his future, who would leave the teacher one day and travel on an ox cart. In the end he would travel to the central divine continent alone. There would be a Dong Shuijing who was wise but seemed stupid, and a little girl with goat horns. When the old man stood there, he also thought of a registered disciple similar to Mao Xiaodong Ma Zhan who made one wrong step after another. After he came to his senses, he clearly had the chance to repent, but he was willing to die to prove his sincerity. In the end, the old man realized that all the fault was on himself. As the teacher who taught and dispelled doubts, he did not impart enough knowledge to his disciples. The way he imparted to his disciples was even worse. The old elementary scholar lowered his head and twirled his beard. Today, when he arrived at the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain where his last disciple lived, he saw the high-hanging statues, orderly chairs, bright and clean windows and spotless tables. Especially when he saw the 3 lively and adorable little girls, the old man smiled. But the old elementary scholar felt even more guilty. Why was his portrait hung at the highest point? How much had this shameful teacher of his done for his disciples? Had he carefully imparted knowledge and dispelled doubts? Had he been like Cui Dong who brought him along and traveled thousands of miles? Had he been like Mao Xiaodong and Ma Zhan, who would ask his teacher whenever he had doubts? Other than a few words, he had muddle-headedly imparted a young man's theory of order, which caused his young disciple to be stuck in a dilemma. Back then, all he had left was a drunken ramble. How did he become someone else's teacher? Some knowledge, when set foot in early, was as difficult as moving mountains. The old elementary scholar felt guilty. At that time in the school, the old elementary scholar turned his head and looked outside. It was as if there was a sallow and emaciated child standing on tiptoe outside the window. The child opened his eyes wide and pricked up his ears, listening to the sound of books, smelling the fragrance of books, looking at the teachers and students inside. The child standing alone outside the school had a pair of clean eyes full of longing. In the future of the child's life, perhaps he would carry a large basket on his back and gather herbs in the mountains. He would shout out words that he did not understand. At birth, human nature is good. On the way down the mountain, he would happily recite, "Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow, the universe is chaotic." On the way up and down the mountain, under the scorching sun, dripping with sweat, the child would hide under the shade of a tree to rest. He would play a grass fight, winning or losing all by himself. He would raise his hand high and shout, "Win! Win!" Only then would he appear childish. The world was full of suffering. It was not rare for a child to live such a life. But at such a young age he was able to enjoy it. That was rare. The old elementary scholar even regretted saying those words to Chen Pingon. The young man's shoulders should be lifted by the willows, the grass should be long and the orioles should be flying. It was not a problem to say those words to Pei Qian and the other children. But to say this to Chen Pingon, was it not too easy to just stand there and talk? But the old elementary scholar thought again and looked at the current Luopa mountain. It seemed that those words to the straw sandals youth in the early years were the best. Finally, Pei Qian and the others found that the old elementary scholar who came from afar was sitting on the chair closest to the threshold. He sat there quietly and looked up at the 3 hanging portraits. He did not look at his own portrait in the middle. He looked at Tui Cheng's portrait for a long time and gently nodded his head. He muttered something that no one could hear clearly. Finally, the old elementary scholar kept looking at his disciple's portrait in silence. The old elementary scholar said to himself, perhaps it was said, how about repaying evil with good? The old elementary scholar asked and answered his own question. Confucius said, how to repay good? Repaying evil with justice, repaying evil with evil. $5.95. Fan Dash was covered in wounds today. He was drinking wine in the wine shop, lost in thought. Xianxia was not much better. He was injured a lot. The five of them joined forces to kill sword immortal Nalin Yeshing in the small mustard world of Ning Mansion's martial arts field. In the end, except for Qin Pingon, Xianxia, Yenzwood, Dong Huafu and Fan Dash, who was the biggest hindrance, didn't have a good ending. Fatty Yen went home and continued to practice his swordsmanship. Dong Haiten wandered around eating, drinking and buying things. Anyway, all the bills were counted on Xianxia and Yenzhua. Fan Dash said, Sanchio, I'm suddenly afraid of becoming a Jindan sword cultivator. Once I become a Jindan, I won't have a retainer. Xianxia said with a smile, then I'm better than you. I was born into a good family. My family is rich. Even if I become a Jindan, I still have a swordsman from my family to protect the array. I'm happy, really happy. Let me drink first. Xianxia raised his bowl and took a sip of wine. Xianxia also found that compared to a careful friend like Fan Dash, it was better to be straightforward. He didn't need to care too much about the other person's feelings. Fan Dash laughed and said, Qin Pingon promised that when the next battle starts, I'll leave the city with you. Then Qin Pingon will be my swordsman. After so many martial arts and swordsmanship practice, even if Fan Dash was stupid, he could see some of Qin Pingon's intentions. In addition to helping Fan Dash improve his realm, he also wanted everyone to work together skillfully. In the next battle, everyone could survive and kill as many demons as possible. Xianxia raised his wine bowl and clinked it. Then you, Fan Dash, are amazing. You can make Qin Pingon your retainer. Fan Dash poured another bowl of wine and wiped his mouth. Thinking of this, I'm willing to be a Jindan sword cultivator again. Fan Dash lowered his voice and said, Qin Pingon is now a 5th realm cultivator and he just broke through on our great wall of sword chi. Why didn't he come to the wine shop and announce it? Xianxia said with a smile. He's probably too embarrassed to announce it. After all, he hasn't reached the cave realm. Fan Dash shook his head and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? Earlier, when they were drinking together, Qin Pingon stood up and proposed a toast to all the customers. He said some words of heartfelt sincerity. Fellow sword immortals, why haven't you all broken through yet? There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. What's there to stand on ceremony about? You all are drinking the cheapest wine in our great wall of sword chi, eating the best Yangchun noodles, eating the free pickled vegetables, yet you still haven't broken through to the next realm. This is simply squatting in the latrine without taking a shit. If you don't work harder, I'll charge you more if you come here to drink alone in the future. At that time, all the drinkers were dumbfounded and felt that something was wrong. However, it seemed that in the end, for example, they were still at a disadvantage when they considered the phrase, squatting in the latrine but not taking a shit. Actually, this wasn't too bad. What made people jump and curse was that Dong Huafu was the one who took the initiative to pay. Almost none of the gamblers won. At first, everyone was quite happy. After all, the second shopkeeper and the little fatty from the Yen family lost a lot of money. Later, the only one who won money on the surface, Peng Yuanji, came to the wine shop to drink with a smile. Then some people started to realize what was going on. In addition, the old nascent soul thief who was the banker was the bastard who wrote the poem out of the blue. Damn it, what a familiar path. So today Qin Pingon did not follow Xianxia and Fan Dash to the wine shop. Instead he went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. On the way, Qin Pingon, who earned a few grains of Guyu money after splitting the profits, decided to change the banker next time. For example, Sword Immortal Tao Wen looked more honest. At the top of the city wall, Qin Pingon did not drive the talisman boat to land beside his senior brother. Instead he traveled another 100 miles. Along the way he met a group of child sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms. They were practicing with a nascent soul sword cultivator. It was not taboo to watch such practice. Qin Pingon sat at the top of the city wall and watched from afar. Not far away there were 7 or 8 children squabbling. They were arguing about how many Lin Junbai would be needed to defeat the second manager. Children who could play at the top of the city wall were not simple. They were either rich or noble, or they were born with the talent to practice the sword. Children from places like Yanmu Alley and Consonance Alley would not come here. Firstly, the city was too far away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ordinary children could not walk well. Secondly, on the city wall, the sword intent was heavy and the sword qi was dense. Children with weak physiques could not withstand such torment. This was life. Some people were like fish in water from a young age, while others were like water as they grew up. One of the children saw Qin Pingon, who was sitting at the side, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Second shopkeeper, tell us if you can fight 5 Lin Junbai with one hand. If you nod your head, you'll be my friend in the future." Qin Pingon did not turn his head. He only waved his hand, indicating for him to scram. The child with a rather big name was unwilling to give up. He continued asking, "How about 3? 3 should be fine, right?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I've never fought, so I'm not sure." Yuan Zhaohua shouted, "Then I'll help you write a letter of challenge. Just say that the second manager plans to use one hand to challenge Lin Junbai, Yan Lv, and Jiang Guanqing." Qin Pingon stood up and came to the child who had her hands on her hips. He was stunned for a moment. He was a tomboy. He pressed down on her head, twisted it gently, and kicked her butt. "Go to the side. Do you know how to write a letter of challenge?" After Yuan Zhaohua steadied himself, he said angrily, "I know a lot of words. I'm much more knowledgeable than you." Qin Pingon smiled. "Bragging without a draft. Do you know how to write these words?" Yuan Zhaohua said, "I know how to write, but I won't write." "Actually, you don't know how to write and want me to teach you, right? Dream on." She was clearly the leader of the children. The rest of the children had a common enemy and agreed with Yuan Zhaohua. Qin Pingon sat down and faced the city in the north. With a twist of his wrist, he took out a bamboo leaf and played a tune. After Yuan Zhaohua heard it, he said disapprovingly, "It doesn't sound good." The rest of the children could only peck at the rice like chickens. Seeing that Qin Pingon did not respond, Yuan Zhaohua was a little disappointed. He patted his knees lightly and looked to the north. Further north of the city was the prosperous Mirage Morgana with all kinds of people. Qin Pingon suddenly asked with a smile, "Which 10 sword immortals do you think are the most powerful?" "There's no order." Yuan Zhaohua rolled his eyes. "If there's no order, what's the point of talking about it? It's meaningless. Guess blindly." Qin Pingon planned to get up and practice his swordsmanship. It was easier to learn swordsmanship from his senior brother. He could use the 4 flying swords to resist the sword qi and die fewer times. Yuan Zhaohua stretched out his hand. "Qin Pingon, if you give me a folding fan, I'll divulge heavenly secrets to you." Qin Pingon smiled. "That's a good plan." Yuan Zhaohua stretched out his hands and stopped Qin Pingon from leaving. He said stubbornly, "Hurry up. It must be the folding fan with the best writing and the most number of words." Qin Pingon originally wanted to ignore him, but he suddenly remembered something and sat back down. "You go first. I'll see if I'm in the mood." Yuan Zhaohua poured everything out and said in one go, "Boss, Sword Immortal Dong Sanging Alliance Hidden Official Qin Shi Qi Tingjis was Wei Nalan Shaowei Old Deaf Luji. These are the 10. Give me the folding fan." Qin Pingon stood up and really picked out a jade bamboo folding fan from the items near him. He slapped it on the tomboy's palm. "Remember to keep it well. It's worth a lot of immortal money." Yuan Zhaohua opened the folding fan and quite liked it. However, there were too few words on the fan and she could only recognize a few. She said angrily, "Change to another one. I want one with more words." Qin Pingon pressed down on her little head and gently twisted it to turn her head to the side. He smiled. "Little girl, you still dare to bargain with me? Quit while you're ahead or I'll go back on my word." Yuan Zhaohua closed the folding fan and went behind him. He stretched out his hand again. "Then I'll buy you a folding fan with the most words." Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "Where's the money?" Yuan Zhaohua said in all seriousness, "Boss, Sword Immortal Dong Sanging Alliance Hidden Official Qin Shi Qi Tingjis was Wei Nalan Shaowei Old Deaf Luji. From today onwards, there's also second shopkeeper Qin Pingon. These are the 11 strongest sword immortals of our Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon was extremely happy and gave her another folding fan with a lot of words. He said with a smile, "Little girl, you're not bad. You're the number one of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to be able to cheat money from me." Yuan Zhaohua didn't care about this kind of false reputation. She was very happy with the folding fans in both hands. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said in a negotiating tone, "Give me another one. It's okay if you have fewer words. I can put you in the top 10 or even the top 5. It was a pity that the silly second shopkeeper left with a smile. However, before he left, he took out a small seal and blew on it. He asked Yuan Zhaohua to give her the folding fan with fewer words and gently stamped it before returning the folding fan to the little girl. The group of children looked at each other in dismay. The nascent soul sword immortal had finished teaching the sword techniques. After Qin Pingon walked far away, he came near the group of children. Yuan Zhaohua was lying on the wall with 2 folding fans spread out in front of her. She was trying her best to recognize the words. Of course, she liked the folding fan that was densely filled with words. It looked more valuable. However, the old man bent down and looked at the folding fan with fewer words. He couldn't help but laugh. Most of the good things are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily and glass is brittle. Colorful clouds scatter easily and come back again. Heart shatters like glass but does not shatter. The first line was an extremely famous poem in the world. The second line was a dog's tail followed by a marten. The meaning of the first and second lines were worlds apart. It should have been made up by the young man himself. However, the meaning was good. The previous line was dejected and sad. It could only be said that he had good intentions. That was all. The old sword immortal was surprised. He squatted down and looked at the inconspicuous red seal. He smiled and thought that it was a little interesting. The words of the seal were many separations in the human world, but a broken mirror can also be reunited. He thought of Yuan Zhaohua's background. Her father, who had a chance to ascend to the upper 5 realms, died in the battle in the south. Only the mother and daughter were left. The old sword immortal looked up and glanced at the back view of the young man in the distance. No matter what, he was different from the scholars in the academies and palaces. It was not that the former were unwilling to do anything. However, almost all of them ended up hitting a wall. Over time, they would naturally be disheartened and return to the world. Qin Pingon went to the left and right side. The left and right side asked, "You broke through so quickly?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I'm already a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior." The left and right side said, "You can't slack off in your studies." Senior brothers like the left and right side were probably the only ones in the world who were not worried that their junior brother's realm was low. Instead, they were worried that he would break through too quickly. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "With senior brother watching, I wouldn't dare to slack off even if I wanted to." The left and right side sneered and said, "Why don't you say, you can't slack even if you want to die a few more times under the sword aura?" Qin Pingon knew that he was going to suffer while practicing swordsmanship this time. Osmanthus Island's young lady, Jin Su, was actually Madame Gui's only direct disciple. She was still at the same realm 10 years ago. After all, it was difficult to break through the bottleneck. Therefore, when the cross-continent ferry stopped at the inverted hanging mountain this time, Madame Gui deliberately let her relax in the inverted hanging mountain. The mountains and the sea were interconnected. It was a unique place blessed with feng shui. Not only that, Madame Gui even gave Jin Su a grain of grain rain money as pocket money this time. She joked with her disciple and told her not to hesitate when she saw her beloved items that she had been thinking about for nearly 20 years. Jin Su was shocked and wanted to reject. However, Madame Gui waved her hand and reminded Jin Su that it was the first time Mr. Qi and his disciple climbed the inverted hanging mountain. She had to try her best to help them. Jin Su did not think much about it. Qi Jinglong and his disciple had white hair and did not report to their master. Jin Su thought that they were a Confucian student and a page boy who had gone out to study. The North Continent was famous for having a lot of sword cultivators, but the master and disciple did not have a sword with them. This time they took Osmanthus Island to travel to the inverted hanging mountain because they heard that they were Qin Pingon's friends. They stayed in the Gui Mai courtyard, which was registered under Qin Pingon's name. Jin Su did not have much contact with the master and disciple. Occasionally she would accompany Madame Gui to the courtyard as a guest and drink tea. Jin Su only knew that Qi Jinglong came from the North Continent. He took the Skeleton Beach Xianxia ferry and went all the way south. He stopped at Dali Longquan County midway and went straight to Old Dragon City. Coincidentally, he was going to the inverted hanging mountain from Osmanthus Island, so he stayed in the Gui Mai courtyard that had been unoccupied. Madame Gui did not mention his cultivation level, so Jinsu was too lazy to ask about his background. She only saw him as an ordinary fairy guest that she would not meet again after seeing him once. His family background, his cultivation level and his character, what did it have to do with Jinsu? However, Jinsu did not dare to neglect her master's orders. Osmanthus Island's stop was still near the pavilion. She introduced the origin of the pavilion to Qi Jinglong. She did not expect that the young man with a strange name to lose interest in the pavilion after seeing the plaque written by Taoist Lao Er. Instead, Qi Jinglong insisted on going to the pavilion. Jinsu did not care, but the young man was impatient. Only Qi Jinglong slowly squeezed through the crowd and stood in the crowded pavilion for a long time. Finally, he left the most boring pavilion among the 8 scenic spots of the inverted hanging mountain. He even raised his head to stare at the plaque as if he could really see something. This made Jinsu slightly unhappy. His pretentiousness was worse than that of Chen Pingon back then. Fortunately, Jinsu was a woman with a cold temperament, so no clues could be seen on her face. In addition, there were a few close Osmanthus girls standing next to her. They would play together for the next 3 days. Jinsu thought of the grain rain money that she carefully hid and smiled. The young man with a white head was really stupid. He complained loudly all the way, complaining that Lu delayed him from going to the Lei Tower. The young man did not respectfully call Qi Jinglong master, nor did he call Mr. Qi. Instead, he kept calling him Lu, which was actually quite strange. Jinsu felt that Qi Jinglong was actually even stranger to bring such an ignorant and impolite disciple to travel with him. After leaving the crowded pavilion, Jinsu asked Mr. Qi if there was an inn he liked. The Lingji Zhai Inn had the best scenery, but it was expensive. Therefore, many of the regulars on Osmanthus Island would usually stay at the Stork Inn. Chen Pingon had done so before. However, the inn was not big and was located in the depths of a shabby alley. It was not very eye-catching and was not considered a good inn. Fortunately, it was affordable. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Miss Jinsu, please lead us to the Stork Inn." The young man with a white head was very unhappy. He was about to complain when Qi Jinglong turned to look at him. The young man obediently swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and only dared to complain in his heart. The group arrived at the Stork Inn, which was indeed hidden deep in the alley. The young man with a bright smile looked at the smiling young shopkeeper and felt that he was being led to a pig pen to be slaughtered. Therefore, after sitting down in the same room with Lu, the young man with a white head began to complain. "Lu, don't the sword cultivators of the North Continent all stay in the Spring Banner House, one of the 4 big private residences in the inverted hanging mountain? What's the point of staying in such a small place? What, are you coveting the beauties of those Osmanthus girls?" Qi Jinglong poured 2 cups of tea. The young man with a white head took the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He continued to ramble. "Lu, I really want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Even the most beautiful Jinsu is not as beautiful as Fairy Lu, who is infatuated with you, right? Oh right, I heard that the owner of the Spring Banner House and Fairy Lu's grandmaster almost became immortal companions in the early years. Are you afraid that someone will inform Fairy Lu and come to the inverted hanging mountain to block your path? This Fairy Lu is not Manor Chief son of the Sparrow Manor. But in my opinion, among the girls who like you, of course Lu Sui is the most beautiful. As for her temperament, I like Sun Qing the most. She is generous but a little reserved. The one from the Sanlang Temple is a little too enthusiastic. Her eyes are so fierce. When she saw you, she looked like a drunkard who saw a pot of good wine. You two are not on the same side." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "When you return to the Tai Hui sword sect in the future, do you want to make another trip to the Luopa mountain of the Longquan County?" The young man with a white head immediately shut up and pretended to be deaf and dumb. He still felt that it was not safe. He was still stubborn and politely poured a cup of tea for Lu. "What can I do?" When the young man with a white head thought of a certain vicious and merciless charcoal who liked to play dumb, his scalp went numb and his liver hurt. "I never thought that the first time I, the great sword immortal with a white head, went out on a journey, my reputation would be destroyed in a day before I even achieved anything. To hell with the Luopa mountain. I will never go there again in my life." King Qin Pingan's good disciple. The Luopa mountain and him were probably not compatible with each other. Moreover, the name sounded ominous. He would never go there. He would never go there. Qi Jinglong thought of his family and felt a little helpless and sad. Qi Jinglong left the North Continent this time because he had nothing to do for the time being. He had successfully accepted the Three-Sword Immortals challenge to the Tai Hui Sword sect. Therefore he wanted to visit the other 8 continents of the vast world. Moreover, Grandmaster Huang Tong had secretly instructed him to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi immediately. The sect master had something to tell him. How could Qi Jinglong not know the sect master's intention? The sect master wanted Qi Jinglong to quickly visit the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the relatively safe interval between the great battles. He might even pass the position of sect master directly to him. Then, for at least the next 100 years, he would not have to think about participating in the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons and defend the city with his own name and pure identity as the new Sword Immortal of the North Continent. The rest of the matters of the Tai Hui Sword sect could be left to Han Huizi alone. The young man with a white head no longer dared to talk about the matters between men and women. He tactfully changed the topic. Can't we stay at the Spring Banner House? I really want to see that calabash vine with my own eyes. On the mountain, I have patted my chest with many of my junior brothers and junior nephews, promising to show them the future blade-strengthening calabash. If we don't see it and return to the Tai Hui Sword sect, I will lose face. Do I have to hide in the Pianran Peak? If I lose face in the end, won't you lose face too? The Spring Banner House was one of the 4 private houses in the inverted hanging mountain. The most famous one was, of course, the Yuan Ruo residence of the god of wealth Lu of the Snow Mountain continent. It was a mountain of gold and silver built purely by the god's money. The enmity between the Yuan Ruo residence's master Lu and the Taoist Great Heavenly Lord when he was young was a widespread joke. The plum blossom garden built by the Central Plains Divine Continent sect's cultivators was rumored to have lived for an unknown number of years in the garden. Back then, in order to successfully move the ancestral plum tree from his hometown to the inverted hanging mountain, the owner of the garden directly hired an intercontinental ferry. One could imagine the huge amount of money spent. The Spring Banner House was built by a frustrated sword immortal in the North Continent. It often received sword cultivators from his hometown, but the owner of the house never showed his face in public. The last one was the Water Immortal Residence, which was another residence of an immortal sect on the sea. It was said that in these years, by relying on its proximity to the water, it gathered the remaining resources of the Jiao Dragon Ravine and the sect's reputation soared. For example, the Tai Hui Sword sect's master Han Huizi, the patriarch of the Patriarch Hall's disciplined patriarch Huang Tong, and the floating Duckweed Sword Lake sect's master Li Kai, who later rushed to the inverted hanging mountain, all stayed in the Spring Banner House. There was a calabash vine planted in the Spring Banner House. After generations of cultivation by immortals, the owner of the Spring Banner House finally obtained this great fortune and continued to irrigate it with spiritual energy for 1,000 years. It had already nurtured 14 calabashes of different sizes that could be made into a blade-strengthening calabash. As long as the refinement was successful, the quality of the calabash was at least a magic treasure. Once the calabash was refined into a blade-strengthening calabash, it was rumored to be a half-immortal weapon. Whether it was a magic treasure or a half-immortal weapon, even if they were of the same grade, there would still be differences in quality. There was even a great disparity between the quality of the treasures. A half-immortal weapon, the blade-strengthening calabash, was almost comparable to the blade-strengthening calabash left behind by the Taoist ancestor. Therefore it should be regarded as an immortal weapon. The sword immortal in the North Continent left his hometown and brought the calabash vine here to take root. The Spring Banner House was protected by the inverted mountain and was not affected by external disturbances. It was an extremely wise move. However, the 14 calabashes were not fully mature. It was already good enough to refine half of the blade-strengthening calabash. The Spring Banner House would be famous in the world and earn a lot of money. Most importantly, with 7 or more blade-strengthening calabashes, they could make friends with at least 7 sword immortals. Perhaps with the help of these incense offerings, the owner of the Spring Banner House would have the hope to establish a sect in any continent in the vast world and become a founder of a sect. That was why the white-haired old man was so obsessed with the Spring Banner House. Moreover, the red wine pot Chen Pingon had turned out to be a legendary blade-strengthening calabash. When they were on the Pianran Peak, the young man was so envious of it that he almost died. If he could be like Brother Chen and drink wine with a blade-strengthening calabash, he would have a lot of faith in the Jianghu. However, Brother Chen was still shy and did not listen to his suggestion to carve the words blade-strengthening calabash on the wine pot. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "We will go there. Let's visit the other 7 scenic spots first." Nowadays, it is extremely difficult for outsiders to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the inverted mountain. We need the Spring Banner House to make some connections and guarantee. The white-haired old man, who was very depressed in the Luapa mountain, heard that there was hope. He immediately recovered and said excitedly, "Then can you help me reserve a Spring Banner House's blade-strengthening calabash? I don't ask for too much. I just want the one with the lowest grade as your disciple's gift. The Tai Hui sword sect is such a big sect, and you are also a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator. The gift for accepting a disciple cannot be bad. Look at my brother Chen. Once the Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall was completed, he sent east and west. Which one of them is not a priceless item? Surnamed Lu, can you at least learn a little from my brother Chen?" In fact, the young man was just talking nonsense. He did not expect Lu Jinglong to agree. The blade-strengthening calabash was a sword cultivator's treasure that was hard to buy. Especially a high-grade blade-strengthening calabash. Even a sword immortal might not have it. Because the blade-strengthening calabash was a rare existence, it was even more awkward than an inch-long object. When the sword cultivator's realm was high, the blade-strengthening calabash's grade was low. It would delay the nourishment of the natal flying sword. However, a blade-strengthening calabash that could catch the eye of a sword immortal was something that could only be found by chance. However, the white-haired old man did not think of the guy who was drinking tea slowly. He nodded and said, "I'll give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not, I won't promise you anything. If you have high expectations after hearing this, you will be disappointed and take your anger out on me. If you don't hide it well and I notice the signs, it will be my mistake in teaching. At that time, you and I will cultivate the mind together." For the first time, the white-haired old man was not disgusted by Lu's nagging. He was overjoyed and said in surprise, "Lu, are you really willing to help me?" Lu was full of bad habits, but there was one good thing about him: he was a man of his words. Qi Jinglong asked back, "In the ancestral hall, you are a disciple and I am a disciple. As a preacher, there should be a gift for the disciple. You are the direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Tai Hui sword sect. You have an extraordinary blade-strengthening calabash that is beneficial to the Great Tao. It will be faster to cultivate the sword with an upright method and you can have more time to cultivate the mind. Why wouldn't I want to help you? I'm not forcing you to buy a blade-strengthening calabash from Chun Qianzhai." The white-haired old man was stunned for a moment and muttered, "I see that you don't bring money when you go out. You don't look like a generous person at all." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Whether a person is generous or not, it doesn't only depend on his character in terms of money. In addition to the literal meaning, the key is the word only. In the world, going to the extreme will not be a good thing. I'm not trying to absolve myself, but I want you to see everyone except me and think more when you encounter something. I don't want you to miss out on some friends you shouldn't have on your path of cultivation in the future." The white-haired old man was puzzled and said, "You know that Chun Qianzhai won't sell you the blade-strengthening calabash, so you're just taking this opportunity to nag me about these principles." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Cultivators, especially those who have the Tao, have a long time. As long as you are willing to open your eyes and look, how many times can you see the truth? Do you need to ask about my intentions? Do you believe me just because I tell you?" The white-haired old man covered his head with both hands and wailed, "My head hurts. I'm not listening, I'm not listening." At Luapa Mountain, the young man had learned a lot of rural sayings. Qi Jinglong was not angry and smiled as he drank his tea. The white-haired old man suddenly asked, "Lu, are you going to go shopping with Jinsu and the rest in the future? How boring. These sisters are more tired than us when we go shopping. I'm scared." Qi Jinglong said, "Old Dragon City's Fu family's ferry happened to dock at inverted Hanging Mountain. Madame Gui must be worried that they will have an accident while they are playing here. The Fu family's disciples are domineering and think that their family rules are the city rules. We have seen it with our own eyes in Old Dragon City. This time we are staying in Gui Mai's courtyard and we are traveling across the sea. We didn't even spend a single cent on food, so we have to return the favor." The white-haired old man crossed his arms and said, "If that's the case, then I'll spend more time with my sisters. If the Fu family is really behind this, don't blame me for showing off my sword immortal demeanor." Qi Jinglong smiled and asked, "Tell me, how do you show off your sword immortal demeanor?" Before the linen sex ferry docked at Oxhorn Mountain, the young man was also full of confidence. Later on, at the top of Luapa Mountain, he saw a row of 3 small heads eating melon seeds. The young man still felt that he would definitely win this battle. The white-haired old man was angry and said, "Lu, am I your disciple or not?" Speaking of this, the young man's eyes dimmed. That black charcoal lass who spoke nonsense and could infuriate people to death was Qin Pingan's first disciple. He was actually the only direct disciple of the Lu family. Qin Pingan was now a Qi refinement warrior and was far from the Lu family. In the end, he was so miserable at Luapa Mountain. He lost his face and more or less caused the Lu family to lose some face. Qi Jinglong said softly, "I don't feel that my disciple is inferior to others." The white-haired old man's face flushed red and he said angrily, "Lu, don't think too highly of yourself. I don't even treat you as my master sincerely." Qi Jinglong said seriously, "When competing with others there are always wins and losses. When competing with yourself it's only about how much you win. Then how should we choose, white-haired old man, what do you think?" The young man leaned on the table and sighed. He was really envious of the black-skinned and black-hearted lass. Her master was out every 2 to 3 days and would not nag by her side. But this was not a big deal. The most terrifying thing was that black charcoal was actually very happy when she left. She said that she might also go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to see her master. The key was when the master would leave. She didn't care whether the white-haired old man was willing or not. She directly helped him make the decision. Next time the 2 sides would only fight with words, not martial arts. The white-haired old man was angry when he thought of this. Ning Yao was still in seclusion. When Qin Pingan was not refining qi, he was fighting with Nailan Yeshing on the martial arts field. Without the presence of Fan Dash and the others, Qin Pingan, who was fighting with all his strength, was wearing a green robe in the small mustard world. It was a completely different scene. Grandma Bai was now used to watching from the pavilion. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that her son-in-law was the most handsome young man in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, followed by the martial arts genius that had not appeared in 100 or 1,000 years. As for the cultivation of Qi, what was the hurry? Her son-in-law was obviously a latecomer. Wasn't he a 5th realm Qi refinement warrior now? His cultivation aptitude was not much worse than her young lady's. On this day, at the corner of the street not far from the shop, Qin Pingan was sitting on a small stool and eating melon seeds. He finally finished telling the story of Sword Immortal Qi who liked to drink. Feng Kangol felt a little unsatisfied, so he asked Qin Pingan if there were any other strange legends about this old man. Qin Pingan thought about it and felt that he could casually make up a few more stories, so he said that there were more stories. So he started with the story. He said that the young sword immortal walked at night to an ancient temple in the wilderness where old crows flapped their wings. He lit a bonfire and was about to drink to his heart's content when he met several graceful women. With bursts of fragrance, laughter, and fluttering clothes, they floated into the ancient temple. The young sword immortal looked up and frowned. As a cultivator, he focused his gaze and circulated his divine powers. He saw the foxtails behind the women. Therefore, the young sword immortal downed a flask of alcohol and slowly stood up. At this point, Qin Pingan stopped and said the most annoying sentence, "Let's wait for the next round." Qin Pingan still did not drink when he went to the wine shop. The main reason was that Fan Dash and the rest were not around. The rest of the drunkards and gamblers were looking at him with unfriendly eyes. It would be difficult for him to get a bowl of wine. There was no reason. He was selling wine for them to drink. He did not owe them any money. Qin Pingan squatted by the side of the road and ate a bowl of yangchun noodles. But he suddenly felt a little sorry for Qi Jinglong. The story did not seem to be exciting enough. What could he do? He was not a real storyteller after all. He had already done his best. 596. Qin Pingan wasn't really a greedy drinker. He just felt that it was ridiculous that he couldn't even get half a bowl of wine to drink in his own territory. Was this a matter of half a bowl of wine? Therefore Qin Pingon and the two sword cultivators beside him stared at him when they were drinking, eating and picking up food. After a lot of effort, Qin Pingon successfully turned the two gamblers who had lost a lot of money into his own shills. As the price for freeloading wine, Qin Pingon hinted to both parties that the next time there was a bastard who was the banker and earned black money, he, as the second boss, could lead everyone to earn money together. In the end, the two sword cultivators fought to treat Qin Pingon to a drink, and it wasn't even the cheapest bamboo grotto heaven wine. In the end, the two poor drunkards and gamblers insisted on pooling money to buy a pot of 5 snowflakes. They even said that if the second-in-command didn't drink, it meant that he didn't give them face and looked down on them. Qin Pingon put down his bowl and chopsticks and quietly waited for others to bring wine. He felt a little lonely. With so many friends it was hard not to drink. Previously on the city wall Yuan Zhaohua that tomboy had mentioned the 10 sword cultivators with the greatest killing power on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In fact it wasn't much different from Qin Pingon's choice. Eldest Sword Celestial Dong Sanging Alliance Hidden Official Qin Shi Qi Tingji left and right Nalan Xiaowei Old Deaf and Lu Ji. Once Qin Qingdo used all his strength, there was never a definite saying about the killing power of his sword. Usually, it was only in the extremely romantic words and imagination of generations of children. Dong Guanpu colluded with the demon race and was personally killed by Eldest Sword Celestial. This caused the vitality of the Dong family in the Great Wall of Sword Qi to be damaged. Dong Sengeng rarely appeared in recent years. The last time he drank wine to send off Huang Tong of the Taihui sword sect was an exception. Alliance was no longer in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He wore a bamboo hat and a bamboo blade. Later on he swindled a donkey and a silver-white blade strengthening gourd from the Wei and Jin dynasties. Then he met a young man with straw sandals who was accompanied by a girl in a red cotton padded jacket. It was obvious that the hidden official's battle prowess was not high. The only question was how high was the hidden official's battle prowess. This was because no one had ever seen the hidden official's natal flying sword. Whether it was in the Ning mansion or the wine shop, at least Qin Pingon had never heard of it. Even if a customer mentioned Master Hidden Official, if one paid close attention, they would realize that Master Hidden Official seemed to be the sword immortal that did not resemble a sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Shi was the current patriarch of the Qin clan, but in front of eldest sword immortal he had never been able to raise his head. Even though the character Qin was carved by Qin Shi in front of Qin Qingdu, it was still like a child who hadn't grown up. So, amongst all the clans on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the disciples of the Qin clan were the group of people who disliked going to the city walls the most. Qi Tingji. When Qin Pingon came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, he was practicing his fist techniques on the city wall. He saw a handsome young sword immortal who was the head of the Qi family. There was no need to say much about his eldest senior brother. Nalan Huowei had been in seclusion for a long time. Nalan was one of the top clans on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that Nalan Xiaowei had not appeared for too long, which caused the Nalan clan to be slightly quiet. As for whether Nalan Yeshing was a member of the Nalan clan, Qin Pingon did not ask and would not deliberately investigate. In life, one could question everything, but there would always be a few people and a few things that were right in their hearts. Old Deaf was the old sword cultivator that was rumored to be from the demon race. He was in charge of the prison that imprisoned many great demons. Lu Ji was now almost forgotten by people. She came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi when she was just a golden core cultivator. She broke through the realms step by step and her battle achievements were splendid. Every time she defended the city she would definitely fight to the death. Alliance once asked her to drink wine and said something funny. It was unknown how it spread, but it was just the two of them drinking wine. Those who live in solitude are either beasts or gods. The person that Dong Bubu and Dai Zhang were most fascinated by was Lu Ji. When Alliance was drinking, he made a solemn vow and slammed the table angrily. He did not know which sword cultivator was so shameless to eavesdrop on his conversation with Lu Ji. How could such a private conversation with a lady be so casually spread? Even if this sentence was very knowledgeable, very chewy and very stylish, so what? Did he get the approval of Alliance and Miss Lu? Qin Pingon drank free wine and felt that he was not bad since he was ranked 11th in Yuan Zhaohua's heart at such a young age. A drunkard casually asked, "Second shopkeeper, I heard that you have a sword cultivator friend from the North Continent who is good at killing demons. Is his drinking ability even better? Qin Pingon rubbed his chin and thought seriously. He nodded and said, even if all of you worked together, you wouldn't be able to beat him. Of course no one believed him. Zhang Zhezhen looked at Mr. Qin, who was in a daze amidst the clamor. It seemed that at this moment Mr. Qin wanted to drink with that person. Qin Pingon laughed and turned to look at the side street, imagining a scene. Qi Jinglong and Chao Qinglang were walking side by side. Qin Pingon drank a bowl of wine and picked up the bowl, chopsticks and wine pot. He stood up and said loudly, "Sword cultivators, today's drinks." All the drinkers fell silent. What? Did the sun rise from the west today? Was the second in command treating them? Unexpectedly, the guy laughed and said, "Remember to pay the bill." For the next 3 days, Lu patiently accompanied Jin Su and the other girls to visit all the beautiful places in the inverted mountains. He was not interested in the fragrant inn or the Lingjizhai. He did not even feel much about the Jingjian pavilion, which had many sword immortals hanging on it. In the end, it was still because the young man did not really see himself as a sword cultivator. It was said that the female martial god from the central divine continent had been practicing swords here not long ago. It was a pity that those sisters were at the Thunder Lock Tower purely out of consideration for the young man's feelings. Hence they stayed for a while before turning to the Elk Cliff. Immediately they started chattering. At the foot of the Elk Cliff, there was an entire street of shops. The atmosphere was heavy with cosmetics. Even Jin Su, who was relatively steady, couldn't control his wallet when he reached the shops of all sizes. Seeing this, Bai Hai rolled his eyes. Women's side. Qi Jinglong was still leisurely following at the back, carefully looking at the various scenic spots. Even if it was the shops at the foot of Elk Cliff, he was still very serious when he strolled around. Occasionally he would even help Miss Ho Hot take a look. The white-haired old man could tell that at least 2 of the girls had feelings for Lu. When they talked to him, their voices were especially soft and their eyes were especially focused. They did not know who Lu was, nor did they know anything about the Taihui Sword Clan, nor did they know anything about the land dragon of the North Continent. No matter how they looked at it, he was just a pedantic scholar who did not have much money. How could they have fallen in love with him so blindly? This Lu fellow's intrinsic flying sword's intrinsic divine power couldn't be to make women crazy, right? If that was the case, he felt that he could study swordsmanship with him. No matter what, nothing unexpected happened. Qi Jinglong would not tell the young man that 2 groups of people had been following them, but they were scared off by him. The first time he revealed the aura of a golden core sword cultivator. The person in the dark did not give up. Then an old man showed up. Qi Jinglong had to treat his guests. Then there was no more. He seemed to be holding the back of his head and following them patiently. Later he even helped them carry things. In fact, he was a direct disciple of the Taihui sword sect's ancestral hall. He was more like an assassin of the deer-reaping mountain in the early years. Qi Jinglong was actually relieved. Many of his intentions were reflected. In any case, the Fu family was destined to not be able to cause any trouble on Qi Jinglong's side. In that case, wouldn't old head Bai be able to sit back and relax and not care about them at all? Leisurely, picky and full of complaints, he would be able to roam around the inverted hanging mountain? Even in his own Taihui sword sect, how many direct disciples did not realize the subtle changes in their temperament after being apprenticed? Their words and actions seemed normal, respectful, and abiding by the rules. But in fact, there were subtle traces of deviations in their hearts. If they were not careful, their lives would go elsewhere in the long run. When Qi Jinglong was in the Taihui sword sect in the Pianran Peak, he would also try his best to help the juniors of his sect to maintain a clear heart. However, when it came to the root of the Great Tao, he still could not say or do much. Therefore, Qi Jinglong did not like the terms immortal seed and innate sword embryo. Jin Su and the rest returned with a full load. Everyone was satisfied and returned to Osmanthus Island. After this short trip, even Jin Su's impression of Qi Jinglong changed a lot. Before leaving, she sincerely thanked him. Qi Jinglong sent them all the way to the Zaifeng Pavilion. Then he brought Bai Shou to the Stork Inn to settle the bill. He planned to stay at the Spring Banner House. Then he returned to the inn. The young man was gloating. This was because there was a familiar woman standing inside the inn. She was extremely beautiful and was the water scripture mountain fairy, Lu Sui. She was ranked 8th among the 10 youths of the Northern Reed continent and was known as the most compatible celestial companion for Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect. Lu Sui said softly, "Jinglong, the Spring Banner House heard that you and Bai Shou have been at the inverted hanging mountain for 3 days. They asked me to rush you. I have already helped to settle the bill. You won't blame me, right?" Qi Jinglong was helpless. He smiled and shook his head. It seemed that it was wrong whether he blamed her or not. Then he might as well not say anything. Every time this happened, Qi Jinglong missed Chen Pingon. The innkeeper was puzzled. The Spring Banner House came to invite him personally? This young man in green robes was a little arrogant. The Spring Banner House and the Yuan Ruo Mansion were famous private residences. Under normal circumstances, if a team was not led by a cultivator of the upper 5 states, they might not even be able to enter. Qi Jinglong and the innkeeper smiled and said goodbye. The young innkeeper leaned on the counter and nodded with a smile. He was just the innkeeper of a small inn. There was no need for him to be too polite to such a celestial. Anyway, he was destined to be fawning over him. Moreover, he was not willing to bow down to others. Earning a little money and living a stable life, there was no need to think too much. It was also good to occasionally see young people like Qin Pingon and Qi Jinglong, who were shrouded in mist. Perhaps when they became famous in the future, the business of the stork inn would also rise. However, it wasn't easy to gain a bit of fame in the inverted hanging mountain that was filled with crouching dragons and hidden dragons. Before arriving at the Spring Banner House, the white-haired old man chatted with Lu Sui. The white-haired old man looked forward to the Water Classic Mountain. There were many beautiful ladies there. The young man was not a playboy. He just liked women who liked him. Lu Sui was obviously more talkative than the cold and aloof Fairy Lu, who was always focused on Dao. The white-haired old man felt sorry for Fairy Lu. The Lu guy did not even like her. He deserved to be a bachelor and was forced to drink twice by Su Xingjiu from the city above clouds. The owner of the Spring Banner House appeared for the first time and personally entertained Qi Jinglong. Lu Sui was brewing tea for the 2 sword immortals who were of different ages. The white-haired old man was a little uneasy. For some reason, the white-haired old man was not in awe of the Taihui sword sect and was not afraid of the Lu guy. However, after meeting the ancestral sword immortal Huang Tong, the white-haired old man started to panic. In fact, the white-haired old man was more afraid of this trip to the Great Wall of Sword Aura to meet the sect master Han Huizi. The white-haired old man also felt uneasy when he saw the Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan sitting opposite his master. They were indeed legendary sword immortals. They were big shots who could stand at the peak of the North Continent where sword immortals were common. As for why the white-haired old man was not afraid of his master, who was also a sword immortal, despite being with him all the time, the white-haired old man did not think deeply about it. He just looked at his master in front of him. He seemed to be the same when he met the sword immortal master at the Spring Banner House. The white-haired old man took a cup of tea from Lu Sui with both hands and drank it with a lowered head. He gradually calmed down. Qi Jinglong mentioned the blade strengthening gourd. Xiao Yunyan nodded with a smile and agreed. He even gave an extremely fair price. Qi Jinglong thanked him. When the white-haired old man heard the price of the Guyu money, his forehead broke out in sweat. Xiao Yunyan said, "It's not a deal. The Taihui sword sect does not owe me a favor, but you, Taoist Qi, owe me a favor." To be honest, if the 14 gourds were successfully refined, the 7 blade strengthening gourds would have been predetermined within 1,000 years and could not be changed. It was only because one of them could not buy it as promised that Taoist Qi had the chance to speak, and I dared to agree. Within 1,000 years, you only need to use your sword once to repay the favor. Furthermore, Taoist Qi, you can rest assured. I will definitely be reasonable and will not make things difficult for you. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Sure." Then Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment. "If the blade strengthening gourd is above 7, can I reserve another one?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Only the highest bidder can get it. I believe it will be difficult for Taoist Qi to get what you want." There were some truths that Xiao Yunyan did not say. Even if there was an extra blade strengthening gourd, not everyone could buy it. There were 3 reasons why Qi Jinglong could occupy this blade strengthening gourd. First, the Spring Banner House and Xiao Yunyan thought highly of Qi Jinglong, who was now a Jade Royal Realm sword cultivator, and his future great Dao achievements. Second, Qi Jinglong was very likely to be the next sect master of the Taihui sword sect. Third, Xiao Yunyan was born in the North Continent. It could be considered a dispensable relationship. The reason why there was no need to say these words was because this young land flood dragon understood in his heart. Qi Jinglong said, I'm indeed thinking too much. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, thanks to Taoist Qi I can drink Lu Sui's tea. Lu Sui was the most valued direct disciple of the Water Classic Mountain Sect master. The only person Xiao Yunyan owed in his life was Lu Sui's master. Back then, the connate cardinal treasure gourd vine in the Spring Banner House was obtained by the two of them by chance. Could even be said that she contributed more. However, in the end the two of them did not get together and become immortal Tao companions due to various reasons. As for the ownership of the gourd vine, she had never changed her mind. The more she was like this, the more uneasy Xiao Yunyan felt. Therefore Xiao Yunyan, who had no children, treated Lu Sui, her favorite disciple, as his own daughter. Moreover, Lu Sui was infatuated with Lu Jinglong. How similar was it to Xiao Yunyan and Lu Sui's master? The white head felt a little awkward. Why was this sword deity Xiao similar to Qin Pingon? One addressed Qi Jinglong while the other addressed him as Taoist Qi. Regarding this matter, the white head had heard some rumors in the Pianran Peak. It seemed that Lu's original surname was Qi when he was at the foot of the mountain. Later on, when he ascended the mountain to cultivate, he wrote his name as Lu Jinglong in the ancestral hall. Xiao Yunyan drank the tea and settled the ownership of the blade-strengthening gourd. Soon he bid farewell and left. Lu Sui stayed behind to brew tea. The white head looked at this fairy sister's tea brewing technique. It was really pleasing to the eye. Lu Sui smiled and said, Jinglong, have you seen the inside story of the inverted hanging mountain? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, the 8 sceneries of the capture pavilion and the saber room are the 8 formation eyes of a great array. The inverted hanging mountain is not as simple as a mountain seal. It has been refined layer by layer, and it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. As for the origin of the array, it should be one of the 3 great ancient techniques left behind by the 9 marquises of the 3 mountains. The greatest ingenuity lies in using mountains to refine water and inverting heaven and earth. Once used, it has the ability to overturn heaven and earth. Lu Sui was in high spirits. Even though she only glanced at Lu and quickly lowered her head to look at the fire, it was still difficult to conceal her womanly thoughts. Qi Jinglong, on the other hand, was immersed in his own thoughts in the inverted hanging mountain array. The white head looked at him and wished he could smash Lu's head with a hammer. Lu Sui seemed to have suddenly remembered something. My master and Li Jianxian are good friends. It just so happens that he can go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with you. Long Tsong, that lass, is also traveling with me. Jinglong, you should have seen her before. This time I am accompanying her to travel the inverted hanging mountain. Qi Jinglong nodded, as if he felt that this was a matter of course. The white head looked at them from the side and felt very tired. He drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. How did Fairy Lu come to the inverted hanging mountain? Why did she go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Wake up a little. You still want to nod? Nod your head. This kind of thing, the white head really isn't helping an outsider. That brother Qin of mine is really going to leave you Lu behind. Forget it, let's talk about it when we meet Qin Pingon. At that time I, Master Bai, will have to suffer a little and beg my good brother Qin Pingon to teach you 30% to 50% of his power. Lu Sui was already used to it. When she poured tea for Qi Jinglong, she said softly, I heard that a genius martial artist from the Central Plains Divine Continent came to the Water Essence Palace. He reached the Golden Body Realm as the strongest Realm 6. He broke through the bottleneck at the Jinjia continent and received a lot of guidance from Chao Xiai. This time he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. That lady wants to go to the city wall and learn from Chao Xiai. Qi Jinglong smiled. I have a friend who is also training at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Maybe we will meet. When the white head heard that it was a pure martial artist and a lady at that, he couldn't help but panic. Lu Sui asked curiously, is it that Qin Pingon from the Aquarius continent? The last time at the Sanlang Temple, Qi Jinglong mentioned this name. It seemed that because of Qin Pingon, Qi Jinglong went to the Hate Sword Mountain and Sanlang Temple to buy things before the 3 sword-seeking matches. So Lu Sui had a deep impression of this person. Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded. Lu Sui smiled. Even I am curious about this Qin Pingon, to be able to make Jinglong look at him in a different light. Qi Jinglong still didn't say anything. The white head couldn't help but say, "Sister Lu, my good brother doesn't have any strong points, but his ability to persuade people to drink is #1 in the world." Qi Jinglong turned his head and smiled at the white head. The young man was full of righteousness and said firmly, "This Qin Pingan's alcohol tolerance is too bad. To have such a brother, I feel ashamed." Lu Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did Jinglong find such a shameless disciple? On the city wall, Sword Immortal Wuxia was teaching sword techniques to Lin Junbai, Yan Lv and the rest. What Wuxia was teaching was a sword technique that the Great Wall of Sword Qi permitted foreign sword cultivators to study. Everyone sat on mats and listened attentively to Sword Immortal Wuxia's guidance. Wuxia first explained the general idea of the Sword Dao incantation, then he dissected a series of key acupuncture points: spiritual qi circulation, guidance and resonance. He explained it in detail, then he let everyone ask what they didn't understand, or bring up the crux of their problems. Wuxia mostly let Lin Junbai, who had the best aptitude and perception, answer their questions. If Lin Junbai had any inadequacies, Wuxia would fill in the gaps. The strange thing about this superior sword technique was that it was only effective in the small world of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, where sword qi was abundant. In the vast world it could be forcefully practiced, but the results were minimal. To the foreign sword cultivators who had the opportunity to come into contact with this sword technique, most of them were sect disciples who didn't lack superior sword Dao techniques, so it wasn't of much use. To put it simply, this sword technique was too particular about timing and location. To benefit one's sword Dao and soul, even a proud son of heaven like Lin Junbai, who carried the destiny of a nation, could only improve his Dao on the city wall. Wuxia was actually quite worried. This was because the person imparting the sword technique should have been a native sword immortal, Sun Jian. However, Sun Jiyuan's impression of the future pillars of the Shao Yuan dynasty was too poor. He had abandoned the job and made all sorts of excuses. Wuxia was also a stubborn person. He was initially unwilling to take a step back and impart the Dao himself. Later on, Sun Jian was annoyed by Wuxia's pestering. He told Wuxia that if the Shao Yuan dynasty wished to bring people to the Great Wall of Sword Qi again and still be able to stay in the Sun residence, then they shouldn't make things too difficult for Sun Jian. Wuxia looked at his direct disciple Jiang Guanqing and sighed in his heart. He was worried about his disciple's straightforwardness, but he also felt that there was no need for a sword cultivator to be too similar to Lin Junbai. Furthermore, compared to the petty and scheming young men and women around Jiang Guanqing, Wuxia found his disciple more pleasing to the eye. There was naturally a reason why Wuxia chose Jiang Guanqing as his disciple. The premise was that their great Daos were similar. However, Jiang Guanqing's path of ascension required more tempering. Even though Lin Junbai was only sitting on a praying mat with his palms placed on his abdomen, he still had the demeanor of a banished immortal that was rarely seen on the mountain. Yan Lv had always been learning from Lin Junbai. He was extremely diligent. Be it the way he treated people or the way he treated people on a larger scale, Yan Lv felt that although Lin Junbai was young, he was worth pondering over. In the past, Yan Lv's way of looking at people was very simple. He only differentiated the stupid and the smart. As for good and evil, he did not care. Those who could be used by him were his friends. Those who could not be used by him were strangers in his heart. Among the sword cultivators who came with him, there were no stupid people. There were only those who were smart enough and those who were not smart enough. Those who were not smart enough were like Sword Immortal Wuxia's direct disciple, Jiang Guanqing. There was also that foolish young lady who was infatuated with Lin Junbai. Those who were smart enough were like those idiots who spoke up for Lin Junbai. They seemed to be twisting the truth and confusing right and wrong. Did they really think that this group of people did not know the severity of the situation? In reality, what did they want? They just wanted to say some nice words on Lin Junbai's side. It was beneficial but not costly. Deep in their hearts they might be hoping that Lin Junbai would be careless. Young and frivolous, the crowd would agree and exaggerate. Lin Junbai would then act on impulse and fight Qin Pingan to the bitter end. Even if they took a step back and both sides fell out, the strong dragon could not suppress the local snake. If Lin Junbai's Dao heart was rebuffed by Qin Pingan, it would not be a bad outcome. On the path of cultivation without Lin Junbai, to this group of people harming others was not beneficial to them. They were already willing to do it, not to mention the opportunity to benefit themselves. After all, in the Xiaoyuan dynasty benefits were intertwined. In this trip together Lin Junbai was too outstanding. Even these junior cultivators of the Xiaoyuan dynasty could sense a truth. Once Lin Junbai successfully ascended to the top, in the next 100 or 1,000 years, all the sword cultivators of the Xiaoyuan dynasty would face an awkward situation of monopolizing the great Dao. Lin Junbai of the Xiaoyuan dynasty would be like Chao Ci of the martial arts of the Central Plains. Those who shared the same Dao were all pitiful people. Apart from these people, Zhu Mei and Jin Zhenming were another type of people. They were relatively less scheming. But Yan Lv did not like to interact too much with these people. Yan Lv liked to interact with more and was willing to spend more effort to build relationships with them. It was not Zhu Mei and Jin Zhenming but those ungrateful wretches. To interact with Zhu Mei, whose background was not inferior to his, or to rope and Jin Zhenming, who had a firm Dao heart and pure sword will, Yan Lv had to pay a lot of things that he was not willing to pay. While Lin Junbai was acting as half a preacher, he had already diverted his attention elsewhere. On this city wall, there would be a sword immortal guarding an area every once in a while. As for the people around him, including that Yan Lv, Lin Junbai had never felt that they were his kindred spirits. Their temperaments were too weak, their aptitudes too poor, and their brains too stupid. As a result, all of their backers and backgrounds were fabricated. Sometimes Lin Junbai even wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh and say something from the bottom of his heart to them. You should cherish the time you have now. You can reluctantly walk with me, Lin Junbai. On the road you can at least see my back. Now you're even lucky enough to be on the city walls, practicing the sword together. At the border he did not follow sword immortal Wuxia to learn the sword. Instead he went to the Mirage to join in the fun. It was a good place here. Although it was called the Martial Arts Arena, it was actually similar to the North Continent's Zhuli Mountain. There was no victor, only life and death. However, it was different from Zhuli Mountain. This martial arts arena only allowed people of the same level to kill each other. The wager was the life of both parties. The winner was the other party's entire fortune, as well as a sizable commission from the wager. The battle between sword cultivators was actually not the most exciting. There were not many opportunities. Usually, unless both parties had a death feud, they would not come here. Moreover, the battle between sword cultivators often ended in an instant. There was nothing to see. They had to leave before their buttocks were warmed up. It was too boring. What was truly exciting was the battle between sword cultivators and other Qi refinement warriors. Of course, the most exciting was still a Qi refinement warrior who was lucky enough to exchange his life with the sword cultivator with the greatest killing power. The reason why a small group of sword cultivators took the initiative to come here was not only to hone their skills, but also to earn money so that they could raise their flying swords. Why were the rest of the Qi refinement warriors willing to enter the arena at the risk of their lives? Of course, it was not because they were looking for death but because they had no choice. Almost all of these Qi refinement warriors were secretly escorted to this place by transcontinent ferries. They were the unaffiliated cultivators from different continents in the world, or the wandering ghosts who had destroyed the immortal sections. If they won 3 rounds against a Qi refinement warrior of the same level, they could live. If they dared to take the initiative to fight, they could win money according to the rules. If they could successfully kill a sword cultivator, they could regain their freedom after 1 round. There was once a Confucian student who was distressed by this. He felt that such a ridiculous act was too disrespectful of human life. He questioned why the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not impose restrictions and allowed the cross-continent ferries to imprison so many wild cultivators, causing them to lose their lives. There was even a lady from a big dynasty in the Central Plains who had a strong backing. Her family owned a cross-continent ferries. When she arrived at the inverted mountain, she directly stayed at the Yuanruo mansion as if she was the mistress of the house. She spent a lot of money at the Lingji shop, which was even more eye-catching. There were 2 retainers beside her. Other than the martial grandmaster of the 9th realm, there was also a military cultivator of the upper 5 realms who hid his strength. When she arrived at the martial arts arena of the Mirage and watched the battle, not only did she pity the Qi refinement warriors of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but she also pitted the sword cultivators of the demon clan who were used as whetstones. She felt that since they had already transformed into human form, they were already humans. It was inhumane and impolite to torture them like this. Therefore, the lady caused a scene at the martial arts arena of the Mirage and left with her head held high. In the end, her military retainer was severely injured by a local sword immortal who left the city. As for the martial grandmaster of the Ninth Realm, he did not dare to punch at all. This was because other than the sword immortal who attacked, there was clearly another sword immortal who was ready to attack at any time in the Sea of Clouds. She could only swallow her anger and ran to seek help from the sword immortal Sun Jun, who was on good terms with her family. In the end, she was rejected. All of their belongings were thrown onto the street outside the Sun Mansion. Sun Jun even told them to scram. With tears streaming down her face, the lady led her people out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in a hurry. It was said that after returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she used her family background and wealth to gather a large number of literary figures. They wantonly attacked the barbaric customs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The most serious sentence was, of course, "What's the difference between the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the demon clan of the savage world?" However, after that, not a single person from her family, sect, or dynasty was able to enter the inverted hanging mountain. It was not the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but they could not even climb the inverted hanging mountain. Once they discovered that someone dared to secretly climb the inverted hanging mountain, the sword immortal guarding the gate would slash him into the sea. As for the outcome, it was up to the heavens. Back then, this matter caused a huge uproar. However, even the eldest sword immortal did not say anything. The Dong clan, who was in charge of handling this matter personally, was full of confidence. Border not only watched the battle today, he also made several bets. Bets of life and death were usually counted. After all, there was not much suspense. The gamblers who had been here for many years all had good foresight. Therefore, the bets that really earned or lost money were the bets on how long it would take for someone to die. As for the bets on both sides dying, as long as the bets were right, they could often win 2 to 3 years of drinking. Drinking the immortal wine at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not cheap. Border sat in a corner of the overcrowded spectator stand, drinking silently. He quietly waited for the two parties to enter the arena. Then a vast world sea-viewing realm sword cultivator appeared first. Following him was a demon clan sword cultivator of the same realm. His clothes were ragged and his body was covered in wounds. Although he was covered in wounds, it did not affect his combat strength. Moreover, the physique of the demon clan was tough to begin with. After being injured, their ferocious nature erupted. As a sword cultivator, their killing power was even greater. This kind of confrontation was not very common. Border looked at the young demon clan sword cultivator with numb eyes. It was said that in the wastelands separated by a wall, as long as one could become a sword cultivator, they would be known as the seed of the great Tao. It was a little like the seed of the vast world of books. It was said that this demon clan member had secretly snuck into the ruins of the battlefield after the end of a great battle. He tried his luck and tried to pick up the remains of a broken sword. Then he was captured by the patrolling sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and brought back to the prison. In the end, his fate was similar to that of many demon clan members. He was thrown here. If he died, he died. If he survived, he would be brought back to the prison again. Border did not find it strange at all. Why would there be a small number of people who traveled the vast world of books feel compassion for this? Therefore, Border was drinking wine now, looking forward to the day when the Great Wall of Sword Qi was breached. He looked forward to the day when the demon clan that occupied the vast world of books would feel compassion for these kind-hearted people. Border's mind was immersed in the small world. A certain existence that knew all of his thoughts was hidden in the depths of Border's heart lake. When it saw Border's mustard seed mind, it grinned. That existence was filled with an unparalleled savage aura. Just such a small movement caused a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm to be affected. The spiritual energy in the natal aperture acupoints in the small world started to shake and boil like a pot of oil. Fortunately, the aura dissipated slightly. There was no need for Border to suppress it with his mind. It was quickly restrained by that existence to prevent it from leaving any traces. Then, without any suspense, it would be surrounded and killed by the local sword cultivators. These sword cultivators were not some kittens or puppies in the pure jade realm. They were not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Perhaps there would be some old man with the surname Dong, Cheech and etc. That would be troublesome. It was a pity that the scholars of the vast world of books talked about the principles of the vast world of books. It only said a few words to Border's mustard seed mind. After this is done, my contribution will be enough for you to obtain a certain immortal weapon. In addition to the previous agreement, I can guarantee that you will become a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. As for whether you can become a sword cultivator in the ascendant realm, it will depend on your own luck. Once you become an ascendant realm cultivator and have a good sword, why would you care about the vast world of books? Where can't you go? Isn't there a mountain peak under your feet? Trash like Lin Junbai and Qin Pin gone, no matter if it's an enemy or a friend, they are just ants that are not worth boarders' attention. Now there were 2 gates between the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qi Jinglong and Whitehead, master and disciple, and 2 friends, Lu Sui and Ren Longtsong, walked into the Great Wall of Sword Qi together. Whitehead was dizzy and he squatted on the ground and retched. Qi Jinglong squatted down and gently pressed the young man's shoulder. Ren Longtsong was not any better, but he endured it. Similarly, Lu Sui held his hand and helped to stabilize the spiritual energy in his qi dwelling. Ren Longtsong, whose face was pale, only recovered slightly. Almost at the same time at the other gate, a woman left the Water Fairy Palace alone and came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she stood still, fist intent flowed all over her body. She did not feel uncomfortable with the natural pressure of the Great Wall of Sword Qi that covered the sky. Her trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time was originally to follow Chao Xi's footsteps and stay in the small thatched cottage built by Chao Xi at the top of the city wall. She hoped to reach the far-wandering realm with the strongest 7th realm. However, after hearing some stories in the Water Fairy Palace, she felt that this was the will of the heavens. Therefore, the only thing she wanted now was to fight the person mentioned by Chao Xi and Lu Yuzhou many times on the top of the city wall, fist against fist, and make him lose 3 rounds in a row. (597) Whitehead could not adapt to the environment of the Great Wall of Sword aura. He was sickly just like Ren Longtsong. This was the main reason why qi cultivators below the level of Earth Immortal were unwilling to stay at the Great Wall of Sword aura. If they could not withstand it, it would be akin to returning to the cave abode state and enduring the pain of seawater flooding in. It was fine if it was a young sword cultivator. After a long time, it would be beneficial to nourish the soul and the flying sword. Qi cultivators from the 3 sects and 100 clans who were not sword cultivators would suffer greatly just by extracting the sword will from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In history, when the Great Wall of Sword aura was relatively stable, there were some young qi cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They walked over from the inverted mountain and forced themselves to the top of the city wall. Their retinue who accompanied them on a sightseeing tour happened to be of a low level. In the end, when the retinue carried them to the gate, their level dropped. Lu Sui asked tentatively, "Since your friend is in the city, why don't you follow me to the White Manor on Taixiang Street? That Song Lu sword deity has a deep relationship with our North Continent." Lu Sui actually knew that her suggestion was a little unreasonable. However, she was afraid that after they parted today, Lu Jinglong would be immersed in practicing his swordsmanship and forget about everything. What would happen to her then? She came all the way to the inverted mountain and only took a few glances at Jinglong? Would they be so close yet worlds apart? Perhaps the last time they would meet would be when she was preparing to return to the inverted mountain to say goodbye to him? However, if they stayed in Song Lu sword deity's White Manor together, even if Lu Jinglong was practicing his swordsmanship in seclusion and rejecting guests, Lu Sui would still feel that being under the same roof as him, regardless of rain or shine, they would see the same scenery. Whitehead agreed, "That makes sense. Let's not disturb the sect master's cultivation. Let's go disturb Song Lu sword deity." Whitehead did not dare to meet the sect master of Taihui sword sect, Han Huizi, whom he had never met before. He had heard many people of the same age chatting on Pianran Peak. It seemed that this sect master was an extremely strict old man. Everyone was full of reverence when they talked about him. On the other hand, Patriarch of Justice Huang Tong, whom Whitehead had only met once, was full of interesting stories. However, the problem was that when they finally met old ancestor Huang, they still felt as if they were treading on thin ice and were extremely afraid. Huang Tong, the sword whiz, already made people feel uncomfortable. Now that he saw the head of the Taihui sword sect, Head White was worried that he would be expelled from the Hall of Ancestral Masters if he said something wrong. At that time, the one surnamed Lu, who respected his master the most, would have to obey his orders obediently. Head White did not feel that he was distressed about this master-disciple relationship, but just distressed about the glory and dignity he had accumulated in the Pianran Peak. Lu Sui smiled knowingly. Ren Longtsong didn't like this blabbermouth young man. Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, Sword Immortal Song Lu and I did not know each other before this. It would be too rash of me to visit him directly. Furthermore, it would waste Miss Lu's relationship with her sect. Moreover, it is only right for me to pay a visit to the sect master first. Moreover, Senior Chong's ravine residence is not far from my Tai Hui sword sect's residence. After the sword exchange, Senior Chong left in a hurry. I need to pay him a visit to express my gratitude. There were many empty private residences between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the city for foreign sword immortals to stay in. They could choose by themselves and inform the hidden officials Bamboo Nunnery and Luoshan Sword Immortal. If a local sword immortal invited them to stay in the city, they could also stay. If they were willing to stay on the city wall and choose a place to guard, they would not be stopped. Ever since the two sword immortals Han Huizi and Huang Tong rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Qi together, the Tai Hui sword sect of the North Continent had earned a large mansion called the Armor Warehouse with their demon-killing battle merits. All the disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect had a place to stay. Once they reached the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they no longer needed to live under someone else's roof. On the other hand, the sect master of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Li Kai, had just arrived and did not know any local sword immortals. Therefore, she directly chose the residence of the sword immortal senior who died in battle, the Ravine residence. Li Kai was not afraid of the bad luck. On the day she moved in, there were many local sword immortals who were willing to look up to Li Kai. Lu Sui smiled and said, Jinglong, I will pay a visit to Sect Master Han when I have the chance. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, Of course. The sect master admires Miss Lu's great Tao very much. If Miss Lu is willing to be a guest at our place, the sect master will definitely be pleased. Lu Sui smiled, her eyebrows curved. Ren Longtsong took a deep breath and turned her head to avoid looking at Lu Sui and that dumb goose Lu Jinglong. If she looked at them too much, she could not help but want to scold them. Whitehead also felt that Lu deserved a scolding. Is our Tai Hui sword sect master's gratification something Fairy Lu really cares about? Fairy Lu threw so many flirtatious glances. Even a blind person should have caught it once or twice, right? You Lu, on the other hand, dodged it time and time again with your ability. After the two sides separated, Qi Jinglong took care of his disciple Whitehead. He did not ride his sword to the armory that was already recorded under the Tai Hui sword sect's name. Instead, he walked as far as possible, allowing the youth to familiarize himself with the flow of sword intent in this world. However, Qi Jinglong seemed to have realized something and asked softly, Was there something unreasonable in my words with Miss Lu? Whitehead said unhappily, Are you kidding? Qi Jinglong heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not. The white-haired old man added, You don't have a single kind word to say. Qi Jinglong sighed and said, I see. Whitehead was puzzled and asked, Lu, why don't you like Sister Lu? There is nothing bad about her and everything is good. In our North Continent, there are countless young talents who like Sister Lu. Why is it that she likes you and you don't like her? Qi Jinglong said helplessly, Only this matter is unreasonable. Along the edge of the city they went all the way south. After more than 100 miles, the master and disciple found the armory. For cultivators, even if they did not ride the wind or sword, the journey of more than 100 miles was still like passing through streets and alleys. Even though Whitehead could not fully adapt to the suffocating feeling of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, his pace was still as fast as a galloping horse compared to the ordinary people in the streets. Along the way there were sparse mansions of various sizes. Most of them were guarded by sword immortals of the upper 5 realms or temporarily occupied by sword cultivators of the earth immortal realm. The Tai Hui sword sect master Han Huizi stood at the door. Qi Jinglong bowed and said, Lu Jinglong of the Pianran Peak greets the sect master. Whitehead secretly swallowed his saliva and imitated Lu. He bowed and said in a trembling voice, The 16th generation direct disciple of the Tai Hui sword sect's ancestral hall, Whitehead of the Pianran Peak greets the sect master. Han Huizi was the 4th generation sect master of the Tai Hui sword sect. However, the inheritance of the ancestral hall was naturally far more than that. Although the Taihui sword sect did not have a long history in the North Continent, every sect master was a sword immortal. Besides the sect master, almost all of them had auxiliary sword immortals like Huang Tong who stood at the side of the peak of the North Continent. There were also differences in the number of branches and leaves in each sect master's hands. For example, Lu Jinglong, who did not enter the Taihui sword sect's ancestral hall as an innate sword embryo, did not have a high seniority. This was because the teacher who brought him up the mountain was only the 14th generation direct disciple of the ancestral hall. Therefore, Whitehead could only be considered the 16th generation. However, in the vast world of sects, once someone opened a peak or inherited the orthodoxy, the seniority of the ancestral hall would be changed. For example, once Lu Jinglong took over the position of sect master, there would be a promotion ceremony in the ancestral hall of Lu Jinglong's lineage. As the first disciple of the Pianran Peak, Whitehead would naturally be promoted to the 6th generation ancestral master of the ancestral hall of Taihui sword sect. However, in terms of seniority, other than being promoted and inheriting the orthodoxy of the new sect master and mountain master, it was fine for outsiders to follow the old rules of the ancestral hall. Han Huizi smiled and raised his hand. There's no need for formalities. In the future, regardless of the length of our cultivation here, we will do as the Romans do. Otherwise, with only the three of us in the residence, who are we putting on an act for? Am I right, Whitehead? Whitehead had a long face. Right? That was definitely not right. Not right. That was even more wrong. Therefore Whitehead looked pitifully at Lu. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "How dare you become the size of a grain of rice when you're with the sect master?" On Lu's side, Whitehead was still extremely bold. He blurted out, "It's the little water monster of the mute lake who named it rice grain." Suddenly, he realized that there was a sect master sword immortal who was as high as the clouds beside him. His white hair was drenched in sweat and he actually said what was on his mind. "Sect master, I know I said the wrong thing. Please don't chase me out of the Taihui sword sect." Han Huizi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Jinglong had already stated in the previous letter that he had accepted a disciple. Otherwise, he, as the sect master, would have been caught off guard. Han Huizi smiled and comforted him. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi there are indeed many taboos. You must not rely on your identity as a sword cultivator of the Taihui sword sect and Lu Jinglong's direct disciple to be arrogant. However, in your own residence you don't have to be too reserved. Cultivate here, think more and ask more. Disciples of the Taihui sword sect on the path of cultivation have a pure and bright heart of the sword, which is the most respect for the master. Daring to move forward in the face of injustice is the most important. Whitehead was stunned on the spot. Compared to the Han Huizi in his imagination, who would put on the airs of a sword immortal and the sect master at the slightest disagreement, Han Huizi was worlds apart. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Now you should say remember loudly." Whitehead hurriedly said, "Remember." Qi Jinglong was helpless. He had never seen such an obedient Whitehead before. Han Huizi held back his laughter and joked with the youth. "Remember what? You don't have to remember. Young sword cultivators don't need to deliberately remember these big words." Whitehead was almost confused by this sect master. Then Han Huizi led the two of them into the gate of the warehouse and told them about the history of the house. Which sword immortals used to live here when they died in battle and how they died in battle. Whitehead was in awe. He couldn't help but slow down his breathing and footsteps. This was because the youth felt that every breath he took and every step he took seemed to disturb the rest of the sword immortals. Han Huizi quietly glanced at the youth's expression and eyes, then turned to Qi Jinglong and nodded gently. It was a young woman who had intentionally used her own fist intent to draw the sword Qi to her enemy. She wore hemp shoes and a scarlet robe. She had a head full of fine black hair that was neatly tied into a bun. She only carried a bag of dry food. Instead of entering the city, she went straight to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she was a mile away from the base of the wall, she began to run forward. She jumped high and stepped on the wall that was more than 100 feet high. Then she bent down and rushed up step by step. When she was a few feet away from the top of the wall, she stomped on the wall and leaped up suddenly. Finally, she landed on the top of the wall. Then she slowly walked to the left. According to Chao Ci, the small cottage that she didn't know if was inhabited should be less than 30 miles away. Along the way they didn't encounter any sword immortals on guard. Because the two thatched cottages were nearby, there was simply no need for anyone to guard against the attacks of the great demons. No one would ascend the city wall, flaunt their prowess and return safely to the south. Because there was that big sword immortal. She suddenly frowned because she first sensed that there was an extremely heavy sword chi on the opposite wall. It should be the rumored great sword immortal, a strange person who shattered the Tao hearts of countless innate sword embryos before he went to the sea to visit the immortals. However, when she got closer to the cottage, she realized that there was a young sword immortal on her path. He had already turned his head and looked at her. She continued to walk forward and glanced at the cottage not far away. She retracted her gaze and cupped her fists, asking, "Senior, are you temporarily staying in the cottage?" Wei Jin smiled and nodded, saying, "If you don't mind, I'll move out of the cottage." She nodded and said, "I mind. So, Senior, please continue to stay." She stopped and sat cross-legged. She took off her bag and took out a pancake, chewing it. Wei Jin smiled and didn't mind. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The woman ate the brand and took out a water bottle to drink. She asked, "Senior, do you know where sword immortal Wuxia from the Xiaoyuan dynasty is now?" Wei Jin opened his eyes. About 700 miles away is where sword immortal Wuxia cultivates and guards. If there are no accidents, sword immortal Wuxia is teaching swordsmanship at this moment. The woman nodded and said, "Thank you." She carried her bag and stood up. She began to walk and punch slowly. Every step she took covered a few feet. Her punches were extremely slow and covered 700 miles. During this time she encountered a huge golden bird that broke through the sea of clouds. Its shadow shrouded the city as if it was night. It landed beside a white-robed sword immortal. When it landed, it turned into the size of a sparrow and leaped onto the sword immortal's shoulder. There was a sword immortal lazily lying on a couch. He faced the south and drank wine with his head raised. The woman glanced at him and didn't look at him anymore. Sword immortal Wuxia was sitting on a cushion. Lin Junbai and many other junior sword immortals were meditating with their eyes closed. They breathed in and out, attempting to absorb the essence of sword intent that was as fast as a sword immortal's flying sword and not spiritual chi. Otherwise, it would be like throwing away a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. They would have wasted their trip to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, other than Lin Junbai's significant gains, even Yen Lu was temporarily at a loss. All he could do was try his luck. During this period, someone managed to gather a wisp of sword intent and revealed a look of joy. However, the moment his mind became unstable, the wisp of sword intent began to overturn the seas. Sword immortal Wuxia conjured his flying sword and expelled the wisp of ancient sword intent from the miniature world of the sword cultivator. The young sword immortal who had nearly damaged his great Tao foundation turned pale. Sword immortal Wuxia spoke telepathically. His voice was steady as he helped the young sword immortal stabilize his sword heart. As for the disorder of spiritual chi in his chi residence, it was a trivial matter. There was no need for the sword immortal to pacify him. To be able to stand out from the many young talents of the Xiaoyuan Empire and rush to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If he could not even settle such a small matter, he could leave the Sun residence tomorrow and return to the inverted hanging mountain. He could obediently wait there for his companions. After all, the Plum Blossom Garden had always treated its guests well. Sword immortal Wuxia suddenly stood up and turned his head. After recognizing the other party, this sword immortal with a naturally bitter face revealed a smile for the first time as he turned to welcome the woman. Regardless of how many pseudonyms this junior who liked to wander the Jianghu used outside or what she was used to being called in her family's ancestral hall, it was a name that had nothing to do with cosmetics at all. Surnamed Yu, given name Zhuanfu. The Yu family of the Central Plains was an elite aristocratic family with an extremely long history. They had once single-handedly raised the Desheng Empire, which was even stronger than the current Xiaoyuan Empire. After the Desheng Empire was destroyed in less than 100 years, they raised an even larger Xianmi Empire. Yu Zhuanfu and his fiancée Huai Qian were a small group of outstanding youths in the Central Plains. However, both of them had their own interests. In order to escape the marriage, Yu Zhuanfu had run to the Golden Armor continent and practiced his martial arts alone for many years. Huai Qian was not much better. He had also run to the North Continent. It was said that he specialized in hunting and collecting the natal flying swords of Earth immortal sword cultivators. However, it was said that the Huai family patriarch had made an unprecedented appearance last year. He had personally gone out to find his good friend who was also one of the top 10 of the Central Plains. As for the reason no one knew, Sword Immortal Wuxia's uncle master, Zhou Xian, was on the same level as the Huai family's patriarch. She was ranked even higher than the Huai family's patriarch. She had once been praised by others for being arrogant, but her sword Dao was even better. In the vast territory of the Central Plains, Zhou Xian was famous for being difficult to deal with. Even to his martial nephew Wuxia, this renowned great sword immortal, he did not have a good attitude. Their lineage had been on good terms with the Yu family for generations. Yu Zhuanfu was the favorite junior of sword immortal Wuxia's martial uncle. Zhou Xian had openly admitted that her family's descendants were all trash and not worthy of Yu Zhuanfu. One had to know that Zhou Xian's children were already famous for their outstanding talents and natural-born immortals. How much did Zhou Xian dote on Yu Zhuanfu? Even during Yu Zhuanfu's first 3 years of travel in the Central Plains, Zhou Xian had been secretly protecting him. In the end, the straightforward Yu Zhuanfu had accidentally caused a huge disaster. He had been ambushed by an immortal cultivator, and then Zhou Xian had directly chopped off one of his hands. He had fled back to the ancestral hall, where he had chosen to remain in seclusion. Zhou Xian had slowly followed behind him. In the end, the entire sect had knelt down. Zhou Xian had walked from the mountain gate to the mountain peak. Along the way, those who dared to speak were killed. Those who dared to raise their heads were killed. Those who dared to show the slightest bit of anger were killed. And how big was Yu Zhuanfu's heart? Instead, he had complained that Zhou Xian should have just retreated and left her enemies to deal with. Unexpectedly, not only was Zhou Xian not angry, she had even continued to escort Yu Zhuanfu, leaving the Central Plains and arriving at the Golden Armor continent. Seeing Sword Immortal Wuxia walking over, Yu Zhuanfu stopped and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Wuxia." Sword Immortal Wuxia smiled and nodded. "Why are you here?" Yu Zhuanfu said, "To practice my fist." That was equivalent to not saying anything. Sword Immortal Wuxia smiled and said dryly, "You are already at the Golden Body Realm. Keep up the good work." Then both sides fell silent. But neither side felt that there was anything wrong with it. Sword Immortal Wuxia was not the kind of person who was good at currying favor. He did not hope that he would take care of Yu Zhuanfu to win the favor of his martial uncle. Instead, Wuxia had high hopes for Yu Zhuanfu. As for Yu Zhuanfu, he was jokingly said to be a member of the Yu family, that all the elders had been eaten up by Zhou Xian. As time passed, the Huai family's old ancestor did not like this stubborn and bad-tempered girl. So when Yu Zhuanfu fled the marriage and wandered the Jianghu, no one in the Huai family complained. Many of the elders of the Huai family comforted their friends of the Yu family, saying that it was a good thing for young people to wander the world. The marriage was not urgent. Huai Qian was a cultivator. Although Yu Zhuanfu was purely a martial artist with her martial talent, she was destined to live a long life. The two of them walked back to where Sword Immortal Wuxia was teaching the sword. Wuxia indicated for Yu Zhuanfu to sit on the prayer mat. She did not stand on ceremony. She took off her bag and began to eat pancakes and water. Lin Junbai opened her eyes and smiled slightly. She had clearly seen Yu Zhuanfu, but she pretended not to. On the street outside the gate of the Ning mansion, a young sword immortal in a green robe was walking slowly with his disciple. The young man lowered his voice and said, "Lu, I heard that Qin Pingon is very arrogant now. He has a famous nickname of the second shopkeeper. Especially his wife, she is very powerful on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Li Sword Immortal told me in private that she can't bear to see Ning Yao. Otherwise she will feel vexed." Qi Jinglong did not say anything. He knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was Nailan Yeshing. Qi Jinglong introduced himself. Nailan Yeshing looked strange at first, but then he immediately led the master and disciple to the dragon beheading cliff with a smile. Qin Pingon, who was diligently refining qi, had already left the pavilion and walked down the dragon beheading platform. He smiled and waved his hand. The white-haired man saw his brother Qin Pingon and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be too uncomfortable every day on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, just as the white-haired man was happy for a moment, he suddenly remembered that the guy was someone's master. He immediately drooped his head and felt that life was boring. Nalan Yeshing had already left. Qin Pingon walked into the pavilion with the two and asked with a smile, "After 3 rounds of sword fighting, you feel that the North Continent is not enough to show off, so you came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to show off?" Qi Jinglong said, "I had nothing to do, so I came to see the sect master and Li Sword Immortal. I also came to see you." Qin Pingon folded his hands in his sleeves, leaned against the railing and glanced at the white-haired man. It was rare that he looked a little unhappy. When they arrived at the pavilion, the young man sat down next to Qin Pingon. Qi Jinglong didn't care about this. This disciple of his was indeed closer to Qin Pingon. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Before we came here we went to Luopa Mountain first. Someone heard that your first disciple had only learned martial arts for a year or two, so he said that he was in the lower 5 realms and gave her a handicap of 1 hand." Qin Pingon already knew what would happen. Qi Jinglong said again, "Your disciple was timid, so she asked if she could give him a handicap of 1 leg." Qin Pingon glanced at the white-haired man and held back his laughter. "You agreed?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "Yes, someone was very happy, so he said that he would stand still and let Pei Qian fight." Qin Pingon shook his head. "You don't have to tell me the result." Qin Pingon shook his sleeves and took out a pot of bamboo grotto heaven wine that he got from the shop not long ago. "Come on, let's celebrate the opening of our great sword immortal." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. The white-haired man raised his head and gritted his teeth. "I can guarantee that she is absolutely sure that she has learned martial arts for more than 1 or 2 years. Qin Pingon, tell me the truth, how many years has Pei Qian been learning martial arts?" 10 years. Qin Pingon directly tossed the jug of wine to Qi Jinglong, and then took out another jug for himself. Since he had gotten it by freeloading, he opened the mud seal and took a sip of the wine. This jug of wine seemed to taste exceptionally good. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged over there, one hand on the railing, and the other hand pressing down on the jug of wine on the bench. "Did my first disciple punch down or sweep with a kick? Was she hurt by our great sword immortal's sword Qi? It's okay even if she was hurt. It's just a competition. If you are not as good as others, you should kill yourself with a piece of tofu." The white-haired man was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He clenched his fists, sighed heavily and slammed them on the bench. Qi Jinglong put the pot of wine beside him and said with a smile, "Your disciple seemed to be more confused than someone who was sent flying. I don't know why, but she was particularly guilty." She squatted beside someone and looked at the guy lying on the ground bleeding from his 7 orifices. Then Pei Qian ran to her 2 friends and began to discuss how to mediate the situation. "I didn't eavesdrop much. I only heard Pei Qian say that this time she absolutely can't use the reason of wrestling. Master didn't really believe it last time. She must change to a more reliable explanation." The white-haired man's face darkened. He leaned back against the railing and covered his face with both hands. Qi Jinglong reminded him, "I promised Pei Qian not to disclose this matter. So forget it and don't punish Pei Qian for this matter. Otherwise, I won't be able to go to Luopa Mountain in the future." Qin Pingon nodded with a smile. He didn't want to say anything to her. The white-haired man muttered, "I won't go to Luopa Mountain anymore. Pei Qian, if you have the ability, come to my Tai Hui sword sect next time. As long as I don't let my guard down next time, even if I only use half of my cultivation." Qin Pingon didn't wait for the youth to finish and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll tell Pei Qian that the next martial arts battle will be held at the Pianran Peak." The white-haired man suddenly felt wronged. When he thought of Lu's evaluation of the money-losing goods, he shouted, "Anyway, Pei Qian is not here. What's wrong with letting me say a few words?" Pei Qian's kick at the beginning was really black-hearted. The white-haired man not only fell to the ground bleeding from the 7 orifices, but in fact, after trying his best to open his eyes, he was like a drunk person. There were several Pei Qians squatting in front of him. The key was the words of the money-losing goods, which were even more disgusting. At that time, the white-haired man's face was ashen, his lips trembled and his hands and feet twitched. She squatted at the side. Perhaps seeing his eyes wandering and not finding her, she kindly reminded him in a low voice, Here, I'm here. Please don't let anything happen to you. I really didn't mean it." You spoke so arrogantly before, how would I know that you were really just arrogant? Fortunately, I was worried that if I used too much strength I would be hurt by the legendary immortal sword chi, so I only used 70 to 80% of my strength. Otherwise, how would I explain it to Master in the future? Don't pretend, wake up. I'll stand still and let you punch me. Later, the white-haired man fainted. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "What a coincidence, before you came I just sent a letter back to Luopa Mountain. As long as Pei Qian is willing, she can immediately come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi." The white-haired man turned his head and asked, "Master, when are we going back to the sect? There is no one to take care of the hut in the Pianran Peak now. It's windy and rainy and I feel uncomfortable." This should be the first time the white-haired man called Qi Jinglong Master outside the ancestral hall of the Tai Hui Sword sect, and he was so sincere. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment, at least wait until Pei Qian comes. The white-haired man's eyes were dull. Qi Jinglong said, "By the way, I heard that there is a very amazing martial arts genius from the Central Divine Continent, named Yu Zhuanfu, who wants to practice with you." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Not interested." The white-haired man said weakly, "Don't be fooled by her name, she's a woman." Qin Pingon was stunned. It couldn't be so coincidental. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "It is indeed a woman about the same age as you, and she is also in the Jinshan realm with an excellent foundation." Seeing Qin Pingon's expression, he was a little puzzled. The white-haired man's eyes lit up. "As for whether she is good-looking or not, I don't know. When you fight with her you can take a few more glances. Besides, fists and feet have no eyes." Then the white-haired man's hair stood on end and his hands and feet were cold. Then he turned his head stiffly and saw a woman slowly walking into the pavilion. She didn't say anything, didn't even look unhappy, and didn't deliberately target the white-haired man. But the young man was still keenly aware of the pressure of the Great Way, which seemed to be compatible with heaven and earth, of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She might have just changed her mind a little. If she was not very happy, then this side of heaven and earth would naturally be unhappy with the white-haired man. The white-haired man turned his head stiffly again and said to Qin Pingon, "Don't be careless. When martial artists compare notes you have to follow the rules. Of course, it's best not to agree to practice with someone. It's not necessary." Qin Pingon reached out and pressed the young man's head, smiling, "Be careful or I will twist off your dog head." "598. Qi Jinglong stood up and smiled. "Lu Jinglong of the Tai Hui Sword Sect greets Miss Ning." Ning Yao smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu." The white-haired old man reached out and slapped Qin Pingon's 5-finger mountain off his head. He was confused. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves and smiled. As for the pot of wine on the bench, he had secretly extended a finger and pushed it to the white-haired old man before he covered his sleeves. This pair of master and disciple were drunkards. It was not good. He had to persuade them. Ning Yao sat beside Qin Pingon. The white-haired old man sat beside Qi Jinglong. When he got up he did not forget to take the pot of wine. Ning Yao took the initiative to speak. "I traveled to the North Continent in my early years, but I never visited the Tai Hui Sword Sect. I mostly walked at the foot of the mountain." Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "You can return to the North Continent with Qin Pingon in the future. The scenery of the Pianran Peak is not bad." Ning Yao shook her head. "It will be difficult in the near future." Qi Jinglong said, "Indeed." Ning Yao was silent for a moment and turned to look at the white-haired young man. The white-haired old man immediately sat up straight. Ning Yao said, "Since you are Mr. Lu's only disciple, why don't you practice swordsmanship?" Although there was a why in her words, it was not a questioning tone. The white-haired old man met a teacher who was inquiring about his homework and said timidly, "Sister Ning, I will do my best." Ning Yao said, "When a swordsman practices swordsmanship, you have to ask your heart. Ask the sword, ask the sword. Ask the sword if you can't figure it out. Ask the sword to ask the heaven and earth. You have to answer even if you don't want to." The young man felt so wrong that he did not dare to show it on his face. He could only peck at the rice and nod vigorously. However, Sister Ning's words were really heroic. After listening to Sister Ning's teachings, he wanted to drink wine. After drinking wine, he would definitely practice swordsmanship well. Qi Jinglong did not feel that there was anything wrong with Ning Yao's words. If it was someone else, it might be inappropriate. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Ning Yao's swordsmanship was no different from a sword immortal teaching. Moreover, the reason why Ning Yao was willing to say this was naturally not because Ning Yao was corroborating the rumors, but because the person sitting opposite her was Qin Pinggan's friend and his friend's disciple. At the same time, it was also because both of them were sword cultivators. Ning Yao stood up and said, "I'm going to continue my seclusion." Qi Jinglong stood up and said, "Sorry for disturbing Miss Ning's seclusion." Ning Yao said to Qin Pinggan, "There are still some treasured wines at home. Just ask Grandpa Nalan." Qi Jinglong was stunned and explained, "Miss Ning, I don't drink." Ning Yao smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, there's no need to be so polite. Even if the Ning residence doesn't have enough wine, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has plenty of wine other than sword cultivators." Qin Pinggan nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right." She secretly gave Ning Yao a thumbs up. In fact, in Qin Pinggan's handwritten travel notes, it was written whether Qi Jinglong liked to drink or not. Ning Yao was well aware of this. Ning Yao left. The white-haired old man was relieved. He leaned against the railing and said with resentment in his eyes, "Qin Pinggan, aren't you afraid of Sister Ning?" "I'm scared to death. I wasn't even this nervous when I saw the sect master." Qin Pinggan chuckled and said, "What are you afraid of? You're a man. How can you be afraid of your wife?" Qi Jinglong suddenly turned his head and looked at the corridor that connected with dragon-slaying cliff. Qin Pinggan's heart immediately tightened. He stretched his neck and looked up. When he did not see Ning Yao, he laughed and scolded, "Qi Jinglong, good fellow. After becoming a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms, you haven't seen many principles. Instead, you're full of bad ideas." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Tell me honestly. How many people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi think I'm a drunkard? Think about it slowly and tell me properly." Qin Pinggan asked, "Look at how long I've been in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm so busy every day. I have to practice my fist techniques diligently, right? I also have to run to the top of the city wall to practice with my senior brothers. If I'm not careful, I'll have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. I also have to spend 20 hours refining my qi every day. Now that I've broken through to the upper 5 realms, do I have the face to go out and walk in the Great Wall of Sword Qi where sword immortals are everywhere? Ask yourself honestly, how many people have I met in a year?" Qi Jinglong said, "You're explaining so much?" Qin Pinggan was speechless. It was too much. Qi Jinglong stood up and said with a smile, "I've been admiring the Ning Residence's dragon-slaying platform and mustard world for a long time. I've seen the dragon-slaying platform before. Let's go down and take a look at the training ground." The white-haired old man was puzzled. "Why have you seen the dragon-slaying platform before? Where is it?" Qin Pinggan smiled and said, "What a waste of a dog's head. Where are your dog eyes?" The white-haired old man said angrily, "For Sister Ning's sake, I won't argue with you." Qin Pinggan stomped his feet and said, "Lower your dog head and open your dog eyes wide." The white-haired old man was dumbfounded. The entire hill below the pavilion is the dragon-slaying platform? Qin Pinggan had already accompanied Qi Jinglong down the dragon-slaying cliff to the small world in the mustard seed. The white-haired old man did not join in the fun. How could the small world in the mustard seed be more interesting to him than the dragon-slaying platform? At first, when he was at the armory, he only heard that the dragon-slaying platform here was huge. However, at that time, the limit of the young man's imagination was that it was about the size of a table. He did not expect it to be the size of a house. At this moment, the white-haired old man was lying on the ground with his butt sticking out. He stretched out his hand and rubbed the ground. Then he turned his head, bent his fingers and tapped gently. He listened to the sound, but there was no sound at all. The white-haired old man wiped the ground with his wrist and said with emotion, "Oh, my Sister Ning's family is really rich." Walking in the mustard seed world with Qin Pinggan, Qi Jinglong said, "I've heard a lot about you in the armory. Not to mention the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I've even heard about you in the Spring Banner House." Qin Pinggan said helplessly, "Good things don't leave a name, but bad things spread far and wide." Qi Jinglong said, "Can we talk here?" Qin Pinggan said, "Don't worry about ordinary words. With Nalan Yeshing helping to keep an eye on them and the 2 sides in the small world, even if there were sword immortals spying on them, they would have to weigh the killing power of the 3 forces. In addition to Nalan Yeshing, a sword immortal of Ning Mansion who had fallen to the Jade Pure Realm. Qi Jinglong himself was a sword immortal of the Jade Pure Realm. Behind him were Sect Master Han Huizi and the female sword immortal Xianxia, or the entire North Continent. As for Qin Pingon, it was enough to have a senior brother by his side to guard the city. Only then did Qi Jinglong say, "You did well in all three matters. The knowledge that doesn't charge money in the world is the kind that is thrown on the ground and picked up for free. Often no one cares about it and will not cherish it even if they pick it up." Qin Pingon looked serious and said, "Continue. You are an outsider of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It will be better for you to help me review." Qi Jinglong said slowly, "Open a wine shop and sell immortal wine. The focus is on the couplets and horizontal calligraphy, as well as the nameplates on the wall that people won't see when drinking in the shop. Everyone can write down their names and thoughts. As for the silk shop, from the 100 Sword Immortal Imprint Manual to the Ghost Sword Immortal Imprint Manual to the folding fan. The storytellers hanging at the corners of the streets and alleys will get some melon seeds and snacks from the children." After Qi Jinglong finished the three things, he began to make a conclusion. The Qi cultivators with the most wealth in the world are also the poorest. They are sword cultivators. In order to raise the sword and fill the bottomless pit, everyone sells everything they have and goes bankrupt. Occasionally they have some spare money. In this great wall of Sword Qi, the men are nothing more than drinking and gambling. The women are sword cultivators and have relatively nothing to do. They can only buy some things based on their preferences. However, this kind of spending often does not make women feel that it is something worth talking about. The cheap wine of the Bamboo Sea Cave or the wine of the Green Immortal Mountain can generally make people come to drink once or twice. However, it may not be able to make people stay. It can't compete with those big and small restaurants for returning customers. However, no matter what the original intention was, as long as the nameplate was hung on the wall, there would be a dispensable little concern in the heart. It seemed very light, but in fact it was not. Especially those sword immortals with different natures. With sword aura as a pen, how can the pen be light? The words on the nameplate are not unintentional words. Some sword immortals and sword cultivators are clearly saying their last words to this world. If it was me, Qi Jinglong, who went to the wine shop to drink, even if it was old tables and stools, drinking coarse wine, eating free yangchun noodles and pickled vegetables, or even squatting by the side of the road to drink, the true neighbor of mine is the will of the hundreds of sword immortals and sword cultivators. It is the condensation of their sword will. It is a kind of truth spoken after drinking. I hope that one day in the future, there will be someone who opens the nameplate and knows that in this world, there was once a wise man who came to this world and made his sword. Of course, with the wine shop, as long as the business is good, you as the second in command, can hear the most stories of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the most natural and untraceable way. This will allow you to progress quickly and understand the complicated situation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi better. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Other than that, the friend who helped Ning Yao is now my friend, Lady Stackzhong, to attract business." This was the original intention. The subsequent thoughts were born gradually. The original intention and the scheming were actually very close. It was almost as if the first thought was born. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "To be so frank, when you become a sword cultivator in the future, your sword heart will walk on a clear and bright path. It will be enough for you to be worshipped by my Tai Hui sword sect." Qin Pingon asked, "You didn't persuade sect master Han?" Qi Jinglong smiled bitterly and said, "I did, but I only got scolded. What else can I do? Actually, I didn't want to persuade him. It was Patriarch Huang Tong who persuaded me to persuade sect master. I didn't dare to refuse an elder's request." Previously, Qi Jinglong had forgotten about the pot of wine on the bench, so Qin Pingon helped him carry it. Now that it came in handy, he handed it over and said, "According to the saying here, sword cultivators don't drink. Nascent soul cultivators take a walk and quickly drink. If you're not careful and secretly break through the realm, you'll also be in the immortal realm. Then you'll rely on your young age and let Sect Master Han fight with you. When the time comes, you'll beat your Sect Master Han until he runs back to the North Continent. Wouldn't that be great?" Qi Jinglong took the pot of wine but did not drink. He did not want to talk about this at all. He continued on with the previous topic. The seal is originally an offering on the desk of a scholar. It's the most compatible with one's knowledge and heart. In the vast world, Scholars at most borrow the hands of others and hire experts with large sums of money to engrave the seal. They rarely give the seal and the seal to others for disposal. Therefore your 200 square seals were ignored. First there was the 100-sword deity seal manual, then there was the by-sword deity seal manual. Whether you look at it or not, whether you buy it or not, it's actually the most important thing. Therefore you're very considerate. However, if it weren't for the many rumors in the wine shop to pave the way for you, allowing you to have a target and carefully figure out the thoughts of so many sword cultivators and earth immortals sword cultivators, especially their life paths, you would never have been able to achieve such results. You wouldn't have been able to wait bitterly like now for the next seal. This is because everyone knows that the seal of that silk shop is not expensive to begin with. After buying 10 square seals, you only need to resell 1 square seal to make a profit. Therefore, you were worried when you bound the first imprint manual of Xiang sword deity into a book. You were worried that the seal was just a small business in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Once there was a third batch of seals, this item would spread and even implicate all the efforts of the previous imprint manual of Xiang sword deity. Therefore you did not go all the way and spend all your effort to carve out the next 100 seals. Instead you took a different route and switched to selling folding fans. The content of the characters on the fan was more flexible. This was similar to the second-class authentic. Not only could it attract female buyers, but it could also be reversed and let the buyers who had collected the seals compare them. Then they would feel that the previous seals they had bought and kept were worth it. Qin Pingon said, "You're right. There's another point. The reason why I switched to selling folding fans is that I hope to hide my intentions as much as possible. This is to prevent sword immortals from easily seeing through my intentions. They would feel that this person is too shrewd and would be displeased. However, if I were to reach this step and still be seen through, it wouldn't matter. After all, there's no need to be perfect in everything. In the end, some sword immortals would have the opportunity to laugh and scold me for being sly. Why wouldn't I mind? Because all my seals and folding fans, I hope that the people who obtain them are not the few sword immortals who are the most clear-minded and experienced from the start. Of course, among these people, there are those who didn't expose me after seeing through the truth and were even willing to accept a seal that caught my eye. I would sincerely respect them. If there's a chance, I would even say to them, it's my fault for selling knowledge at a cheap price." Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "You've thought it through thoroughly and responded appropriately." Qin Pingon patted Qi Jinglong's shoulder heavily. "You're indeed someone who has been to my Luapa mountain. You didn't go in vain. That little brat Whitehead can't do it. His perception is too poor and he only learned a little. What he said earlier was called a stiff transition. It's simply more of a hindrance than a help." For the first time, Qi Jinglong took the initiative to drink a mouthful of wine and looked in the direction of the wine shop. Other than sword immortals and wine, there were also shabby alleys like Yenmu Alley and Consonance Alley. There were also many children who were tired of seeing sword immortals' glory all their lives but didn't know anything about the world's customs. Qi Jinglong wiped his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Without decades or even centuries of effort, what you're doing is meaningless." Qin Pingon was silent for a long time before he finally said, "If I don't do something, I'll feel uncomfortable. This matter is that simple. There's no need to think too much." Qi Jinglong raised the wine pot, as if he wanted to knock Qin Pingon's wine bowl and drink with him. However, Qin Pingon laughed angrily. "I used all my martial arts skills at the wine shop and spent a lot of effort to get 2 pots of wine. I gave one to you and the other was taken away by Whitehead. Do you really think I'm an immortal? Do you think I can get 3 pots of wine in one breath?" Qi Jinglong uttered an "oh," and stopped drinking. Qi Jinglong asked, "I heard you said you were going to send a letter to Pei Qian to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. What about Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili? If you didn't let the 2 girls come, did you explain it in the letter? You should know that with the character of your first disciple, he would definitely treat the letter as an imperial edict. At the same time, he wouldn't forget to show it off to his 2 friends." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Of course. It's not a trivial matter." Qi Jinglong nodded. "Good." Qin Pingon took Qi Jinglong out of the mustard small world. "Let me show you something." Whitehead had already walked down the dragon beheading cliff and circled around the small mountain several times. He felt that he had to ask someone to draw a picture for him on such a large piece of dragon beheading platform. Standing at the foot of the mountain and sitting in the pavilion, he would draw another picture. When he returned to the Taihui sword sect and the Pianran Peak, the people next to him would gasp and stare with their eyes wide open. That would be the rising reputation of the great sword immortal. Therefore it was not good to rely on Lu. It was more reliable to rely on his own brother, Qin Pingon. Seeing the two guys in green walking out of the martial arts practice field, Whitehead followed them and went to Qin Pingon's residence. Seeing the pitiful small house, Whitehead suddenly felt sad. He comforted Qin Pingon. "Good brother, you've suffered." Qin Pingon lifted his leg. Whitehead ran out of the house. He felt a little embarrassed. The youth slowly walked into the house and picked a chair that was placed under the eaves in the courtyard. He sat there and pretended to be a master. Thinking that charcoal might pop out one day to lose money, Whitehead cherished his current leisure time. Lu and his brother were clearly talking about serious matters, not the kind of idle chatter. The youth still had this bit of insight, so he did not interfere. Qin Pingon brought Qi Jinglong into the room with two tables. On one of the tables, there were jade bamboo fan ribs that had not been completely polished, as well as many blank fan faces. However, there were also quite a few plain seals without any seal at the edges. Many of the papers were densely packed with small regular script, all of which were drafts of the seal and the contents of the fan. On the table next door, there was a map of all the dragon kills in Dali's Longquan County. In the current Longquan County, many places such as the old porcelain mountain, the Immortal's tomb and the dragon kills, were still covered in clouds. Even if one passed by on an immortal ferry, they still could not see the whole picture. Qi Jinglong stood by the table and gently placed the wine pot on the table. He lowered his head and looked. All the dragon kills were not arranged in a messy manner. Instead, they formed a long curved line. Outside this long line, there was a small circle a little distance away. Qi Jinglong pointed at this place and asked, "Is it the Iron Lock Well in the town?" Qin Pingon nodded. Qi Jinglong stared at it for a moment and said, "The dragon biting the pearl soaring diagram." Qin Pingon sighed. "Good taste." Qi Jinglong said indifferently, "I know some talisman formations. It's not strange that my taste is better than yours." Qin Pingon clicked his tongue and said, using the most casual tone to talk about how amazing you are, "I've learned it." Qi Jinglong's expression was solemn. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the map. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Even if I only look at this map, I can still feel a wave of hostility and killing intent assaulting my face. It seems that when the last true dragon died, it must have wanted nothing more than to turn the world upside down and the mountains and rivers upside down." Qin Pingon covered his hands in his sleeves and bent over the table. Qi Jinglong looked at the names of the dragon kills one by one. With one hand behind his back, he stretched out his other hand and gently stroked the dragon kills one by one. As expected, the kills were created on the true dragon's corpse with the key acupoints of the spine. Therefore, the natal porcelain made from every dragon kiln innately possesses different natal abilities. The 9 sons of the dragon are all different. Many of the common sayings that can be passed down are all very knowledgeable. Previously, I visited the Dragon Spring Town and also the Arch Bridge as well as the sword shop that St. Wan Qian built by the Dragon Whisker River. The 7 inconspicuous wells, other than containing the 7 essences disaster relief and bearing some Buddhist karma, actually resonated with the true dragon's corpse from afar. It was the power of competing for the pearl. Of course, the original intention was not to really snatch the pearl. It was more of a suppressive victory. Moreover, it was not that simple. Originally, it was in the heavenly pattern tit for tat. When the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven fell into the mortal world and bordered the Dali territory, it was ingeniously flipped. In an instant, it was reversed into the topography. In addition, the few mountains in the west selected by the Dragon Spring Sword sect were used as the eye of the formation. It was upright and led fate into the 7 wells. In the end, it formed the heavenly chief and heavenly battle axe, left assistant and right assistant, and a large amount of fate of the mountains and rivers fed back to the Divine Grace Mountain where the ancestral hall was located. Speaking of the settings of the dragon kills, in fact, many of them were in conflict with the current geography and the search for dragon points. However, to be able to suppress the geography with heavenly principles, it was truly an earth-shattering work of art. For example, the Wenchang Kiln and the neighboring Wulong Kiln, according to the principles of the Yinyang school, on the map that you drew, the Wunchong kiln would have to move down half an inch, or the Wulong kiln would have to move 1 inch to the right to achieve the current harmony of the civil and military. However, in this way there would be a great difference in meaning. No pulling one hair will affect the whole body. It must be the other kilns that are linked with these two kilns. Is it this soaring sky kiln? Oh, it should be this arch jade kiln. It's a pity that when I was traveling here my vision was still blurry and not clear enough. I should have ridden the wind to the high altitude of the sea of clouds and looked down from above to take a few more glances. Of course, Qin Pingon understood every word that Qi Jinglong said. As for the meaning, of course he did not understand. Anyway, he had a smile on his face. Qi Jinglong, you can say whatever you want, I'll just listen. If I say one more word, I'll lose. Qi Jinglong suddenly turned his head and asked, "What's your exact date of birth? Otherwise this game of chess is still too difficult for me. The chessboard is too big and the chess theory is too deep. Only by using you as the starting point can I have a chance to break the game." Qin Pingon put a handful of melon seeds on the table. He even rubbed them off and shook his head. Qi Jinglong frowned and said, "You're already planning to break the game. Why can't I help you? If I were still a nascent soul sword cultivator it would be fine. But now that I've reached the upper 5 realms, the accident will be much smaller." Qin Pingon cracked the melon seeds and said with a smile, "It's none of your business. Are you angry or not?" Qi Jinglong was not angry. He sat on the chair and continued to stare at the magnificent small rising dragon picture. Occasionally he stretched out his hand to make a gesture. At the same time he began to flip through the 2 books on the table. While reading, Qi Jinglong casually asked, "What about the letter?" Qin Pingon said, "It's safe." Qi Jinglong did not ask any more questions. Qin Pingon was busy cracking the melon seeds. He really had nothing better to do. Later he simply ran to the table next door and picked up the brush to write on the fan. He wrote a sentence, "Even if 8 winds blow me I will not move, the banner will not move, the heart will not move." After thinking for a while he wrote a sentence similar to a side note in even smaller regular script. "Everything that passes through the heart is returned to heaven and earth. Everything that enters the eye is mine." Holding the fan in his hand, Qin Pingon gently blew on the ink and nodded his head. Good calligraphy. Now he was only 10,000 steps away from the legendary realm of Sage of Calligraphy. Now he was only 9,900 steps away. Qi Jinglong turned around and asked, "Do you know Miss Lu of the Water Classic Mountain?" Qin Pingon was puzzled and said, "She's the Water Classic Mountain's fairy Lu. I definitely know her, but she doesn't know me. Why are you asking this? Why did she come to the inverted mountain with you? Sure, sincerity can move metal and stone. I think you should just accept her. You're already 100 years old. It's not good for you to always be a bachelor. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, drunkards and gamblers all look down on bachelors." Qi Jinglong explained, "She didn't come with me. She just happened to meet me in the inverted mountain. Then she came with me to the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingon held the brush in one hand and changed to a brand new fan. He planned to empty out the little bit of ink in his stomach. To be honest, with the seal and the folding fan, Qin Pingon's half bucket of ink was not enough. He raised a hand and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Qi Jinglong. "Think things through first, then talk to me about this." Qi Jinglong seemed to have an epiphany. He nodded and said, "Then what should I do now?" Qin Pingon did not even turn his head. He just buried his head in writing on the fan and said casually, "What can you do? It's just a matter of etiquette. If the lady wants to see you, then go see her. Don't be so serious. She likes you. It's not like she owes you any money. After a few times, even if you don't want to take the initiative to look for her to avoid misunderstandings, it's fine. But when it's time to part, no matter who leaves the Great Wall of Sword Qi first, you just have to take the initiative to look for her and say goodbye. Anyway, you don't have any girl you like now. Actually, you can be more free and easy. If you're too reserved, she'll think too much." Qi Jinglong was suddenly enlightened. Qin Pingon's writing was not as serious as the previous fan. He purposely made it sound more feminine. After all, it was an item that was placed in a silk shop. It was too formal. Not to mention whether it was likable or not, it might not even be able to be sold. So he wrote, "The person you miss, the elegant gentleman, is the world's best summer breeze." Qi Jinglong glanced at the words inscribed on the fan and was speechless. He really hoped that he could take back most of the good words he had said earlier. This guy in front of him, who had been a bag shop the whole way from the North Continent, had obviously been thinking about earning money. There were many thoughts and ideas in the world that were connected by a thread. Thoughts and ideas were born and thoughts gushed forth. Qin Pingon quickly wrote another fan. This place has never been hot since ancient times. It turns out that the sword aura has disappeared. Satisfied with this sentence, Qin Pingon picked up a seal that had been carved. He opened the seal box and gently stamped it below the poem. The seal was written, "The golden wind and the jade dew, the spring grass and the green mountain, the two are compatible." In this way, regardless of whether it was a woman or a man, they could buy the folding fan. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "You've worked hard to cultivate your heart, and at the same time, you've also cultivated a bag shop that is meticulous and calculative. You really never do business that loses money." Qin Pingon chuckled and said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Be careful of retribution. I'll make a bet with you. I bet that Fairy Lu will give you a seal or a folding fan that I've carved. How about it?" Qi Jinglong stood up and said, "I'll leave first. I still need to go to the top of the city to impart swordsmanship to the disciples of the Taihui sword sect." Qin Pingon did not ask him to stay. They crossed the threshold together. The white-haired man was still sitting on the chair. When he saw Qin Pingon, he raised the wine pot in his hand. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If Pei Qian comes early and meets you, I'll help you talk to her." The white-haired man sneered and said, "It's not like I can't beat her now. It's just that she's young and started practicing martial arts late. She's also a little girl, so how can I have the nerve to use all my strength? So what if I beat her? No matter how you look at it, I'll lose anyway. That's why I don't want to have a second fight." Qin Pingon sneered and said, "Speak properly." The white-haired man immediately stood up and ran to Qin Pingon's side. He offered the wine pot with both hands and said, "Good brother, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Pei Qian not to fight. It'll hurt the harmony." Qin Pingon took the wine pot and slapped the young man's head. "Whether it's in the armory or on the top of the city wall, you should practice your sword more and talk less. Your mouth is more likely to provoke the sword immortal's flying sword." The white-haired man was annoyed and said, "Qin Pingon, show me some respect. Don't you care about seniority?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "After Pei Qian comes, if you dare to call me brother in front of her, I'll recognize you as my brother. How about it?" The white-haired man weighed the pros and cons and said, "Brother or not, we'll talk about it after Pei Qian leaves." Qin Pingon sneered and said, "Look at your cowardly face." The white-haired man put his hands together and made a sword sign. He looked up at the sky and said, "A real man is indomitable. I won't fight with a little girl." Qin Pingon smiled and rubbed the young man's head. It was pretty good to have him by Qi Jinglong's side. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if the master and disciple were both boring. Qin Pingon sent Qi Jinglong to the gate of the Ning mansion. After the white-haired old man walked down the steps quickly, he shook his shoulders and gloated, "It's time for the Q-asking fist. You punch me one punch." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Don't you care?" So Qi Jinglong said to the white-haired man, "You can keep these big truths in your heart." Qi Jinglong turned around and bowed to Nalan Yeshing on the side. Seeing this, the white-haired man had to stand in the distance and bow with the man surnamed Lu. The master and disciple left the city and went to the armory. Qin Pingon and Nalan Yeshing walked side by side. The old man smiled and said, "Before Miss went into seclusion, she asked me to pass a message to the son-in-law. Just 2 words, don't lose." Qin Pingon was relieved and whispered, "Then I know the severity of my attacks." Qin Pingon knew the height of the 6th realm bottleneck between him and Yu Zhuanfu. Before he arrived at the Lion Peak and was fed by Uncle Li, Yu Zhuanfu was indeed higher. But when he broke through the bottleneck and reached the Golden Body realm, he had surpassed Yu Zhuanfu's 6th realm martial arts. Apart from Chao Ci, who Qin Pingon was silently chasing, the rest were pure martial artists. As long as they were in the same realm, Qin Pingon didn't want to lose and he couldn't lose. As for Chao Ci, even if he lost 3 or even 30 games in the future, as long as Chao Ci was still willing to punch, then Qin Pingon would not stop punching and his heart would never fall. What I yearn for is Mr. Qi's knowledge, Tui Cheng's fist intent, and the great freedom of the strong that Alliance once said. Therefore in my heart there is no opponent on the great Tao. Only Qin Pingon and Qin Pingon are enemies. Nalan Yeshing was slightly surprised and turned his head to look. Qin Pingon nodded with a smile. He was in high spirits and his fist intent was upright. After that Qin Pingon lay in bed for half a month. Then on the city wall the woman with her hair tied up in a bun was eating a pancake. She had already sent a message to the city, clearly saying that she hoped to compete with Qin Pingon 3 times. As a result, through some gossip, she heard that the second shopkeeper of the Ning mansion was sick for less than half a month. She was a little shocked. Was there really such a shameless pure martial artist in the world? Did Xiao Xi say something wrong at that time and also misjudge the person? Otherwise, how could Xiao Xi say that the martial artists of the world who were about the same age were her? Xiao Xi, who was walking alone, followed by Qin Pingon and everyone else including Yu Zhuanfu. The key point was that as long as Xiao Xi was willing to speak, she would always be incomparably serious. She would neither say anything good nor bad. At most she was afraid that Yu Zhuanfu's heart would be hurt, so Xiao Xi said a few more words to remind Yu Zhuanfu. Qin Pingon is particularly tough, and his martial arts will be extremely stable and steady. As long as I lose to him today, it is very likely that I will lose every time in the future. Maybe I am no exception. Therefore, on the road of martial arts I will not give Qin Pingon a chance to walk to my side. Yu Zhuanfu suddenly stood up. How could a person like Qin Pingon be qualified to make Xiao Xi look at him in a different light? Obviously there are martial artists of the same generation who are openly asking for a fight, but you don't use your fist. Do you want to eat it? Could it be that he is afraid of my Yu Zhuanfu's background? Just because of this, a pure martial artist would have his hands and feet tied? After Yu Zhuanfu finished eating the pancake, she put away the water bottle into her bag. She did not carry it on her back and let Sword Immortal Wuxia take care of it. She ran towards the north of the city wall alone and leaped up. Finally, she stepped out from the edge of the city wall and ran towards the ground. When she was dozens of feet above the ground, she stepped heavily on the wall and flew out like an arrow. She floated to the ground and rushed all the way to the city, her momentum like a rainbow. It was unknown which sword immortal was the first to reveal the heaven's secret. Before the female warrior entered the city, the business of the gambling houses in different streets and alleys had flourished. Everyone was excited. Compared to the Mirage Pavilion where people only wanted to make money to raise their flying swords, even though the bets were less, it made people even more excited. It was as if it was the new year. There were all kinds of bets such as winning big and getting a wife in one go and all kinds of bets. It was bustling with noise and excitement. There were also some unscrupulous bookmakers who placed bets on whether the second shopkeeper would get along well with the woman surnamed Yu after winning the fight. Then one of them who didn't hide his intentions as a good man would be beaten up by Ning Yao. As for Yu Zhuanfu's background, it had already been thoroughly investigated by the gamblers of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In short, he was not an easy opponent to deal with, especially the black-hearted and cunning second shopkeeper. He had to fight purely with his fist, so he had to use a lot of tricks. Therefore, the vast majority of people were still betting that Qin Pingon would win the first round. It was just that winning after a few dozen punches would be the key to winning big and winning small. However, there were also some experienced gamblers who kept muttering in their hearts. Who knew if the second shopkeeper would bet on him losing? At that time, wouldn't he be able to kill the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? Was there a need to doubt this kind of thing? Now just ask any child on the street and they would think that the second shopkeeper would do it. After Yu Zhuanfu entered the city, the closer she got to the main street of Ning Mansion, the slower and steadier her footsteps became. As a result, when she reached the main street, she found that the two sides of the road were full of people, all looking at her. Yu Zhuanfu was a little puzzled. Two pure martial artists sparring with each other, was there a need for so many sword cultivators to watch? Sword Immortal Wuxia told her some things, mostly about helping her to review Qin Pingon's previous 4 battles on the main street, as well as some rumors. Sword Immortal Wuxia was not a person who liked to talk much. Every time he spoke with Yu Zhuanfu, he would try his best to make his words meaningful. As a result, Yu Zhuanfu had to hear some dirty rumors from a young sword cultivator named Xu Mei. Yu Zhuanfu walked all the way, stopping at the main gate of Ning Mansion. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly she burst into laughter. Yu Zhuanfu frowned. She looked around, then found that almost everyone was looking at the wall that she walked past. There was a fat man, a skinny young man, a one-armed woman, a handsome young man, and a young man in blue who was whispering to someone. The young man slowly got up, smiled and said, "I am Qin Pingon, the person who taught Miss Yu the fist ask." Yu Zhuanfu's anger rose spontaneously. "Playing with me, Yu Zhuanfu? Why did all these sword cultivators cooperate with this person? Was it that everyone deliberately did not look at this Qin Pingon?" Qin Pingon walked alone to the main street, less than 20 steps away from Yu Zhuanfu. One hand behind his back, the other hand spread out, gently stretched out, then smiled at Yu Zhuanfu and pressed down twice. Yu Zhuanfu's mind instantly focused, no longer having any distracting thoughts. The fist intent flowed through her body, continuously flowing like a river. She nodded at the young martial artist in blue robes and white jade hairpin who looked like a scholar. This guy in front of her could be considered a martial artist. Qin Pingon asked, "Is there more fist ask?" Yu Zhuanfu said in a low voice, "In this first battle, let's each use all our strength, exchanging a punch?" Qin Pingon smiled, "You first punch, I take it, then I return a punch. If I can't take it, then I lose. Then the cycle repeats until the one who collapses first is the loser." Yu Zhuanfu said directly, "Okay." Half a month later, the second battle. The premise is that your injuries are healed. This was a punch he had asked for. As soon as he said this, whistles sounded everywhere. It was obvious that the Yu family's daughter was unhappy that she had waited for the second shopkeeper for half a month in vain. This was nothing. There was even a little girl running on the walls of the mansions, running wildly and banging the gong loudly. "Future master, I sneaked out to cheer you on. This gong is so loud. My father is probably coming to catch me soon. I'll knock as long as I can." Fatty Yen leaned back and hit his head on the wall. "Can't this lass stop banging the gong when she's talking?" Many of the sword cultivators in the lower 5 realms who came to join in the fun could not hear what she was saying. Qin Pingon turned to look at Guizhujio, then nodded with a smile. In an instant, Yu Zhuanfu's fist aura shook. A sword immortal who was destined to win a lot of money as a banker sat on the wall, drinking wine from the bamboo sea grotto heaven. He looked at the confrontation on the street and lowered his head, allowing the girl who was shouting, "Great sword immortal Taowen, please let me through," to step over him. After the punch. In fact, many of the earth immortal sword cultivators who looked down on Yu Zhuanfu frowned. This little girl's punch is so heavy. Qin Pingon, who had been standing still, was punched in the chest and flew backward, landing at the end of the street. Wind and thunder roared on the street. Apart from the nascent soul sword cultivators who stood still, even the golden core sword cultivators had to use their sword chi to resist the scattered fist intent. Qin Pingon lay on the ground for a moment, then sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He stood up shakily. Many sword cultivators were shouting that the second shopkeeper was too arrogant and would definitely lose. This group of people had bet that the second shopkeeper would beat Yu Zhuanfu half to death with a few punches. They often went to the wine shop to drink and had great trust in the second shopkeeper's character. However, no one, including Qin Pingon, expected that Yu Zhuanfu would turn around and leave. He said loudly, "I admit defeat in the first round. Half a month later in the second round, there's no need to pay attention, just punch." The second shopkeeper, who had never lost money in business, immediately stopped hiding and shouted, "We'll continue the second round, how about it?" Yu Zhuanfu stopped, turned around and said, "Is this the martial artist's fist in your mind? Is this the scene?" Qin Pingon turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood, nodded and said, "Then let's go to the top of the city wall." For Yu Zhuanfu to say such words, he had to be respectful. How should a martial artist respect his opponent? Naturally, he had to punch. Yu Zhuanfu looked at Qin Pingon's eyes as well as the fist intent hidden within his body, especially that fleeting pure aura. Back in the ancient battlefield ruins of the Jinjia continent, she had punched Chao Ci tens of thousands of times, so she was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Sure enough, the two of them were very similar yet very different. Qin Pingon, whether you believe it or not, I don't have any personal grudges against you. It's just the will-seeking fist. But you and I both know that there is no life and death, only victory and defeat. That kind of pointless fight is actually meaningless in the martial arts of both sides. Yu Zhuanfu asked, "So can we ignore the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Between you and me, there's no life and death, even if we destroy each other's martial arts future. We have no regrets. Qin Pingon slowly rolled up his sleeves and squinted. When we get to the top of the city wall, you can ask Sword Immortal Wuxia if he dares to agree on behalf of the Yu family's ancestor and Zhou Xian. Yujuanfu, we are pure martial artists. We don't just bury our heads and punch, ignoring heaven and earth and others. Even if we do have such a punch, it's definitely not something the Yujuanfu of today can deliver. To speak harshly, you need to have a great fist intent. Yujuanfu was silent. Qin Pingon's arms shook and his sleeves stretched out, smiling. There's only one round left. I'll be waiting for you. Guizhuzhou, who was on the wall, had already forgotten to strike the gong. He raised his elbow to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then shook the wooden club in his hand heavily, sighing, "Too strong, my master is too strong." He didn't even use half a move and was able to retreat with words and disrupt the enemy's Dao heart. So this is the true pinnacle of martial arts, the pinnacle of the great Dao. Amazing, I found an amazing master. Then Sword Immortal Guijia pulled the little girl's ear and brought her home. Qin Pingon lamented in his heart. Sure enough, Yujuanfu, who had originally intended to leave, said, "The second round hasn't been fought yet, there's no hurry for the third round." Qin Pingon was just about to say something. Those gamblers, along with the big and small bankers, had already agreed for the second shopkeeper. If there was one less round for no reason, how much less money would they earn? In the pavilion of dragon-slaying cliff, Ning Yao frowned. "Grandma Bai, why must my man help her? Agreeing to a round is enough, isn't it?" The old woman reached out and held her young Mrs. hand, patting it lightly, softly laughing. "What does it matter? In the eyes of the son-in-law, there's only his Miss Ning." The corners of Ning Yao's mouth curled up. She suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Bai Mama, did that guy talk to you early on?" The old woman imitated the conversation between her young miss and the son-in-law, smiling. "How could that be?" Ning Yao stood up and went into seclusion again. She seemed to come out of seclusion casually. But the old woman was very clear that this was the truth. Her young Mrs. Seclusion this time was actually very important. Because she was the only Ning Yao in the 10,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Today, Xianxia and the others were very tacit, not following her into the Ning residence. After the door was closed, Qin Pingon stretched out his hand to cover his mouth, spread out his palm and frowned. It seemed that in the second round of Q-Ask Fist on the city wall, apart from the fact that he had successfully started with the drum-beating style, he had to try to finish it within 100 punches. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the smaller his chances of winning would be. Nalan Yeshing said, "This little girl's fist technique has already been mastered. She can't be underestimated." Qin Pingon said with a smile. "But she will still lose, even if she must be a pure martial artist with an extremely fast figure, even if I can't use the distance-shrinking talisman at that time." Ever since Qin Pingon ascended to the Golden Core stage, and especially after going through the various trials and tribulations of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had actually never gone all out. Therefore, even Qin Pingon himself was curious as to how fast he could walk. Then Qin Pingon was a little helpless. "But after today, even if I win the next 2 rounds, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will have a saying that Qin Pingon will be defeated with one punch." Nalan Yeshing shook his head. Qin Pingon was puzzled. "It won't be." Nalan Yeshing said with a smile. "The motionless Qin Pingon will be defeated with one punch," the second manager. Qin Pingon stopped, turned around and ran to the gate. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Grandpa Nalan, if Ning Yao asks, just say that I was dragged to drink." No, he had to hurry to the wine shop and kill this evil wind. Yujuanfu returned to the city wall and sat cross-legged, frowning in deep thought. Sword Immortal Wuxia asked, "Will you still lose the second round?" Yujuanfu nodded. "As long as the punch he used on Chisho hits me, it will be the same as determining victory and defeat. I'm thinking of a way to break it, but it seems very difficult. My current punches and movements are still not fast enough." Sword Immortal Wuxia said no more. Yujuanfu said, "Senior, did you hear what that person said?" Sword Immortal Wuxia nodded. Of course, in fact, not only did he not use the mountain and river divine ability to watch the battle from afar, he even personally went to the city, just that he did not show his face. Yujuanfu said, "Actually, I've already lost the second round." Wuxia was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yujuanfu looked into the distance at the city. Even if Qin Pingon is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi with senior brother not far away, he can still be responsible for his words. There is no need to ask for left and right's permission. I dare say that left and right will not even watch the battle. But I can't. For example, senior will be worried about me and will secretly leave the city wall to prevent any accidents from happening to me. If something happens to me, my patriarch and sword immortal Zhou will indeed not care about my promise. Sooner or later they will take action to seek revenge. At the very least they will have a knot in their hearts. Even if they do not take action for the time being, the great Tao is long and the path of life is long. If there is a chance in the future they will hit me while I'm down or even directly attack me. This is because in their eyes I am still a junior. But that Qin Pingon, even in the great sword immortal's left and right's hearts as well as the people around him, he should be qualified to say some harsh words. Sword immortal Wuxia was even more puzzled. Although this is the truth, shouldn't pure martial artists compete purely based on their fist techniques? Yu Zhuanfu shook his head. It's not that simple. Xianxia said that as long as one can reach Realm 10, then the foundation of the first level of vigor will often determine whether a martial artist can reach the legendary Realm 11 in this lifetime. Stepping into that realm early is definitely not a good thing. Xianxia has been pondering over this vigor realm all these years, and how he should establish his foundation. Therefore he chose the most interesting choice. Even sword immortal Wuxia, who was unwilling to pay attention to worldly disputes, was curious. Then what is so interesting about Xiaoxi's choice? Yu Zhuanfu rested his fists on his knees, the 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought, and now Xiaoxi is learning all of them. That is why he went to the ancient battlefield ruins to figure out the true meaning of the statues, and then integrated them into his fist techniques. Sword immortal Wuxia shook his head. Madman. Yu Zhuanfu raised his arm and pointed at the city. That Qin Pingon is also very strange. Perhaps it's just my imagination. Although he did not throw a single punch on the streets today, I still feel that although he and Xiaoxi seem to be on the same path, the two of them are actually going in opposite directions. They are each heading towards an extreme place. Sword immortal Wuxia laughed. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Yu Zhuanfu had a complicated expression. I hope so. But I don't hope so. Over at the city, Qin Pingon walked to the wine shop and found Qi Jinglong and Whitehead sitting at the same table as 2 women. Only Qi Jinglong was eating Yangchun noodles and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Qi Jinglong looked up. Thank you for helping me make a name for myself. Qin Pingon chuckled and turned to look at Fairy Lu of the Water Scripture Mountain. Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's just a small matter." $5.99. Lu Sui stood up. Perhaps because she knew her friend's temperament, when she stood up she grabbed Ren Longsong's hand, not giving her a chance to sit there and pretend to be deaf and dumb. Lu Sui smiled and said, "Greetings, Qin Gongzi." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Lu Gongzi can just call me second shopkeeper." Lu Sui smiled slightly as if there was something she wanted to say but didn't say it. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then I will also call you Lu Gongzi." Zhang Jiazhen, who was helping at the wine shop, had already run over, only bringing a bowl of wine. Lu Sui helped Qin Pingon pour a bowl of wine. She raised her bowl and Qin Pingon raised his. Both sides didn't touch their bowls, they just drank the wine in their bowls. Ren Longsong also took a sip of wine, that was all, and then sat back on the bench with Lu Sui. Bai Shou held his chopsticks and stirred a large lump of Yangchun noodles, but he didn't eat it. He was amazed and then looked at Lu. "Did you learn? Did you learn? This is my brother's ability, it's full of knowledge." Of course, Lu Gongzi is also very smart and appropriate. Bai Shou even thought that if Lu Sui liked Qin Pingon, then they would be a good match. Running over to like Lu was like throwing an immortal flower in the vegetable garden, the valley orchid next to the pig pen. No matter how he looked at it, it was not suitable. But just as he had this thought, Bai Shou threw down his chopsticks, put his palms together, his face solemn, and muttered in his heart, "Sister Ning, I was wrong, I was wrong. Lu Sui is not worthy of Qin Pingon, not worthy of Qin Pingon." Ren Longsong and Lu Sui were watching the fight at the end of the street, and then they met Qi Jinglong and Bai Shou. Both sides carefully watched the fight between Qin Pingon and Yu Zhuanfu. If it wasn't for Qin Pingon's last words, "You need to have a big fist intent to speak big words," Ren Longsong wouldn't even come to the shop to drink. Ren Longzong was actually more accepting of people like Qi Jinglong who cultivated the Tao. As for Qin Pingon who was sitting at the same table as her impression of him was really mediocre. It wasn't that she looked down on Qin Pingon who sold wine, seals and folding fans. In fact, Ren Longzong once left the mountain to gain experience and was surrounded by dangers. And many of her fellow sect elders and peers died and she was alone in Jianghu. Her days were very hard. She didn't hate the old tables and chairs. Instead she missed and many of her teachers and elders and peers had were. And her. And all. And her and her and her to her. To. S. To her. S to be. Ren Longzong didn't have any objections to Qin Pingon, but she didn't want to be friends with him. After all, the Qin Pingon in her mind was a young man who could make the land flood dragon Lu Jinglong view as a close friend. He should also be elegant and immortal. It was a pity that the second shopkeeper in front of her, other than his attire, his words and actions were too disappointing for Ren Longzong. As for how Qin Pingon viewed her, she didn't care at all. One table was enough, but Lu Sui and Ren Longzong still sat together. It seemed like all girls who were close to each other were like this. Qi Jinglong didn't think too much about this matter. Qin Pingon didn't understand. He felt that it was good to have white hair. Every time he went out he would have the opportunity to see one or two beautiful sisters. Lu Sui talked about Yu Zhuanfu. They were all good things about that female martial artist. Qin Pingon listened carefully and didn't take it lightly. Firstly, Lu Sui's words wouldn't offend Yu Zhuanfu and sword immortal Wuxia. Secondly, the better Yu Zhuanfu's martial arts talent was, the better his character was. Qin Pingon, who could win the first round without a single punch, was naturally better. Thirdly, Lu Sui's words were mixed with some heavenly secrets. The news of Spring Banner House wouldn't be made up out of nothing. Obviously, as Qi Jinglong's friend, Lu Sui was more inclined to believe that Qin Pingon won the second round. Ren Longzong didn't like to listen to these. Her attention was more on the sword cultivators drinking wine. This was the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so she couldn't tell whose realm was higher. But in the vast world of her hometown, even in the North Continent where the customs were closest to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, regardless of whether it was drinking at the table or gathering for discussions, the difference in status and realm could be seen at a glance. But in this shop, business was so good that there weren't enough tables and benches. There were even people who were willing to squat by the side of the road to drink. But Ren Longzong found that among the sword cultivators squatting and eating yangchun noodles, there was someone who greeted them and made fun of them. So it was obviously a nascent soul sword cultivator. Nascent soul sword cultivators, even in the North Continent where sword cultivators were as common as clouds, were there many? Then you squatted by the side of the road where there wasn't even a small bench like a reincarnated hungry ghost? In any secular dynasty in the vast world, which nascent soul sword cultivator wasn't an honored guest of the emperor? They couldn't wait to bring out a plate of legendary dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Most importantly, when this old sword cultivator saw Qin Pingon just now, he was cursing and saying that Qin Pingon had cheated him of his hard-earned wife's money, and now he was going to cheat him of his coffin money? Then the second shopkeeper who was chatting with Lu Sui excused himself, stretched his neck and told the old sword cultivator to scram. Then he sneered and gave the old sword cultivator a look. In the end, the dignified nascent soul sword cultivator caught a glimpse of the back of a man who was already eating and drinking by the side of the road. He exclaimed that it was a misunderstanding, and that he could only blame himself for not being good at gambling. The second shopkeeper was the most conscientious person. Why would he cheat someone of half a copper coin? He would only sell the most affordable immortal wine in the world. Then the old man took the wine, paid for it and ran away. As he ran, he spat on the ground and said, "Second shopkeeper, your conscience has fallen to the ground. Quickly come and pick it up. Be careful not to let the dog take it away." Everyone in the wine shop cheered loudly, feeling satisfied. Someone impulsively ordered another pot of wine. Ren Longzong felt that the sword cultivators here were all very strange. They were shameless, their words and actions absurd and unreasonable. Qin Pingon smiled faintly and looked around. Everyone was very suspicious. Once someone exposed them, they no longer doubted. At the very least, their suspicions were greatly reduced. Would you be able to understand my method? However, when he thought of having to write another poem for this old bastard, he felt a headache. Thus, he smiled and looked at the fellow opposite him, asking sincerely, Jinglong, do you have any thoughts of reciting poems recently? We can learn from each other. As for whether he would give it to the old sword cultivator after the competition, or engrave it on the seal or write it on the fan, Qi Jinglong, did it matter? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, I don't understand literature, so I have no ideas. Fortunately, I'm half a bucket of water. Qin Pingon said to the white-haired old man, in the future, advise your master to read more books. The white-haired old man asked, do you think I'm stupid? The one surnamed Lu already read enough books. Did you want to read more? With the one surnamed Lu's temper, wouldn't he have to accompany him to read books? The Pianran Peak is the place where I, great sword immortal, practice my swordsmanship. In the future, I will be famous for being the place where I practice my swordsmanship. The white-haired old man felt that even if he casually flipped through the books in the thatched hut, he would not be able to finish reading them in his lifetime. Qin Pingon nodded and said, otherwise. The white-haired old man picked up his chopsticks and poked at him, threatening, be careful of my sword immortal ability that can make anything into a flying sword. Qi Jinglong smiled knowingly, but his words were lecturing his disciple. At the dining table, don't learn from some people. The white-haired old man ate the Yangchun noodles happily. The taste was mediocre and could only be considered passable. Since it was free, he had to eat a few more bowls. Lu Sui smiled and squinted her eyes. She especially liked Qi Jinglong at this moment. Qin Pingon smiled and said, everyone gets a bowl of Yangchun noodles in my shop. Apart from that, you have to pay. Great sword immortal Bai Shou, are you happy? The white-haired old man looked up and said vaguely, aren't you the second manager? Qin Pingon nodded and said, I set the rules. The white-haired old man was not angry. Instead, he felt sad for his brother. When he thought of how Qin Pingon lived in such a small house in such a big Ning mansion, he asked softly, you work so hard to earn money. Is it because you can't afford the betrothal gift? If it really doesn't work, I'll bite the bullet and ask Sister Ning to marry you first. If you don't have the betrothal gift, I won't give it to you. Besides, I don't think Sister Ning is the kind of person who cares about the betrothal gift. You think too much. It's really unreasonable for a man to want to marry a wife without money. But who told Sister Ning to choose you accidentally? To be honest, if we weren't brothers and I met Sister Ning first, I would definitely persuade her. Alas, I don't want to talk about it. It's rare for me to drink. Anyway, it's all in the bowl. You can do whatever you want. I'll drink it. Looking at the young man who was trembling after drinking a mouthful of wine, he silently put the bowl on the table. Qin Pingon scratched his head. He couldn't really twist the young man's head off, so he missed his first disciple. The sword immortal Tao Wen squatted on the side of the road and ate Yangchun noodles. He still looked as sad as when he came out of his mother's womb. Previously, a sword cultivator at the table wanted to make room for this sword immortal senior. Tao Wen waved his hand and took a pot of the cheapest bamboo sea cave wine and a plate of pickled vegetables. After squatting for a while, he felt that the pickled vegetables were too salty. Fortunately, a young man soon brought a bowl of hot Yangchun noodles. The fresh green onions looked so cute that Tao Wen couldn't bear to eat them. Every time he wrapped the noodles with his chopsticks, he would intentionally or unintentionally push the onions away and let them stay in the small bowl that was smaller than the wine bowl for a while. This time he made a lot of money. After dividing the profits, Tao Wen's profit was about 7 or 8 grains of grain rain money. This was because almost no one thought that the second manager would be able to defeat the enemy with a single punch. In the beginning, Tao Wen didn't believe it either. After all, the opponent was Yu Zhuanfu, not some embroidered pillow. It was a pure martial arts competition where they fought to the death. Without dozens or hundreds of punches, it couldn't be justified. It wasn't easy to determine the winner in an instant. However, the second manager said with certainty that if he couldn't win with a single punch, he would be the banker. No matter how much money Great Sword Immortal Tao lost, his wine shop would pay it all back with wine. Tao Wen wasn't stupid. At that time he continued to eat his noodles, no longer interested in being the banker. The second manager took a step back, saying that it was fine to pay with money, but since they agreed to split the profits 50-50, Qin Pingon would have to pay 20% more. Tao Wen thought it was feasible and didn't even bother to bargain. If Qin Pingon really could defeat Yu Zhuanfu with a single punch, then as long as he was the banker he would make a lot of money. However, he didn't expect the second manager's character to be so good. He said that if he did business with Great Sword Immortal Tao he would earn 10% more just by being a sword immortal. Therefore it was better to split the profits 60-40. Tao Wen nodded and agreed, saying that if he lost money he would only smash those broken tables and not use his flying sword. A young gambler was squatting beside Tao Wen, sighing. This time he had lost everything. It wasn't that he didn't have good eyesight, but that he had enough confidence. He bet that the second manager would win the first round within 10 punches. However, he didn't expect that Yu Zhuanfu would throw a punch first and then directly admit defeat. Therefore today the young sword immortal didn't buy any wine. He just thought of losing less money as a friend who had made money. He freeloaded a bowl of wine, 2 dishes of pickled vegetables and a bowl of yangchun noodles from the wine shop to make up for it. Tao Wen said, "Qingwu, in the future don't gamble so much. As long as you're on the gambling table you definitely can't win. Even if you want to gamble don't think about making a lot of money." The young man had been familiar with this sword immortal since he was young. Both of them were from the same alley. It could be said that Tao Wen was an elder who had watched Qingwu grow up. Tao Wen was also a very strange sword immortal. He had never attached himself to any of the major clans and was always alone. Other than on the battlefield he would also fight side by side with other sword immortals, sparing no effort. After returning to the city he guarded that medium-sized ancestral home. However, although sword immortal Tao was now a bachelor he was actually in a worse state than a bachelor who had never married. His wife had been crazy for many years. Year after year her mental strength was exhausted and her spirit was dispirited. When she left, even an immortal wouldn't be able to stay. Tao Wen didn't seem too sad. He still didn't drink much and never got drunk. Qingwu said helplessly, "Uncle Tao, I don't want to gamble like this either, but a flying sword is difficult to raise. It has reached a critical bottleneck. Although it can't help me raise my realm, breaking through the bottleneck is too important. I'm lacking a lot of divine money. Uncle Tao, look at how many times I've drunk alcohol and visited Fata Morgana over the years. I really don't like those things. There's really nothing I can do." With that said, Qingwu raised his head and looked towards the southern city wall. He said sadly, "Who knows when the next war will begin? My talent is average and the quality of my intrinsic flying sword is passable. However, due to my low realm I can only guard the city wall every time. How much money can I earn from killing a few demons? If my flying sword breaks through the bottleneck I can increase the flying sword's range of long-range attacks by at least 3 to 4 kilometers. Even if I'm on the city wall, killing demons will be fast. With more money, there will be more hope for me to become a golden core sword immortal. Besides, just relying on that little bit of money is too much of a shortfall. I have no choice but to gamble." Tao Wen asked, "Why don't you go borrow some?" Qingwu smiled bitterly. "My friends are also poor. Even if they have some extra money they still need to nurture their flying swords. The immortal money they spend every day is not a small amount. I can't ask for it." Tao Wen ate a large mouthful of yangchun noodles and picked up some pickled vegetables with his chopsticks. After chewing he asked, "After your aunt left I remember telling you once that if you encounter any problems in the future no matter how big or small, I can help you once. Why didn't you ask?" Qingwu grinned. "Isn't it because I want to be able to go down the city wall and fight in the future and ask Uncle Tao to save me once? Right now I'm just short of money. No matter how much I worry it's still a small matter. It's better than losing my life." At this point Qingwu's face was pale. He felt guilty and uneasy. His eyes were filled with regret and he wished he could slap himself. Tao Wen's expression was calm as he nodded. "It's very good that you can think like that." Qingwu's mood also relaxed. Besides, Uncle Tao didn't have any money in the past. Tao Wen laughed. "That's true." Tao Wen said telepathically, "If I introduce you to a job I can give you an advance payment of 1 grain of grain rain. Do you want it? This isn't my idea. It's that second manager's idea. He said that you have a good face and look like an honest and kind person. Therefore you're more suitable." After hearing the ripples in his mind, Qingwu asked doubtfully, "What do you mean? The wine shop wants to hire permanent workers? I don't think it's necessary. There's Lady Zhang Jiazhen and Lady Zhang Jiazhen. The shop isn't big either. It's enough. Besides, even if I'm willing to help, it'll take me a long time to gather enough money." Tao Wen said helplessly, The second manager didn't misjudge you. A sword immortal eating Yangchun noodles in small mouthfuls and a sea-viewing sword cultivator sipping wine in small mouthfuls. After the sneaky conversation, Qingwu rubbed his face hard and gulped down the wine. He nodded vigorously. This business deal was done. Tao Wen remembered something and recalled the second manager's words. He repeated it and reminded Qingwu, a banker has his own rules. A gambling table has its own rules. If you mix it up with your friend's code of brotherhood, you won't have any chances to cooperate in the future. Qingwu nodded. Not long after Qingwu left, Qin Pingon, Qi Jinglong and company also left the wine shop. The second manager came to Tao Wen's side with a wine bowl and said with a smile, "Sword immortal Tao, why are you still drinking wine after earning a few hundred to 1,000 grains? Great sword immortal Tao, aren't you interested in our wine today?" Tao Wen thought about it and decided that it didn't matter. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, the second manager hurriedly said telepathically, "Don't directly ask for help with the bill. Just say that no matter how much wine everyone drinks today, you Tao Wen will help pay for half of it. Only half. If not, I would have made a wasted trip here. All the gamblers who just joined the business know that we are working together to scam others. But if I deliberately pretend that I don't know you, that won't do. I have to make them not believe me completely or be suspicious of me completely. It's just right for them to believe and be skeptical. Only then can we continue to be the banker. What I want is for these stingy bastards to think that they're infallible." Tao Wen cursed telepathically. "What the hell is this? What the hell are you thinking about? From the looks of it, if you were willing to focus on practicing the sword, you would have become AF*** King Sword Immortal in less than 10 years. However, Tao Wen still said to everyone with a straight face that he would help pay for half of the 5 pots of wine today. It was a way to thank everyone for coming and placing their bets with him as a gambling house. However, the money for 5 pots of wine and more had nothing to do with him. K off. If you have money, buy your own wine. If you don't, go home and drink your own piss. When Qin Pingon heard Tao Wen's words, he felt that he was indeed a true sword immortal. He had the potential to be a banker. But ultimately he had a good eye for people. Qin Pingon sipped his wine and asked telepathically, "Then did Qingwu agree?" Tao Wen put down his bowl and chopsticks and beckoned for another pot of wine from the youth. He said, "You should know why I didn't deliberately help Qingwu, right?" Qin Pingon said, "I know. In fact, I didn't wish for him to leave the city early to fight. I might even wish for him to remain in this awkward state of being neither high nor low. Be it a gambling addict or a gambling addict, with Qingwu's personality he wouldn't be a bad person. Now that he's worried every day, it's ultimately better than death." As for the matter regarding Uncle Tao's family, even if I covered my ears for the past year, I should have heard of it. There's one good thing about the Great Wall of Sword Beams. If one speaks without restraint, no matter how great a sword immortal is, there's no way he can hide it. Tao Wen waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that. Let's drink." Tao Wen suddenly asked, "Why don't you just bet on yourself losing? Many gambling houses actually have such bets. If you are ruthless, you can probably earn at least a few dozen guyu money. Many sword immortals who lose money will curse you." Qin Pingon said exasperatedly, "Ningyao already told me not to lose. Do you think I dare to lose? For a few dozen guyu money, not only will I lose half my life, I won't return home for a year and a half, sleeping on the floor of the shop. Is that worth it?" Tao Wen laughed out loud for the first time. He patted the youth's shoulder. "It's not embarrassing to be afraid of your wife. It's good. Keep up the good work." Qin Pingon smiled and clinked his wine bowl with Tao Wen's. Tao Wen sighed softly. "Qin Pingon, it's not a good thing to feel too much empathy for other people's joys and sorrows." Qin Pingon smiled. "People who can say such things should talk to themselves, answer their own questions and suffer from their own mistakes." Tao Wen was stunned. He then smiled and nodded. However, he changed the topic. "Regarding the rules of the gambling table, I've also told Qingwu frankly." Qin Pingon shook his wine bowl. "It's good to be able to follow the rules of business. If one day Qingwu, who has always followed the rules, is still willing to break the rules for a friend, that means Qingwu is a person worth befriending. At that time, Uncle Tao, if you don't lend him money to help Qingwu cultivate, I will. To tell you the truth, before I became the second shopkeeper, I had two nicknames that resounded throughout the world. One was Qin Hao and the other was Child of Wealth. Tao Wen pointed to the wine bowl in Qin Pingan's hand. Look down and see if you have a face. Qin Pingan looked down and was shocked. Who is this young man? He shaved and is quite handsome. In the study of the Yan family head. Fatty Yan stood at the door of the study, trembling with fear. Previously, when his father heard about the Q-seeking fist outside the Ning mansion, he gave Yan Zhuo Guyu money and bet that Qin Pingan would win with one punch. Even if Yan Zhuo was very confident in Qin Pingan, he still felt that this Guyu money would be wasted. However, his father Yan Ming said that it didn't matter. Therefore, after Yan Zhuo got the money, he wanted to be a little more stable, so he took the initiative to secretly bet that after 3 punches, the winner would be decided within 10 punches. In addition to the Guyu money, he also bet 2 small Guyu money that Qin Pingan would defeat the woman from the central local tycoon, Yu Zhuanfu, within 100 punches. In the end, who would have thought that Qin Pingan and Yu Zhuanfu would propose such a method of exchanging pointers that would cause them to suffer a great loss? And Yu Zhuanfu's brain wasn't clear. After 1 punch, he directly admitted defeat. You should take a few more punches. Qin Pingan is in the golden body realm, but aren't you, Yu Zhuanfu, also in the golden body realm with an invincible foundation? Fatty Yan didn't want to come to his father's study, but he had to. The reason was very simple. Even if he used up all his money, even if he borrowed some from his mother, he couldn't afford to pay his father back for the Guyu money he should have earned. Therefore, he could only come to be scolded, and it wasn't surprising that he would be beaten. Yan Zhuo didn't raise his head and asked, "Did you bet wrongly?" Yan Zhuo grunted. Yan Ming said, "This time will Qin Pingan lose? Will he be the banker and make money?" Yan Zhuo said, "Absolutely not. Qin Pingan has no desire to win or lose in a fight between cultivators. Only on the path of martial arts his obsession is extremely deep. Not to mention Yu Zhuanfu, who is in the golden body realm, even if he is facing a martial artist in the distant travel realm, Qin Pingan is unwilling to lose." Yan Ming asked, "Qin Pingan is in the Ning mansion and there is Ning girl in the Ning mansion. You think that Yu Zhuanfu has the heart to win this time, but for Qin Pingan, what's the significance of winning?" Yan Zhuo shook his head. "I wasn't sure before. Later, when I saw the conversation between Qin Pingan and Yu Zhuanfu, I knew that Qin Pingan didn't think that the 2 sides' exchange of pointers would benefit him in any way." Yan Ming raised his head and continued to ask, "Then how can we make Yu Zhuanfu less entangled? Do you now understand why Qin Pingan made that suggestion? If not, then my grain rain money would have really been wasted. All the losses caused by this grain rain money will be recorded in the account, and you will pay it back slowly in the future." Yan Zhuo, do you really think that Qin Pingan deliberately let go of the first move? Do you think that Yu Zhuanfu threw a punch and admitted defeat as he pleased? Do you believe that as long as Yu Zhuanfu gives up his martial arts advantage and stands still like Qin Pingan, and then takes a punch from Qin Pingan, Yu Zhuanfu will be too ashamed to fight the next 2 rounds? Do you really think that Ning Mansions by Lian Shuang, a former 10th realm martial artist, and Nailan Yeshing, a former immortal realm sword cultivator, only watch the door or clean the room every day? As long as they can teach, they will teach it to their family's son-in-law. And Qin Pingan, as long as he can learn it, he will learn it very well and very quickly. Not to mention that at the city walls, there are people who help to teach the sword every now and then. In this 1 year you have not wasted your 1 year of time. But for them it seems like 3 to 5 years have passed." Yan Zhuo said aggrievedly, "I also want to exchange pointers with a sword immortal, but our Yan family's chief consecrator is more arrogant than the sky. He has disliked me since I was a child, and now he is still unwilling to teach me swordsmanship. I have shamelessly begged many times, but the old man is not willing to pay attention to me." Yan Ming's expression was calm. "Why don't you ask me to ask him to teach you swordsmanship obediently? Whose words are the most effective in the Yan family? Family head Yan Ming, since when can't even control a little sword immortal consecrator?" Yan Zhuo's eyes reddened. He choked and said, "I don't dare. I am afraid that you will scold me for being a good-for-nothing who only knows how to rely on the family to eat and drink. What Yan family's eldest young master? The pig is fat, the southern demons only care about meat." These disgusting words are spread by the Yan family's own people. "Father, you have never cared about it in the past. Why should I come here to be scolded by you?" Yan Ming's expression was as usual. He did not speak. Yan Zhou finished his words in one breath. He turned his head and wiped his tears. Go tell him that he'll teach you the way of the sword without holding anything back. The empty-handed head of House Yan finally spoke up. Yan Zhou grunted and ran out of the study. In the corner of the study ripples appeared. An old man appeared out of thin air. He said with a smile, "Do you want me to be the bad guy?" Yan Ming said with a smile, "You are a consecrator who receives a lot of immortal money from me every year. If you don't want to be the bad guy, do you want me, a father, to be the bad guy in my son's eyes?" The old man planned to immediately return to the Yan family's cultivation ground. After all, the little fatty had received the imperial edict and was now on the way. However, the old man said with a smile, the words little sword immortal consecrator, that the family had mentioned earlier were not appropriate. Yan Ming shook his head gently. The little imp who was in charge of flipping the books understood. He bent his knees slightly and jumped into a pen holder on the table. He took out 2 pieces of grain rain money and threw them at the old man. The old man kept the 2 pieces of grain rain money in his sleeve and said with a smile, "It's very appropriate." Yan Ming thought for a moment and said with an awkward expression, "It's the same effect of swordsmanship. Remember to be gentler." The old man disappeared in a flash. Yan Ming actually still had some things that he did not say to Yan Zhou. For example, the Yan family hoped that a sword immortal whose daughter's nickname was Green Onion could become the new consecrator. The girl who originally had an excellent future left the city and died on the battlefield in the south. Her death was extremely tragic. Her father was a sword immortal. At that time the battle on the battlefield was tragic. In the end, this man rushed over with heavy injuries but was still unable to save her. Later on, the girl's mother went crazy. She would only ask her man one question day and night. "You're a sword immortal. Why didn't you protect your daughter?" A man returned to an empty house without him. Previously, he had ordered 3 extra bowls of Yangchun noodles from the shop and hid them in his heaven and earth sleeve. At this moment, the bowls were placed on the table. He went to take 3 pairs of chopsticks and arranged them properly. Then the man buried his head in his bowl. One of the bowls of Yangchun noodles on the table had more green onion. In the twilight, Qin Pingon sat on the doorstep with his hands folded in his sleeves. He leaned against the door frame and looked at his shop that was doing extremely well. He also looked at the small restaurants that were even further away. It was said that after the rich girl from the Central Plains swaggered out of the Mirage Pavilion, she came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword immortal who attacked the military cultivator of the Upper 5 Realms was called Tao Wen. Later on, these were just stories of the joys and sorrows of others. Originally, after listening to them, one would pass. After drinking a few bottles of wine and eating a few bowls of Yangchun noodles, it would pass. However, in Qin Pingon's heart it lingered. It would always make a young man who was thousands of miles away from his hometown think of Mud Bottle Alley. Later on, he felt really uncomfortable thinking about it. That was why he asked Ning Yao that question back then. Regardless of age, as long as one was a sword cultivator at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, everyone was waiting for death. Waves after waves of people had died, so much so that no one was willing to remember them for long. Then these bastards in the world came here to talk about those untenable benevolence, righteousness, morals, etiquette and rules? Why didn't they see the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi before saying whether it was good or bad? They didn't ask them to go to the top of the city wall and die generously. They weren't the ones dying. Then was it that difficult to just take a few more looks and think a little more? The young Zhang Zhezhen took a break from his busy schedule and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He inadvertently saw Mr. Qin leaning his head against the door frame. He was staring ahead in a daze. His eyes were in a trance that he had never seen before. Mr. Qin seemed a little sad and disappointed. "600. In the autumn of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were no rustling parasol trees, banana leaves, withered lotus leaves, curtains in the west wind, mandarin ducks in the cold osmanthus floating jade. But there were also autumn trees, plants swaying, autumn nights cool and the city full of moonlight. In the vast world, the spring breeze and spring rain were like spring couplets, spring mountain, spring water, spring grass, and the world was in spring. Luopa Mountain in the Longquan County of the Aquarius continent, during awakening hibernation, The heavens inexplicably changed face. The sun shining brightly turned into dark clouds, and then it rained heavily. The three girls were lying in the corridor on the second floor of the bamboo building, admiring the rain. On the left and right of the girl in black, there was a green mountain walking stick and a small golden carrying pole. As the right guardian of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall, Zhou Mili secretly gave the mountain walking stick and the carrying pole two nicknames, Little Right Guardian and Little Left Guardian, but she did not dare to tell Pei Qian this. Pei Qian had a lot of rules. It was annoying. There were a few times when she did not want to be friends with her. But when the two of them were at odds, Zhou Mili would start counting with her fingers, waiting for Pei Qian to come and play with her. Qin Wanshu was a little worried because Qin Lingjun seemed to have made up his mind not long ago. As long as he entered the Golden Core stage, he would immediately go to the northern continent to cross the river. Pei Qian changed her position, lying on her back, using her hands as a pillow, crossing her legs and swaying gently. After thinking for a while, she moved her body bit by bit, changing her position, crossing her legs and facing the rain outside the bamboo building. Pei Qian was also a little annoyed recently practicing with old chef. She always felt that it was lacking some meaning. It was boring. There was one time when she was anxious, she roared at old chef and then she was impolitely stepped on by old chef and fainted. After that, Pei Qian felt sorry for old chef, but she was not too willing to say sorry. Other than that sentence, she was indeed a little rude. The rest, it was old chef's fault. Hey punch, he should be like Grandpa Cui, beating her to death. Anyway, he would not really beat her to death. She was not afraid of being beaten. Close her eyes, open her eyes, yawn a few times and it would be a new day. She really did not know why old chef was afraid of a hammer. What's wrong with you, old chef? Every time you make a move, you don't have any strength. Every time she soaked in the medicinal tub, how much money did it cost her master? She had discussed it with Wanshu before. Based on her current martial arts training method, even if Pei Qian were to drag older sister Shiro to do business with him at Riding Dragon Alley, even if they didn't close the shop at night with the small amount of money she earned, who knew how many hundred years it would take for her to earn it back? So why was old chef being so wishy-washy? It was as if he hadn't eaten his fill. She would have fainted anyway. In fact, she had tolerated him a few times before she finally couldn't hold back her anger. Therefore, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she ran to old chef and asked him to make a midnight snack. Then she ate a few more bowls of rice. Old chef should have understood that this was her apology. He should have understood. At that time, old chef was wearing an apron and even helped her with the food. He didn't seem angry. Old chef was a little old and ugly, but it was good that he was a little bit old. He didn't hold grudges. There was an even more troublesome matter. Pei Qian was worried that her master would be unhappy if she shamelessly followed Master Zhong to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. That guy came to look at the small pond behind the bamboo building again. Dolly Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai stood in the corridor and said with a smile, Pei Qian, have you been bored recently? Pei Qian said in boredom, I'm bored. How can I not be bored? I'm so bored that my head hurts. Pei Qian gently slapped the floor and stood up. That slap was extremely ingenious. The mountain-traversing staff bounced up as well and was held in her hand. She jumped onto the railing and performed a crazy sword technique. Countless water droplets shattered and splashed in all directions. Many of them splashed towards the corridor. Wei Pai waved his hand and was in no hurry to say anything. Pei Qian drew her sword to her heart's content while shouting at the top of her lungs. Thunder from a clear sky, gongs and drums sound. The heavy rain is like money hitting my face. I'm rich, I'm rich. Luopa Mountain was really short of money. This was not false. It was absolutely true. However, the only person who wanted money to fall from the sky so much was probably this lass who felt that she was losing money. Wei Pai said with a smile, I have a letter here. Who wants to read it? Pei Qian immediately put away her mountain-traversing staff and jumped off the railing. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Mili, who had already stood up to greet Northern Mountain Lord, bowed with Pei Qian and said in unison, Lord Mountain Lord, your presence brings light to my humble abode. Wealth is rolling in. Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Only then did he pass the letter to Nwanshu with the words, To Nwanshu, Pei Qian reads the letter, Mili keeps the envelope. Qin Nwanshu hurriedly wiped his sleeves. After receiving the letter with both hands, he carefully opened it and passed the envelope to Zhou Mili. Pei Qian took the letter and sat cross-legged. The other two young ladies also sat down. The three of them almost knocked their heads together. Pei Qian turned his head and grumbled, "Mealy, don't be so clumsy. You even crumpled the envelope. What should I do? If you continue to be so clumsy, how can I entrust you with important matters in the future?" The black-clothed young lady immediately frowned and was about to cry. Pei Qian immediately smiled and patted Xiaomi's head as he consoled her. Zhou Mili quickly smiled. Wei Pai leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. The heavy rain made the world hazy. Only the corridor was bright. The three young ladies read the letter very slowly. They were not willing to miss a single word. They also looked forward to seeing themselves in the letter. Even if it was just a sentence or two, they should be happy for a long time. After Pei Qian read it carefully, Zhou Mili said, "Read it again." Pei Qian said in annoyance, "What nonsense are you saying?" After reading it 3 times, Pei Qian carefully put the 2 pieces of letter back into the envelope. He coughed a few times and said, "What Master said in the letter, you all read it clearly, right?" Master did not let the 2 of you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Anyway, the reason was written. It was clear and impeccable. It was perfectly justified. Now the question is, do you have any resentment in your hearts? If you do, you must say it out loud. As Master's first disciple, I will definitely enlighten you. Qin Wanshu smiled and said, "I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's too far. If I leave Luopa Mountain and go to Longquan County, I will have to return to the mountain in just one night." She was really used to staying in one place and not moving. Previously, she was in Huangting Country's Chao clan's book collection house. Now she was in the even bigger Longquan County. Moreover, she used to hide from people like a thief. Now she was not only on Luopa Mountain, but also in the small towns Riding Dragon Alley and Longquan County. It was all open and above board. Therefore Qin Wanshu liked this place. Zhou Mili crossed her arms in front of her chest. She tried her best to keep a straight face, but it was still difficult to conceal her complacency. She said, "Mountain Chieftain said that I, the right protector, should keep a close watch on that small pond. My responsibility is great. Therefore, when I left the bamboo building, I moved my bedding to the side of the pond." If the black-clothed girl wasn't trying her best to hold it in, she would have burst into laughter. In the letter, Qin Pingon said that he told many people the story of the mute lake monster at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, she heard that it had a lot of scenes. It wasn't the kind that would be beaten to death the moment it appeared in many romance novels. My dear Midwinter, that was another world. In the past, she didn't even dare to dream about it. Pei Qian nodded and said slowly, "This means that the 2 of you still have some conscience. Don't worry, I'll just treat it as a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi on your behalf. My crazy demonic sword technique is so vast that no one can recognize it. When I get there, there will definitely be many sword immortals. When they see my self-created peerless sword technique, their eyes will almost pop out. Then they will immediately cry and shout that they want to take me as their disciple. Then I can only sigh softly, shake my head and say, 'I'm sorry, I already have a master.' You can only cry. For those sword immortals who were born in the wrong time, this is really a sad, lamentable and pitiful story." Qin Wanshu smiled and asked, "When you get to Master's place, do you dare to speak to sword immortals like this?" Pei Qian said seriously, "Of course not. Didn't I say that it's just a story?" Zhou Mili nodded vigorously. She felt that Sister Wanshu was sometimes not very smart. She was still much worse than her. Qin Wanshu took out a handful of melon seeds. Pei Qian and Zhou Mili each grabbed a handful of melon seeds skillfully. Pei Qian glared at Zhou Mili, who thought that she had secretly grabbed a handful of melon seeds, suddenly stiffened. Her expression didn't change, as if she had been frozen by Pei Qian again. She loosened her fist little by little, and a few melon seeds fell into Qin Wanshu's palm. Pei Qian glared again and Zhou Mili put back most of the melon seeds. She opened her hand and saw that there were quite a lot, so she secretly laughed. Qin Wanshu took out a handkerchief and put it on the ground. It didn't matter elsewhere in Luopa Mountain, but in the bamboo building, whether it was the first floor or the second floor, melon seed shells couldn't be thrown around. Pei Qian said, "Wei Pai, if you can't remember the things related to you in the letter, I can go to MT Covering Cloud every day to remind you. Now I can come and go like the wind." Wei Pai smiled and said, "No need." Pei Qian said worriedly, "Really? I'm afraid you won't take it seriously." Wei Pai turned his head and joked, Shouldn't you be worried about how to explain to Master about the fight between you and Whitehead? Pei Qian said with a blank face. What? Who is Whitehead? I've never seen this person before. Wei Pai, are you dreaming or am I dreaming and forgot about it when I woke up? Third girl fiddled with it for so long and came up with such an explanation? Wei Pai gave a thumbs up and praised. Qin Pingon will definitely believe it. Zhou Mili reached out her hand to cover her mouth and leaned over to Pei Qian's head. She whispered, see, I said that this explanation is the most useful. Everyone will believe it. Wei Shanjun isn't too stupid. Everyone will believe it, right? Pei Qian nodded. I'll remember your contribution. But let's make a deal. We'll separate public and private matters. I'll only record your contribution in my small account book. It has nothing to do with our Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall. Zhou Mili was in a good mood today. She shook her head and said with a smile, well, I'll remember your contribution. We're best friends. Wei Pai sighed with emotion. There was once a poem that wrote Howren leaving Gu Pass, which echoed with the saints giving and then Howren returning. Therefore it was praised by later generations as the highest starting point. Zhou Mili frowned her plain eyebrows. What do you mean? Pei Qian said, say a few words and eat our melon seeds. Qin Wanshu definitely understood Wei Pai's general meaning the best. It was just that she usually didn't take the initiative to say anything. Pei Qian wasn't bad either. After all, after her master left, she couldn't go to school to study anymore. So she flipped through a lot of books. She had already finished reading the books that her master left on the first floor. Then she asked Wanshu to help her buy some. Anyway, she didn't care about the consequences. Pei Qian was much better than Qin Wanshu at memorizing things. Pei Qian didn't care. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood, she would ask old chef a few questions. But no matter what she said, Pei Qian always felt that it would be much better if her master was the one doing it. Therefore, she disliked old chef's half-baked teaching and explanation. After a few times, old chef became a little discouraged. He always said that his knowledge was no worse than that of a farming teacher. Of course, Pei Qian didn't believe him. Then one time when he was cooking, old chef deliberately added more salt. Qin Wanshu walked over and handed a handful of melon seeds to Wei Pai. Wei Pai thanked her with a face full of smiles. He took the melon seeds with both hands. Then he leaned against the railing and began to eat the melon seeds while chatting with the three girls. He opened his palm and saw a pile of melon seeds and shells. The big mountain became a small mountain and the small mountain became a big mountain. In the end, there was only one mountain. It was windy outside the railing. The corridor was warm. Wei Pai knew Qin Pingon's inner thoughts. He wanted the two disciples and students to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi earlier to take a look. If they were late, would the people of the vast world really have a chance to see the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Could they still go there as if they were on a scenic tour and see it as a scenic courtyard opened up by the vast world? However, although it was not written in the letter, Wei Pai could still see Qin Pingon's other hidden concern. The imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Xianxia, was alone. Qin Pingon was actually a little worried about the two children, Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian, who had just finished touring the Lotus Root Blessed Land. However, in the current Luopa Mountain, Zhou Xian, who was almost half the mountain master of Luopa Mountain, would definitely not be able to leave. The other three people in the picture scroll each had their own duties and each had their own great Tao to pursue. As for Wei Pai, it was even more impossible for him to leave the Aquarius continent. Therefore, what Qin Pingon was really worried about was the lack of top cultivators and martial arts masters in Luopa Mountain. As for the consecrator Zhou Fei, who was already in the immortal realm, even if Qin Pingon could invite Jiang Shangzhen, he would definitely not open his mouth. In fact, if this letter had come earlier, it would have been better. He could have gone with Lu Jinglong of the North Continent to the Old Dragon City, and then to the inverted Hanging Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wei Pai immediately had a plan in his heart. He was ready to give it a try and see if the elusive Cui Dongshan could share his master's worries and solve his difficulties. A few days later, Bai Yunshan received a secret flying sword message. The letter asked Zhong Qiu, Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang to go south first and wait for him, Cui Dongshan, in the Old Dragon City. Then they all boarded the intercontinental ferry and went to look for her husband. When he heard that the big white goose was also going, the little depression in Pei Qian's heart completely disappeared. They had originally agreed to meet again in half a month, But Yu Juanfu actually went back on his word and said that the time was to be determined. The gamblers in the city were not worried at all. After all, the second shopkeeper's gambling skills were not bad. If they were too hasty in betting, it would be easy to fall into his trap. It was just that the experienced gamblers began to feel conflicted. They were afraid that the little girl Yu Juanfu would accidentally drink the second shopkeeper's wine and her brain would be damaged. As a result, a good exchange of skills would become a two-man show. How would they make money then? Now it seemed that not only the gamblers who were careless, but also many bankers could not earn a few immortal coins from Qin Pingon. Therefore, an old gambler sighed with emotion after drinking. The student has surpassed the master. In the future, the big and small gambling tables of the Great Wall of Sword Qi will be filled with blood. Since there was no cottage to stay in and Yu Juanfu was a girl, she was too embarrassed to sleep on the floor on the city wall every day. Therefore, like Sword Immortal Wuxia, she stayed at Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan's residence. However, she would go back and forth every day and practice for many hours on the city wall. Sun Jiyuan didn't have a good impression of Yan Lv and Jiang Guanqing, but he had a good impression of this young lady of the Yu family of the Central Plains. It was rare for her to show her face in public. She was at a strategically advantageous position, using swordsmanship instead of fist techniques. This made Yu Jufu very grateful. Other than going to the city wall to practice her sword, Lin Junbai spent most of her time in the pavilion in the Sun residence, studying the world-renowned iridescent clouds. Lin Junbai was interested in three things: the general trend of the Central Plains, cultivation and Go. As for the general trend, Lin Junbai could only watch from the sidelines. As for cultivation, she had never slacked. As for Go, at least in the Xiaoyuan dynasty, the young man had no match. The person she wanted to meet the most was embroidered tiger Cui Dong. Her senior brother preferred the mirage at the border where there was no one. Sword Immortal Wuxia also did not deliberately restrict the border. When it came to sword practice, as long as one became a Jindan sword cultivator, they would have their own path under their feet. All they had to do was advance. Without this path, how could they form their Jindan? Among the sword cultivators of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, Yu Juanfu could only chat with Zhu Mei. However, this so-called chat was actually just Zhu Mei chattering by herself, and Yu Juanfu did not get tired of listening to her. Zhu Mei had also helped Yu Juanfu by that thick sword Immortal Wuxia's imprint manual. Now the Great Wall of Sword Qi had some relatively exquisite copies. It was said to be the work of the Yan family. It should be barely enough to break even but not enough to make much money. Today Zhu Mei was drinking tea in Yu Juanfu's room. Looking at Yu Juanfu, who was carefully flipping through the imprint manual, Zhu Mei asked curiously, "Sister Yu, I heard that you came directly from the Great Wall of Sword Qi from the Golden Armor continent. Don't you want to see your fiancé? Huai Qian actually became more and more famous after you left your hometown. For example, he's friends with Chao Ci and Lu Yuzhou. Many young fairies with the surname Zong are heartbroken. There are so many rumors that Sister Yu purely did not like the arranged marriage, so you were angry with your elders. Or did you have private dealings with Huai Qian and then you didn't like him?" Yu Juanfu said, "Both." Zhu Mei asked again, "Then let's not talk about Huai Qian. Let's talk about Sword Immortal Zhou. This old immortal seems to be very exaggerated every time he makes a move. The last time he made a move, it seemed like it was to seek justice for Sister Yu. Until now, there are still many rumors saying that old immortal Zhou was too ruthless in his attack, and actually attracted the attention of a Grand Chancellor of the Academy." Yu Juanfu hesitated and shook his head. "It's fake." Zhu Mei's eyes widened, full of expectation. Yu Juanfu said, "Old Mr. Zhou has accumulated merit. As long as he doesn't go too far, the Academy generally won't find trouble with him. You should keep this to yourself, don't spread it." Zhu Mei nodded. Yu Juanfu still reminded her, "You didn't manage to keep your mouth shut. If people like Yan Lu hear about this, it will be a big problem. You should take it easy." Zhu Mei could only continue to nod. Zhu Mei suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Yu Juanfu was staring at a seal on the scroll, so he didn't pay attention to the girl's actions. White egrets stand in the snow during the day, ink stone without light at night. Yu Juanfu looked at the seal and was slightly moved. Back then Chao Ci taught her martial arts. Logically speaking, whether Chao Ci appreciated it or not, she should have rewarded her. but she was just looking at the scroll. She would never buy the scroll or the fan. Zhu Mei couldn't help but be curious. She stopped laughing and asked, "Sister Yu, what's with your name? Is it particular?" Yu Zhuanfu continued to look at the scroll and shook his head. "It's particular but boring. I'm a girl. Since I was young I thought the name Yu Zhuanfu didn't sound good. I can't change it in the ancestral record, so I can change it whenever I want. In the Central Divine Continent I used the alias Yu Qiun. In the Jinjia Continent I changed it to Zaishi. You can call me by my name. Call me Zaishi. Sounds better than Sister Yu." Zhu Mei softly called and playfully said, "Zaishi, Zaishi." Yu Zhuanfu was a little helpless. He shook his head and continued to look at the scroll. "Who's at the top of the city? You're worry-free. Bun with the most clouds in the world." There were also many pairs of seals. Kowtowing to the heavens. Tao illuminates the world. Generosity goes. Boundless returns. Pour a cup of wine for the Lord. The sun and moon swim in the Lord's cup. Yu Zhuanfu looked at the scroll for a long time and became angrier. She was clearly a scholar, but she didn't do her job. She turned to the next page and saw the 3 words, "Wild goose hits the wall." Yu Zhuanfu thought of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, which was more than just a towering wall. She couldn't help but laugh. She snorted coldly with a straight face. Qin Pingon and Qi Jinglong were drinking at the shop. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the most wasteful thing was to drink impure wine and use that cultivator's abhijna. This kind of person was even more despicable than a bachelor. Qi Jinglong still only ate a bowl of yangchun noodles and a plate of pickled vegetables. The drunkards and sword cultivators around them exchanged glances. Looking at his posture, everyone felt that this young sword immortal from the North Continent had an unfathomable alcohol tolerance. Maybe it was just as the second manager said, that he had reached the realm of, "I sit alone at the table while the rest lie under the table." The white-haired man liked to come here because he could drink. Although Lu had instructed that he could only drink 1 bowl at a time with his alcohol tolerance, 1 bowl was enough to make him slightly tipsy. Moreover, Qin Pingon said himself, "My shop has such a big white bowl. It's normal to get drunk. It has nothing to do with alcohol tolerance." Qi Jinglong wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You feel that even if Miss Lu doesn't speak, the way she looks at you, the words in her eyes don't decrease but increase instead, so you're a little flustered?" Qi Jinglong remained silent and glanced at the wine pot. He really did feel like drinking. Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything, pretending to be profound. "How would I know what to do with your situation?" At this time in the vast world, there was a cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to the inverted hanging mountain. At the bow of the ferry, 2 masters in green robes were silently admiring the scenery. A handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows and a snow-white robe was fooling around with a dark-skinned girl who held a mountain walking stick as if no one else was around. The young man dashed to avoid the mountain walking staff, his sleeves fluttering like snow. He shouted loudly, "I'm going to see my teacher, your master. Are you happy?" The little girl chased after the big white goose and shouted, "Happy, really happy." "601. The silhouette of the inverted mountain could already be seen. Chao Qinglang looked into the distance and said in disbelief, "This is actually a Shanward seal?" Zhong Qiu sighed, "There are so many magnificent sceneries in a foreign land." Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan sat on the railing and turned their heads to whisper, "The 2 teachers are not as knowledgeable as I am. Look at me, do I find it strange when I see the inverted mountain? Not at all. In the end it's all about studying and not walking. I'm different. I've been copying books non-stop. I've even traveled thousands of miles with my master. Has Master Zhong ever been to such a big Tongye continent? Have you been to the Qinghuan kingdom of the Aquarius continent? Besides, I copy books every day. In the world, when it comes to copying books into a mountain, other than Sister Baoping, if I claim to be the 3rd, no one would dare to claim to be the 2nd. Cui Dongshan said with a puzzled face. When senior sister saw the inverted mountain just now, she seemed to be drooling and wanted to move it back to Luopa mountain. In the future, if anyone is not convinced, she will use this seal to smash their heads. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. Such a big treasure, who wouldn't be envious when they see it? In the early years he was in charge of compiling the history books of the imperial court. He recruited more than 10 famous civil officials and more than 20 vigorous scholars from the Hanlin Academy to compile and copy the books day and night. In the end, tens of millions of characters were written. Among them, Zhou Xian's small regular script was truly marvelous. It's not an exaggeration to say that his writing had reached the acme of perfection. Even the most popular style in the world today could not compare to Zhou Xian's writing in the early years. The compilation of this book could be considered the most interesting compilation of knowledge in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Unfortunately, a certain old Taoist with a cow nose found it an eyesore and moved his little finger. A calamity that could destroy the country was like a furnace that was used to burn the word respect in some parts of the world. It was used to burn waste paper, broken porcelain with words, and so on. Thus, most of the painstaking efforts of the scholars and the knowledge on paper were returned to the world in an instant. Cui Dongshan was bored to death and talked about some old almanac of small places. He waved his two sleeves up and down and said casually, "Just looking at it won't remember anything. It's like duckweed spinning and flowing with the waves. It's not as good as seeing one and seeing two and seeing three and knowing 1,000 and 100. Step by step, it's like a cornerstone stirring up waves in the river of time." Pei Qian stared at him and said, "Big white goose, which side are you on? Why are you always helping outsiders? Do you want me to help you break it? I've mastered martial arts and have about 10% of master's power. I don't know how to control my strength. With a crack, it's broken. When you go to master, don't tell on me. As for old chef's knowledge and writing, forget it. Master only needed to use one hand and a few words to make old chef concede defeat and cook in the kitchen with peace of mind." Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and said, "Lend me a piece of yellow paper talisman and stick it on my forehead. I need to calm down. I was scared to death by big senior sister." Pei Qian frowned and said, "Don't mess around. Master said that when we're outside, we're not allowed to take out a piece of yellow paper talisman to show off our family's wealth. In places where cultivators gather, it's easy to make others jealous. Once they're jealous, there's a lot of trouble. If you're not wrong and make others wrong, even if you're not wrong, you can't say, 'I'm not wrong.'" When my master and I were in the Tongye continent, we saw the wedding procession of a mountain god in the dark and windy wilderness. I only took one more glance, really just one glance, and those spirits and ghosts all stared at me. My goodness, guess what happened? My master saw that I was wronged and immediately stared back at them. Those originally arrogant mountain gods and ghosts all fell to the ground as if they were struck by lightning. Then they knelt and begged for mercy. Even the sedan chair that the beautiful lady was sitting on was not lifted by anyone. She was probably dizzy from the fall. After so many years, I still feel quite sorry in my heart. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Since you've told me the truth, tell me the fake version." Pei Qian said, "Oh, there's a fake one. It's just that master stood up and took the initiative to apologize to the leader of the wedding procession. He also sincerely congratulated them. After that, he scolded me and said that I shouldn't do it more than 3 times. It's already twice. If I make another mistake, he won't be polite to me anymore." Pei Qian rubbed his eyes and said pretentiously, "Even if it's a fake story, it still makes me cry when I think about it." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Remember to keep the boogers. Don't rub them away." Pei Qian punched out and stopped an inch away from Cui Dongshan's head. He withdrew his fist and laughed. "Are you scared?" Cui Dongshan didn't move at first. Then his eyes rolled and his whole body began to tremble. He said vaguely, "What a domineering fist aura. I must have suffered a serious internal injury." Pei Qian put 2 fingers together and poked. "Freeze." Cui Dongshan immediately stopped moving. Pei Qian took a deep breath. He needed to be taught a lesson. After a while, Cui Dongshan said anxiously, "Senior sister apprentice, quickly withdraw your supernatural power." Pei Qian held her cheeks with both hands and looked into the distance. She said slowly and softly, "Don't talk to me and distract me. I have to concentrate on master." After that, Cui Dongshan was really as steady as a rock. He just looked up at the inverted mountain. His heart was no longer in the inverted mountain, nor in the vast world or the more distant Qingming world. It was in the sky outside of the sky, where no one except the Ascendant Realm cultivators could guess the origin of the demons. Not far away, Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang, the 2 senior and junior masters, had been used to the quarrel between the two. Chao Qinglang occasionally encountered a lot of problems that Zhou Xian couldn't solve. He would also take the initiative to ask Cui Dongshan, who was from the same sect and generation. Every time Cui Dongshan would just talk about the matter. After he finished talking, he would ask him to leave. Chao Qinglang would thank him and leave. Chao Qinglang was actually one of the first batch of cultivators to sense the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after Yushini, who wanted to be an immortal in the lotus flower-blessed land. Among this small group of cultivators, Chao Qinglang was undoubtedly the kind of existence that didn't lack talent, foundation, and opportunity. Therefore, when he met Pei Qian for the second time, Chao Qinglang, who had already embarked on the path of cultivation, frankly said that even if he met Pei Qian for the first time, Pei Qian wouldn't have succeeded. After that, in the Temple of Heart Reflection located next to the shabby alley, Chao Qinglang helped and dissuaded Pei Qian several times. In fact, it was quite immortal. Zhou Xian brought Chao Qinglang to the Jianghu of the lotus flower world. Not to mention the hanging of the statue and the incense ceremony in the Hall of the Patriarchs of Luopa Mountain, it was actually the first time they had come to the vast world. In a true sense, they left the small world where immortals often fell into the mortal world and came to the vast world where many immortals came from. As expected, there were 3 sects, hundreds of schools of thought contending, and the books of sages were as vast as the sea. Fortunately, Wei Pai, the monarch of the northern mountains, took the initiative to lend Zhou Xian a Fengtsuan item at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Otherwise, just the matter of buying books in Old Dragon City alone was enough to put Zhou Xian in an awkward situation where he couldn't attend to one thing and lose sight of another. When they returned to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and began to prepare to leave the blessed land of the lotus flower world, Zhou Xian told Chao Qinglang earnestly, "The higher the sky, the wider the land, the more you should remember the 4 words: there must be a place to travel." The reason why they had to travel all over the blessed land before leaving their hometown was that Zhou Xian, who had been imprisoned in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom for most of his life, wanted to personally experience the local customs of the 4 countries. Along the way, he and Chao Qinglang personally drew hundreds of geomancy maps. Zhou Xian told Chao Qinglang clearly that in the future the world would be turned upside down like never before. There would be an endless stream of cultivators who would enter the mountains to visit immortals and ascend to seek the truth. There would also be many gods and temples of mountains and rivers erected one by one. There would be many demons and ghosts who seemed to have escaped the net and wreaked havoc in the world. Your husband, Qin Pingon, couldn't spend too much time and effort on this territory. He needed someone to share his burdens and give him advice. He even needed someone who was willing to be by his side and say a few words of advice. Zhou Xian then asked Chao Qinglang if she was willing and dared to say it if such a day really came. The young man nodded with a smile. She was willing and dared. Zhou Xian asked again, "What if you and your husband can't agree and both have their own reasons?" The young man answered again, "You can't argue but only argue. You need to learn from each other's words to make up for your shortcomings. You need to find the reason and polish each other. Then, in the lotus flower blessed land, there might be a great way where all the people in the world could be free." Zhou Xian finally asked, "But what if the future of both of you is destined to be a fruitless argument and you have to choose one or the other?" Chao Qinglang finally answered, "Let's see and think as we go." Zhou Xian was gratified and no longer questioned his heart. Now Master Zhong was more concerned about how they should study and pursue their studies after leaving the lotus flower blessed land and Dali Luopa Mountain. As for the cultivation of qi cultivators, Zhong Qian would not interfere too much with Chao Qinglang. Cultivation was not Zhong Qian's forte, so he would try his best not to tell Chao Qinglang what to do. In fact, Chao Qinglang was indeed a student worthy of his trust. However, Zhong Qian himself had never seen the scenery of that world. In addition, he had high hopes for Chao Qinglang, so it was inevitable for him to say some harsh words. The big and small worlds had different sceneries, but the principles were the same. All the explorations on the path of life, whether it was to settle down, or to seek a slightly narrower way of learning, would have all kinds of problems. Zhong Qian did not think that his little bit of knowledge, especially his little martial arts realm, could protect and teach Chao Qinglang too much in the vast world. As a native of the lotus flower blessed land, except for Ding Ying, Zhong Qian and his former close friend Yushini were probably the few people who could climb steadily from the bottom of the well to the top of the well through their own paths. They truly understood the vastness of the world and could imagine the height of Taoism. When the ferry arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, Cui Dongshan directly led the three of them to the inn of the Lingjizhai. At first he reluctantly chose the 4 most expensive rooms and asked if there were any more expensive and better rooms. The female cultivator of the Lingjizhai did not know whether to laugh or cry. There were many rich people who came to the inverted hanging mountain who did not lack money, but there were not many who were so straightforward. Therefore the female cultivator said that there were no rooms. She probably could not stand the young man in white's picky gaze. Did he really think that he was a big shot by having nothing better to do in the inverted hanging mountain? The golden core female cultivator who was in charge of the daily affairs of the inn laughed and retorted. She said that the only better places on the inverted hanging mountain were the 4 private residences of the Yuanzhuan residents, the Spring Banner House, the Plum Blossom Garden and the Water Fairy Palace. The young man clapped his fist and said, "You should have said so earlier." Then he directly led the other 3 people out of the Lingjizhai inn. Pei Qian was confused. She followed the big white goose out of the inn. He was actually quite satisfied with the inn just now. At a glance, the hanging on the wall, the floor and the woman's clothes seemed to be all valuable items. Therefore she softly asked, "Do you recognize the 4 private residences?" Cui Dongshan laughed. He said that he did not recognize all of them. However, he did have dealings with wealth god Lu of the Yuanzhuan residence and the owner of the Plum Blossom Garden in his early years. They would greet each other and drink happily. Then he would pray that wealth god Lu would die early and reincarnate. This was because Cui Dongshan had many such good friends in the vast world. Pei Qian was even more puzzled. How could they get free food and drinks? In the end, Cui Dongshan took a detour and led the 3 of them into a small alley. They stayed at the Stork Inn. Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang naturally did not care about this. Pei Qian was a little angry at first. In the end, Cui Dongshan sat in her room and poured a cup of tea for himself. He said, "The student's money is not the teacher's money. It's the teacher's money. It's your teacher's money. It's your teacher's money. As a disciple, shouldn't you be more frugal?" Pei Qian's eyes immediately brightened. Everything was linked and flawless. It made perfect sense. She immediately let out a shout. Holding the mountain walking staff in her hand, she happily performed a round of crazy swordsmanship in the room. After that, Cui Dongshan sneakily left the Stork Inn. Pei Qian was too lazy to care about him. If the big white goose was bullied outside, it would be useless for him to cry and complain to the senior sister. Because she was an emotionless assassin. When Cui Dongshan sneakily returned to the inn, it was already late at night. Standing in the corridor outside Pei Qian's door, he realized that she was still practicing her stance in the room. Pei Qian was slowly practicing her stance. She was half asleep and half awake. The dust and moonlight that were hard to see with the naked eye seemed to be twisted by her fist intent. On the windowsill, the window suddenly opened by itself. A large piece of snowy white floated down, revealing a hanged ghost with its head hanging upside down and its tongue sticking out. Pei Qian, who was still a little confused, stuck a talisman on his forehead at lightning speed. He took a step forward and grabbed the mountain traveling staff that was leaning against the table in his hand. Using the mountain traveling staff as a sword, he stabbed at the ghost's forehead. With a bang, the ghost in white was knocked back by the sword. Pei Qian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and let go of the mountain traveling staff. He leaped out of the window and raised his fist ready to punch. Naturally, he would use the iron cavalry chisel formation to open a path and then use the deity's drum beating to determine victory. Victory or defeat, life or death, would depend on how long Pei Qian could last, not on his opponent. Because Grandpa Cui said that when a martial artist punches, there is no one in front of him. It was done in one breath like moving clouds and flowing water. Perhaps to Pei Qian it was done without any thoughts, so it was especially pure. In the end he saw the yawning big white goose. Cui Dongshan looked around and said, "Where's senior sister?" Instead of sleeping, she went out to see the scenery? Pei Qian said angrily, pretending to be mysterious in the middle of the night. "Who's to blame if I punch her to death?" Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, punching too fast, faster than a martial artist's thoughts. "Is it good? Then who is the one punching?" Pei Qian was stunned. She asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. "I'll tell the teacher that you hit me." Pei Qian said angrily, You scared me first. In the end, the two of them made up and sat together on the courtyard wall, looking at the full moon in the vast sky. Cui Dongshan smiled. He heard that the Great Wall of Swordqi was quite interesting now. There were people who dared to say that besides the left and right, there was another Qin Pingon in the lineage of the literary sage. So what? The lineage of the literary sage was the literary sage. As for the even more pitiful lineage of the literary sage, did they still have any descendants to speak of? Cui Dongshan smiled and said to Pei Qian, let's walk around the inverted hanging mountain tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we'll go to the Great Wall of Swordqi. You'll be able to see Master then. Pei Qian said, what's there to walk around the inverted hanging mountain? Let's go to the Great Wall of Swordqi tomorrow. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, there are so many good things in the inverted hanging mountain. Shouldn't we buy some gifts? Pei Qian felt that he was right. She carefully took out the pouch of money that Old Dragon City's Aunt Gui gave her from her sleeve and started counting the money. Cui Dongshan put his hands behind his head and smiled. I have money. You don't have to take it out. Pei Qian didn't let go of a single copper coin or a single piece of silver. He carefully counted them. After all, there was very little divine money in her private savings. She was so pitiful that she didn't have many companions. Therefore, every time she counted the money, she had to touch them and talk to them secretly. Now that she heard Cui Dongshan's words, she didn't even raise her head. She shook her head and said softly, I'm buying a gift for Master. Sai, I don't want your divine money. Cui Dongshan said jokingly, the copper coins, broken silver and immortal money that have accompanied you for so long, are you willing to let them leave your scented sachet? Once they leave, you might not be able to see them again in this lifetime. Won't your heart ache? Won't you be sad? Pei Qian picked up a snow coin that she had secretly named and raised it up high. She gently shook it a few times and said, what can I do? If these little fellows leave, then so be it. In any case, I will miss them. In that little account book of mine, I specially wrote down their names. Even if they leave, I can still help them find students and disciples. This pouch of mine is a small ancestral hall. You don't know, right? In the past, I only told Master about it and didn't tell Muan Shu or Mi Li. Back then, Master even praised me and said that I was very considerate. You don't know. Therefore, of course, Master is still the most important. Master can't be lost. Pei Qian put away the snow coin and put the pouch back into her sleeve. She shook her feet. Therefore, I thank the heavens for giving me a master. Pei Qian thought for a moment. But if the heavens dare to take back Master. Speaking until here, Pei Qian imitated Mi Li and opened her mouth wide to howl. She said angrily, I'm fierce. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.